What's up? How we doing, guys? Chris and Door of Light. Welcome, welcome. Bright and early. Chapter 7. We're like halfway through Chapter 7, I think. I'm pretty sure. Got some Chipotle to eat on stream? Nice. There's nothing better than when you get you get food just in time to like eat for a live stream. Or like if someone you've subscribed to like just uploads a video right when you get food. Honestly, I don't know how I eat without like a YouTube video to watch anymore. It's quite the struggle. Did Wandering fall asleep? That's usually Kyler's move. I wouldn't think so. Hang on, I'm like messing with my green screen filter. There's like so much static today. Whatever. I literally never change my setup for whatever reason. Sometimes the static around my head like changes. But my setup never alters at all. And like I'm in a room with no external lighting. It's the same light bulbs, the same positions of every monitor, the webcam's in the same spot, but like every day I gotta like alter the fucking numbers on my webcam so it doesn't like, I don't know, I don't get it. I don't understand. Who knows how cameras work, right? I mean, it's a mystery. Maybe Wandering got noided. True. Same with Vibin. Maybe Vibin got noided. They're usually here as soon as we get started. But we'll wait a couple minutes for people to join. I've calmed down a bit after yesterday's stream. I got real aggressive over the lack of no answers. But I've relaxed. I'm ready. Hopefully we can get things explained to us. Hopefully it's time. Hey, there's Wandering. What's up, man? If you expect no answers, you won't get pissed. No. I have to get answers. We do have to get them. I'm sure I pissed a lot of people off during yesterday's stream. But oh well. You know, sometimes you just gotta baby rage. You know what I mean? Nothing like it. Sometimes, I mean, as a streamer, I am obligated at some point to rage at the video game that I'm playing, even if it is just a visual novel that I have no input in. You reached the true end for this game? Nice. Chapter 6 was good. I would time you out right now, Vegito. I would time you out if I could afford it. Hey, what's up, Ivan? What is up? The Giglomaniac controls the Noids. It's all the Giglomaniac Noids all. Enter the Project Noah, led by Nozumi. He wields his D-sword to Noid, the GE rate of Shibuya. All according to the Noid designed by the Giglomaniac. Yes. Hey, what's up, Devin? Welcome, welcome. Here we go. We're getting the crew together. What the heck is a Noid? Look at this dude. He doesn't know what a Noid is. Everyone laugh at Devin. Come on, dude. It's the Noid. Not a Noider. Honestly. Jesus. Do you Noid or do you not Noid? That's really what society is divided into, I think, at the end of the day. And I think that's the message that this game is really trying to convey. I really just think that society is truly divided by people who Noid and people who do not Noid. The Noid loves pizza. Indeed, Jade. Indeed. Anyway, here, let me show you what a Noid is, Devin. I'll wait a couple more minutes for people to join. But I'll show you what a Noid is. It's a perfectly normal thing. Noid equals paranoid delusion. Don't explain it, Chris. It makes it much worse if you try to, like, justify and explain it. Because, see, the Noid, it's truly something above the dimensions. Beyond your levels of understanding in this mortal realm. And to truly try to define a Noid is an act of heresy. One of which your soul cannot recover from. Why can't I find this image? Hey, what's up, AK? I, like, saved the Noid image on my desktop and it disappeared. What the fuck? Again, I love these intros to every stream that we do where we all just sit here and talk, because I imagine people who, like, aren't in the live stream, just watching the VOD and, like, arrive late, are like, what the fuck is going on? What is this shit? This is the Noid. How you feeling today? I'm feeling alright. I've kind of had a chill day. Just relaxed. Didn't really do anything. Get Noided. I think the pizza Noid is a great idea for a meme. Did you have the meme for today? No, I haven't had a meme for yesterday or today. I don't know. I just kind of, I'm out of, the creative juices are out on memes. Which is kind of tragic, but, you know, what can you do? Because the memes really do drive a lot of traffic to the stream, but I got nothing. You know, I kind of blew my load early with all the cool memes I had at the beginning. Now we're all noided out. Okay, we can get started. We can get started. Yeah, I've been asking for some meme suggestions in the Discord, which is a server that, my Discord, that anyone can join if they would like. Link in the description below to chat with us and give me meme ideas, because I'm totally out. Or if you want to just raw, uncensored, post the stream in the Steins Gate subreddit anyway, I would also appreciate that. You know, even without the meme, just be like, hey, come. Watch, hang out. Meme idea, Okabe punching Takumi. Oh, I wish I could... If I had any actual video editing experience, I would cut together the clip from the Zero anime where Daru punches Okabe. And I would, like, green screen edit the punch so it, like, hits Takumi in the face. Oh, man. If only I had skills. Damn it. That would be funny. I haven't been this confused since Kingdom Hearts. Takumi got noided. Alright, where were we at? What was it? I don't even remember what was going on yesterday. We're spazzing out. He's getting his shoulder shaken, but not stirred. Something's happening, I'm sure of it. It was extremely gentle, and after one shake, it stopped. Oh yeah, he just got mugged, that's right. Felt like someone was peering at my face, and then Remy was like, we should erase Takumi. And I was like totally ready to pull some like Doki Doki Literature Club, go into the files, and delete Takumi from the game. Felt like someone was peering at my face. My consciousness slowly returning to me. As it did, the pain in my body returned along with it. The smell in my nose. It was a smell so strong it made me want to vomit. The smell of blood. Who wants to vomit from their own nosebleed? What? Granted, I haven't had a nosebleed in a really long time, but what a sensitive stomach. I felt a tingling around my upper lip. The taste of iron spread throughout my mouth. Slowly, I opened my eyes. Hey, it's the girl whose ear we licked. I was in the same back alley as before. Why is she coming down this back alley? I was lying face down on the asphalt, and right in front of me was a small, reddish-brown puddle of liquid, likely seeping out from one of the dumpsters. Wouldn't you make the connection that that was the blood from your nosebleed? You already acknowledged you had a nosebleed. What do you mean? Grimacing at the smell invading my nostrils, I sat up. You've never had a nosebleed? Ever. Not once. I mean, I haven't had a nosebleed in a long time. I think it's more of like a young kid thing. God, now that I think about it, yeah, I guess I don't remember the last time I had a nosebleed either. I think it's just one of those things that you might get as a kid, right? Like ear infections. Like I haven't gotten an ear infection since I was like a toddler, you know? But like that's something like you would get multiple ear infections and like nosebleeds as a kid when your body sucks and it just can't do anything. Like and you just get sick all the time for no reason. You know what I mean? Like when's the last time any of you got an ear infection, right? Like that's just not something that happens. I actually don't even know how you would get one. But it just happened when you were a kid. No casual, no reason. Let's see. What causes nosebleeds? Pigtails, is this a tsundere? I mean, probably is. The writers behind the Sai Adventure series absolutely love tsundere girls. Like, every single girl is a tsundere, but like 2. Actually, I don't know why I googled what causes a nosebleed. I really don't care. You had an eye infection? That sounds rough. Wait, isn't that just pink eye? Last time I even got sick was more than a year or 2 ago. Well, people stopped getting... I feel like a lot of people stopped getting sick when we started doing the pandemic and like pandemic stuff, and everyone was like either inside all the time or like wearing masks or constantly washing their hands. I do think that was a pretty big downturn in the spread of the cold. Because, yeah, I haven't been sick in a long time either, but I used to pretty much, I had like a really small, like, head cold, like, at the beginning, or like last week when I was streaming this game. But yeah, I haven't had like a really big, like, sickness or illness in like, 2-3 years now. Anyway, his body aches. My face in particular hurt like hell. It was hot and tingly, like someone had taken a lighter and gasoline to it. Has this character spoken a line yet? Honestly, this character just keeps fucking making anime noises. I just... talk! This character's entire existence for like the last 4 chapters has been to go, yeah, yeah. Right beside me, a girl I recognized was kneeling down and looking at me. She looked like she was about to cry. It was the transfer student. The girl who transferred into my class. What? It's the same thing! Now, calm down. Stay calm. Ugh, stay calm. Don't get tilted. Fucking 5 lines into the read. What was her name again? O'Hara? Oshihara? Why was the transfer student here, I wondered. I hope she doesn't actually have any dialogue in the entire game. I hope she never says anything. This Cubi, the streamer, the guy who streams, the man who goes on YouTube to be live on video. Yeah, exactly. Didn't she say pussycat? No, I don't think so. Maybe one of our delusions. But I just don't want her to say anything. Just the entire game, I just want her to go, yeah. That's it. And then she held something out to me. It was my wallet. Why'd she have it? My head's still foggy. I looked around. Takumi's gonna get paranoid that she was actually the one that beat him up and took his wallet, and he's gonna run away scared. The 3 DQNs that had attacked me earlier were now lying in a pool of blood. What the hell? It was like they'd all been one-shot by some OP mob. Mob. The faces of all 3 were barely intact. Were they dead? None of them moved a muscle. Was this the 7th new gen case? Takumi has a wallet. He doesn't seem like the working type. You know, that he's got to like transfer his digital currency into IRL currency, because that's how that works. Who would do something like this? Had I? The transfer student then stood up and beckoned to me. I was completely pale. She still hasn't said anything. She alternated between looking at me, who was still very confused, and the 3 collapsed people. Tears welled up in the corner of her eyes. And so she just decided to see like these 4 people totally unconscious and be like, yeah, I'm going to go walk up to Takumi. He's a normally stable dude. So let's just go make sure he's all right. That stable guy from my class. Suddenly, she grabbed my hand and took off running with me in tow, staggering every once in a while. I think that he did it, that Takumi did it, like, subconsciously, but it'll be really funny if she ends up being, like, a kung fu master and beat them all up for us. But again, don't really know why she would, because why would anyone stick up for Takumi? There's not really justification for her to do that for us. Unless she just saw us getting mugged and was like, oh, this fucking idiot. As soon as we reached the main street, the transfer student let go of my hand. We hadn't run very far, but she was already out of breath. Okay, so she couldn't have been the one fighting then. She's already out of breath. Between the two of these guys, oh my god, between these two characters, no one's gonna say a fucking word. Oh! Oh my god! This is like my least favorite anime trope, is the anime noises, and these two fuckers are just gonna make noises at each other. We both fell silent. Maybe the transfer student was just as bad as talking as I was. Oh my god. Invite me on the stream, I'll read her lines. Yeah, all of her big lines. Worst enemies, nothing happening because they can't talk to each other. Fucking Christ. No, that didn't matter right now. What I needed to do first was figure out what the hell happened. I'd been harassed by those DQNs, and then they picked a fight with me. You know what would be an easy way to Takumi to figure out what the fuck was going on, Takumi? If you asked her, the person that was conscious during the time that you were unconscious. That I must have passed out. But how long had I been unconscious? About 5 mini-minutes. Is that her saying that, or is that the, like, voice in her head? There it was again. I'd heard it again. Oh, okay, so the voice in our head's gonna be the only dialogue. The most stable Noider. I thought someone I knew was nearby and was trying to talk to me, but I couldn't see anyone that fit that description. Damn it. Where were all of these auditory illusions coming from, and why were they all happening today? Is that her? Is she talking in my head? It's not an illusion at all. Because, like, her expression changed. I see. It was a delusion. Of course, that includes the bloody DQNs from earlier, too. Oh my god, see, he, like, overcorrects when you do these. Although, this isn't a delusion because the image isn't going all wobbly, woobly, wobbly, right? It really, really isn't a delusion. It has to be a delusion. It's just like Seira, my waifu, who only lives in my head. Okay, so it is her making the really annoying noises in my head. Kozupi doesn't remember becoming Takumi's waifu one itty-bitty bit. Come on, you can't be fooling around with other girls, Taki. I want your eyes to be only on me. Ya big dum-dum. Seira is still my waifu. Nothing's changed on that front. Besides, I don't have any memory of some dumb blonde character named Kozupi. Aww, dumb blonde type. But, I'm really not a hallucination or a delusion at all. Not even a little bit. And I'm not gonna clarify that I'm the one talking to you through... I'm just gonna let you fucking freak the hell out. Cause that's funnier. I'm not gonna explain. I'm not gonna... you know? I'm not gonna explain I'm talking to you telepathically. I'm just gonna let you freak the fuck out. Because, you know, telepaths are a common thing. You should be able to piece it together. Then who's talking? No way. Could it actually be the timid transfer student standing in front of me? When I thought that, the transfer student gave a small nod. At least, so I will die on this hill of being right that she's never going to actually talk. So she's only going to speak to us telepathically. I just had a thought. If I put vodka in these, like, fruit energy drinks that I drink, would that still give me, like, the caffeine boost? Or would it be too much of a depressant with the alcohol? How does mixing drinks work? Bad idea. You think? I feel like it would taste good, though. There's no way. What just happened to be what just happened had to be a coincidence. Maybe I'm mistaken. And it just looked like she nodded at me. I feel like this is a reference to another thing. I said, Kozupi is Kozupi. Who says something similar to that? Ferris is Ferris. Okay, yeah. There's no way any of this is true. I'm not a telepath, not even close. Actually, is this the same voice actress? I can't really tell. How does Kozupi get Takumi to believe Kozupi? What the hell is an Yuu? It's just a fucking weird noise. For some strange reason, the transfer student looks sad. Damn it. Now even I'm getting somewhat depressed. Takumi, you have been straight depressed for months, bro. What do you mean, getting depressed? If what you say is true, Kozupi, then prove you're the transfer student. Prove? What are your measurements? Eek! You're a pervy pervert. So you can't answer then. That means you really are just a delusion. Problem is, Kozupi's never really measured all her measurements, never before. I'm really glad instead of explaining anything of what the fuck's going on, we're having this moment now. This is happening. Well, then just give me your bust size. Just a general estimate is fine. But that's embarrassing. The conversation unfolding in my brain was getting way too perverted. Maybe it was time to dial it back a bit. Around 73 centimeters. I don't know what that means. It is true that the new student's chest is flat as a board, so that part's consistent at least. Incidentally, I'm partial to tiny breasts, too. Get me out, dude. Just get me out of this fucking conversation. For some reason, the transfer student's face was a deep scarlet. Her already petite body got tinier and tinier as she made herself small. This is a coincidence. My dude believes every single delusion that fucking formulates in his head, but one thing that just starts happening, he's like, nah, dude. Bruh. This is a coincidence. This is totally not happening. It was just a coincidence that the voice and her reaction were in sync. It's not proof of anything. But Kuzupi answered what Nishi Joji fucking told Kuzupi to. Well, yeah, but I have no way of knowing your actual bust size, and I'm sure you'd just ask someone to arrest me if I tried to measure you myself. Okay, deep breaths, remain calm. Okay, then how about your birthday? If you don't know her birthday, then that wouldn't prove anything, because you wouldn't have a frame of reference of the answer. That one's super easy. November 13th. Well, there's no way for me to confirm if that's true either. Okay, deep breaths. I'm not gonna get mad. I'm a calm streamer. I'm not like all those idiots on Twitch. I don't just start screaming. Okay? I'm rational. I don't overreact on this channel. We have normal reactions. That's why people come to this stream, because it's always chill and relaxed. I'm not mad. If I could go on a whim up to some 3D girl I'd never spoken to before and ask her, hey, when's your birthday? I would have become a normie a long time ago. No, you wouldn't have, because that's not a normal conversation to just ask people, or fucking question to ask people randomly. When I thought that, the transfer student that had been hanging her head suddenly started fishing around in her bag. She then pulled out something from inside it, and thrusted it towards me with tears in her eyes. Why do we keep describing her as tears in her eyes? Because that doesn't show in her character sprite. She doesn't have tears in her eyes in her character sprite. It was a student handbook, one that was practically brand new. Upon flipping open the cover, I saw a photo of the transfer student's face, the name Orihara Kuzupi, as well as her date of birth. But out of the three, what really caught my attention was the date of birth. It was November 13th. Huh? You're kidding. Oh, right. I should check the name. The transfer student's name, according to her student handbook, is... You literally just read it. You just read it. You just read it. I saw a photo of her face, the name, as well as her date of birth. I should check the name. The transfer student's name. The name of the student. The name of the girl in the handbook. The name of the character I'm talking to. The name of the person in front of me. Hey, what's up, Fletch? Thanks for dropping by, man. Always good to see you. Don't mind me. You came in the middle of my freak out. No big deal. It's all good. We're all chill, relaxing. Just having a moment. You know what I mean? Kuzupi. There's no way. Yeah. That's what Kazupi's been saying all along, way since the beginning. It's Kazupi. Could this somehow not be a delusion? Well, I kind of doubt that, because I clicked the green delusion before we started this conversation. But why not? This voice is her. Takumi, are you okay, Z's? The transfer student, her head still hanging downward, glanced up at me and pointed at my face, her fingertip trembling. Your nose is going dribble dribble. So, How old is this character? She's supposed to be the same age as us, right? I've been in this channel for a while now. I know how you are when you're mad. Don't worry, I'm normal. I'm totally normal. I touched my hand to my face. The bottom of my nose was slimy. My nose was bleeding. The transfer student offered me a tissue. I took it from her and wiped away the blood, but I was still feeling very uneasy. The transfer student is... Kazupi, righty? Kazupi isn't moving her mouth. She isn't talking. So why can I hear her voice? It's the voice of Kazupi's heart. Enough with the obnoxious speaking style. I can't stand it when people do that IRL. Sorry. Wait, you can hear my inner voice? Yup, Kazupi can hear it. Why don't you just talk to me normally? Says the man who can't actually say a full sentence. Hey, what's up, Volcrum? Wake up at 8 in the morning to watch Cubi mood. I feel that. That's a good mood. What's up, my dude? Welcome. Talk to me, the man who can actually not say a full sentence. Don't think he's actually strung together a full sentence in this game without stuttering through it. Is like, bro, just talk normally. Because it's embarrassing. Oh, I know how you feel. I'm like that too. When I said that, she scurried around me like a chipmunk, glanced at me, then started walking toward the station by herself. What does that mean? She scurried around me like a chipmunk. Kazupi thinks that Kazupi and Takumi should go now. Why? Confused, I followed her. As I walked, I noticed something. There was a stabbing pain in my side. The pain throbbed with every step I took, so I was forced to stop. I gripped my side and took a breath, because he has got the broken ribs or whatever, right? There were people everywhere. I hated Shibuya with a burning passion. It felt like everyone I passed by was laughing at me. It felt like everyone was watching me. It always feels like somebody's watching me. Because for whatever reason, he was called the Psychic Boy. Still don't really know why that happened, but, you know, that was a thing. That was an event that occurred. You've been in this channel for almost 3 years already? Damn, that is wild. It has been almost, like, 3 years since, like, my list. I think my last big, like, subscriber gain. Like, I think 6 or 7 years ago was when I got my really big, like, 5,000 subs from Yu-Gi-Oh! And then, like, 3 years ago, I got, like, an additional 2,000-3,000 subscribers from doing Persona stuff. Hey, Alpha, what's up, man? But we are watching you. That song is Pog. That song is very Pog. Time does fly by, doesn't it? I think I've been doing this YouTube thing now for what, almost 10 years? Almost. Pretty long time I've been doing this whole YouTube thing. I think I made my channel, but I didn't upload any content for a couple years. But I made a channel to, like, watch YouTube stuff and to be able to comment on things. And then, a couple years after I made the channel, I started making videos. It's honestly confusing how you haven't gotten past 10k subscribers. Yeah, bro. I fucking feel the same way, man. I think it's tragic. a big part of it is the YouTube algorithm doesn't really like live streams, and that's kind of what I do. I think if I posted more highlight videos, I'd probably be better off, but I'm just not really good at editing like highlight videos of the stream because I don't have the patience to like rewatch me like to edit together a video of like a stream of like funny moments from Cubi streams in November or whatever. Because, you know, to make that, I'd have to, like, listen to 8 hours of myself talking. Quintuple A, what's up, my dude? Yeah, I said highlights would be funny. Yeah, they would. If anyone would like to make them, I would, absolutely give them the VOD. Hiring someone else to do that isn't a bad idea, but of course that costs money. Yeah, the problem is I really don't like make shit off YouTube. Other than like the membership stuff, like the people who support the channel via memberships, I don't make anything off this like site. And then if you factor in all the games that I buy to like stream as soon as they come out, I actually probably lose money. Just for reference, let's see, in the past 30 days, I've made $110 on YouTube. But if you think about it, like I had to buy games to stream in the last month, so Chaos Head was like, what, 25? I think. I bought Fire Emblem Engage, plus the DLC, so that was like $100. I brought Frog Detective. That was Game Pass, so we'll call that $15. In the last month, then Steins Gate Zero was like another $40. So, not really much in terms of money that I've made. Do you have a job besides YouTube? Not currently, no. I recently took a pretty generous severance offer from my last job. And I've just kind of been chilling and wanting to stream like every day. So that's kind of what I've been doing. Frog Detective was in Game Pass? Indeed, Frog Detective was on Game Pass. Just Cubi constantly getting angry. But yeah, I mean, I would love to make highlight videos and stuff. I think that would be really funny. I just don't have the patience to make it of my own content. I mean, I would be willing to pay people, like, small amounts of money, but I don't think anyone would really want to invest the time for, like, the $10-20 I'd be willing to give. I'd be willing to give for the highlight videos. Get people to send clips, then match them together. I've tried that for a while. I've asked people to like make clips for streams. Like I did that. I asked that for a while. Like during the Fire Emblem Engage stuff, I was like, "Hey, send me clips that are funny for just like highlight videos," but no one ever does. How do I clip on YouTube? Depends on like what the app is, but like on mobile, that's just an option. I'm pretty sure Kyler does that. I think Kyler just says clip that. But like if you look, there's a option below that just says clip, like right beneath the stream on mobile. You're using computer? Well, let's pull out my stream then and see. I would if I actually knew how to do it. Let's see though. I can probably figure out. You found it? Oh, okay, yeah. And yeah, I mean, if enough people sent me timestamps, I think I would be able to cut, like, edit them together. Like, if people didn't think they could use video editing software. I mean, I know how to use video editing software. Unfortunately, I also don't get enough views to get access to the YouTube feature of, like, Get the Nozumi positive? Why? There's a feature that comes with YouTube when your video gets enough views that's like the most rewatched segments of videos. And that would make it super easy to make highlight videos, because I could just cut together all of the like most rewatched sections of a video, but I don't get enough views for that. I don't know what exactly the threshold is for that. But yeah, I'm totally not opposed to highlight videos. I think that is actually probably what would actually gain me subscribers. Because it takes a while to get people committed to watch like some of my fucking 8-hour streams if they have no idea who I am. But once people get in here and they meet the community, we're all so nice and we all chat with each other in the Discord. We're all just such a group and it's a vibe, you know. Then people are hooked. They come to every stream and every game I do, regardless if they know what the game is or not. Totally. People don't just come for the game; they come for me. That's my massive copium. If I ever got a ton of clips for Cubi, I might start with Steins Gate. Yeah. Most of your best casted moments are of you talking about something completely unrelated to the game. That's a classic Cubi moment, if I must say. It was me going off on a random fucking tangent. Are we? I mean, whenever people decide to post in the Discord, we are. We're usually nice to each other. But yeah, that's my goal, to hit 10k subs and to make highlight videos. But yeah, I can't be bothered to watch my own content. Cubi should start a podcast ranting about taco. That's basically like my live streams are basically podcasts. Because whenever I decide to fucking rant, I do it. Cubi tangent compilation win. I don't remember when the tangents are though, is the problem. Because I just like do them on a whim. I don't like remember. I think if I was a good YouTuber, I would probably like make notes to myself like as the stream goes. And I would be like, oh, at this moment I started fucking ranting. Simulcast on Spotify. What I should do is compile all of these streams together and like upload it to what is it? Audible. And just claim to be the like ebook reader of the game. Just upload it to Audible. Actually, I'd probably get a cease and desist from mages. But whatever. Can't say much because I usually only lurk. That's fine. As long as you're hanging out. Alright, well, let's get back to it. 70-hour audiobook. Yeah. People would listen. How long have we been playing this game? 45 hours? Chapter 7? That seems about right. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, we can get back to it. Felt like everyone knew my face. Don't look at me! Don't laugh at me! Can you make a clipping channel on your Discord? Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah, sure. Let me do that right now before I forget. Ooh, that's gonna like make a notification for everybody if I make that, isn't it? Honestly, yeah, who cares? I just added everybody, so. What should I call it? Just clips? Alright, cool. I added it. Don't look at me! Oh, I already read that. I want to find somewhere I can get away from it all. I need a place to rest. Okay, Z's! There's a really nice place around here. Just follow Kazupi! The energy in Kazupi's voice now is a stark contrast to the few times we saw each other at school before. Oh yeah, isn't she gonna, like... Didn't she, like, read his thoughts, then? If she can read people's minds like this, then... Wouldn't she have read his thoughts when he, like, looked at her at the staircase and was, instead of helping her, was like, she'll be alright, and left? So you're telling me she didn't see him mugged in the alleyway and was like, he'll be alright, and kept walking? I don't think so. Even though she doesn't talk IRL, her inner voice has energy to spare, to say the least. Hey! Okay, right now, Kazupi's gonna think like a girl who's annoyed. Being able to talk to her in my head is convenient, but at the same time, it's kind of annoying. Come to think of it, I'm accepting this stuff pretty easily, despite the fact that I'm not sure how the hell it actually works. I feel like if someone could read minds nonstop, they would be a lot more jaded. Yeah, because you would hear everyone's inner voice, and that would be, like, pretty toxic. You know? When people, like, think all that, like, that shit they don't say out loud, yeah, you would hear that stuff all the time. You would hear, like, everyone's, like, negative thoughts about you all the time. You'd have to be jaded. Unless you could, like, turn it off. Right? But how do you guys think, like, telepathy would work? You know? Would it constantly be, like, everyone's thoughts are just, like, people talking out loud? Or would you have to, like, look at people and, like, lock into their mind to read their thought? Like, how would it work? Because I would think it would work like you would just hear it like they were talking. Like, all the voices would be kind of going around. I don't know. I mean, granted, it's not a real thing, but honestly, one power I don't want. I think that's the power I would get if I could, like, take a power. It would either be that or telekinesis. I'd like to be able to pick up stuff with my mind. That would be cool. I think mind reading would be, like, a cool basic power that, like, you could kind of hide. You know? Because no one could really prove you could read minds. You could just say you had, like, really strong intuition or whatever. But the problem is, if you do telekinesis, then you definitely reveal yourself as having superpowers. Like, if you pick shit up with your mind, it's kind of hard for people to, like, not put two and two together that it's you. But if you were just reading minds, you could honestly just kind of, like, always be like, nah, I just have good intuition. And, like, there would really be no proof one way or the other that you were reading minds. Is this a really genuine, real-life psychic power? It's just like Kazupi thought. Kazupi really is creepy, isn't she? Stuff like this is not normal. I'm not bothered by the fact you're not normal. It's just that I've met all kinds of weirdos lately. But you, Kazupi... You talk kind of funny, sure, but you're not scary, and you're not Denpa-tier. If anything, I prefer this. Oh, wowsies! Kazupi's feeling really, really happy now. As we walked, Kazupi suddenly burst into tears. Startled, I hurriedly gave her back the tissue. You mean the tissue that's covered in your blood? From when you wiped your nose? Gross. Also, no tears in her thing. That's really weird. Should we start with Chaos Head then, if we're doing that? I mean, you could start with whatever you want, Vibin. After bowing to me way more times than she needed to, she took the tissue and wiped the tears from her eyes. With his bloody snot rag? I would sooner use my own sleeve than use someone else's tissue. Back to what I was saying earlier. It feels really weird, and also makes me pretty uncomfortable when people can hear everything I'm thinking. That's my honest opinion about it. Kazupi sees. How about you don't give this person your honest opinion? Takumi, it's not like you've got a lot of friends, so you should really not give them your honest thoughts on it. You should be like, wow, Kazupi, that's really cool. You're a cool person. Please be my friend. Did you see the first post on the stream clip? No, I didn't. Jason was, instead of helping her, was like, she'll be alright, and left. Jason was, instead of... That's funny. To be fair, Takumi did it first. It's kind of hard to lie inside your head. How would you do that without getting exposed? I mean, you would just... I don't know. I mean, once you were conscious about it, you would just think, like, lies. You know, like how you would lie in normal conversation. You just have to turn your head into lies. I don't know how to phrase that. But you just have to turn your inner thoughts into like your actual out loud dialogue. It's easy, just not think. I mean, Takumi never fucking thinks. Head empty. Did he do a Castle Crashers stream? Yeah, I streamed Castle Crashers. Well, actually, technically, I edited videos of Castle Crashers. But yes, I have a bunch of videos of Castle Crashers. I don't know if that's like my OG stuff, though. And my OG stuff is like Yu-Gi-Oh!, Persona, that kind of stuff. I think I've actually made like 1 or 2 highlight videos of my Persona streams. That's about it, though. And usually just like super lazy, like I would cut like the boss fight out, not really like a highlight a video of funny stuff. I really just cut together a VOD of me fighting a boss, which isn't really a highlight video. So they're pretty lazily edited VODs. Kojupi is Shawi. But, it's not because Kozupi wants to. Kozupi can hear people even if Kozupi doesn't want to. Yeah. That would be unfortunate. Is that so? It's so. Well, either way. I know you don't want to be told that by an otaku freak like me. I was right. A disgusting guy like me really is worthless. Fucking. This is like one of the struggles for me with Takumi. Is like this is my least favorite character archetype. The dude that's just constantly like, ooh, I hate myself. Nobody could love some loser like me. There's a character in the Fire Emblem Engage game recently that's also exactly like this that I just can't stand. Alchrist. He's exactly like this. Anytime someone like wants to talk to him, he's like, clearly you wanted to talk to my brother. No one wants to talk to me. I hate that. I hate it so much. That's not even one teensy bit true. Just as I was about to revert to my depressed state, Kazupi shouted at me with her inner voice. Not allowed. You're not allowed to say something like that anymore. It's just way too sad. Alright. Night, Fletch. Thanks for stopping by, man. Tears started to trickle down her face once again. Why are you crying? Do you feel sorry for me? What do you mean? Of course she feels sorry for you. You just, like, shat all over yourself. Literally in a self-pity train, expecting people to feel sorry for you. That's the only thing that can come from acting like that. If so, there's no reason to. I mean, look at me. I'm so utterly delusional. I create personalities inside my head and treat them like they're actually real people. For example, there's Remy. Huh? That's... Do you mean Sakihata? Is Sakihata-san? You know her? Yeah, she's Kazupi's classmate. Well, of course she's your classmate. We're all in the same class. And Taku's girlfriend. Like hell she is. She's not. But Kazupi really thought that she really was. Kazupi knows who Remy is, which means Remy is real. She isn't just a delusion. She isn't someone I made up in my head. Remy really is real. I thought we kind of already established that, yes, she's real, but, like, the Remy that, like, approaches Takumi to help is not real. I see. I'm so happy. I'm losing track of what he thinks is real or not. Yeah, that's the problem with so many, like, questions piling up, is it's hard to keep track of, like, what are we, like, actually wondering, what's been confirmed or not. Which makes it harder to, like, really care about some of the questions we had early on in the game, because now they've, like, been buried underneath so many other questions. That's one of the things that's been bugging me. I kind of talked about it in the Discord yesterday after stream, when I was done getting off my little, like, hissy fit. But, like, there's been so many piles of questions that have, like, stacked up with no answers, that the ones at the bottom are now so buried I don't even, like, remember anymore or care. Like, some of them at this point, I think if some of the questions from, like, the beginning of the game got answered, I'd be like, oh, okay, what? Was that still a question we had? But if that really is true and Remy is real, why hasn't she contacted me a single time? Maybe the O-Front incident really did make her fall out of love with me. On the day after the big earthquake, Remy left school early. She looked super duper pale. After that, Sakihata stopped coming to school at all. Maybe something sad happened to her family, maybe? Is that so? It felt like I'd been saved. Now that I knew Remy hadn't abandoned me, I genuinely felt like I was about to burst into tears. If it's really true, if Remy really isn't a delusion, then I actually have a reason to go to school to see Remy again. So until I see her once again, I'll try my hardest to... But that's kind of rude to say in front of this girl. I mean, he could go to school now to see her, too. She seems nice. Be careful. Huh? Talk to me. Kazupi didn't tell you, because Kazupi thought you were going out with her, but... Takumi's gotta be careful around Remy. What do you mean? You don't really know her. Again, what do you mean? Isn't Remy, like, the gossip queen that, like, is getting her, like, Kazupi here made fun of a lot at school? What do you mean by, I don't really know her? What, do you mean because of the crucifixion? Or is it that, even though I'm supposed to have been classmates with her since first year, all my memories of her are missing? I wonder, can she see his, like, thoughts if he, like, pictures his delusion of Remy in front of the bloodied crucifixion guy? Which, by the way, we haven't really corrected the fact that the crucifixion wasn't, like, a bloody fucking mess like he had a delusion of. We just kind of never really touched on that. That was, like, totally abandoned. But this is one of those things that, like, I almost don't care about anymore. If he, like, pictures that incident, can she see it like that? I guess it won't matter, because it'll probably never come up, but whatever. It's true that Remy is still a bit of a mystery to me. But she saved me over and over again. Whenever I'm scared, she tells me she'll stay by my side. She's not my enemy. The character bullying Kozupi was the girlfriend of Nozumi. Oh. Whoops. She's not my enemy. For some reason, Kozupi looked a bit unstable. When you think that much stuff all at once like that, Kozupi can't keep up. Sorry. This is just pretty new to me. Whenever I have a conversation with someone, I always end up not being able to say even 20% of what I'm thinking before it ends. But when it comes to this mental stuff, I guess I just can't help but talk too much, because I think too much. I guess that kind of applies to you, too. I never would have expected you to talk so much. Inside your head, that is. Inside your chaos head, Noah! It kinda only barely feels like I'm talking. Kozupi just thinks, then it all comes flowing in. Kozupi just thinks it's someone like, beep beep, and then someone goes, bang boom, back at me. If you're not used to it, then your thoughts and the other person's thoughts get all fumbled jumbled. And it's like, nyah. That's how Kozupi thinks. Okay. In Japanese, please. I can kind of understand what you're going for, though. I think you're trying to say that you don't have the real subtlety or nuance of actual conversation. There's nothing like, for example, looking at the other person's expression, and then deciding that you're no longer able to bring yourself to say what you wanted to say because of it. I actually cannot relate to that. Does she refer to herself in third person? Ew, exclusively, yes. If people's thoughts just leaked out wildly, you'd no longer be able to read the room. The transmission isn't one way, but it isn't two-way either. It's like having to pick out one arrow out of an avalanche of other arrows, all of which were flying in different directions, all while somehow ignoring all the other ones you didn't need. You have to tune out the excess noise. Is this just the life of an introvert? Like, do you overthink conversations this much? I mean, you just talk to them. What? I have never referred to a conversation as, the transmission is one way. The transmission isn't one way. It isn't two way. There's three dimensionals and waves of information. Just touch grass and say hi to somebody. Which is why it feels so comfy. And like you're so much closer to someone. But it's a lot easier to get hurt, too. For a moment, Kozumi's expression clouded a bit. But not long after, a tearful smile arose on her face. So is she just in a constant state of crying all the time, like 24/7? Like, what's happening? It's Taku's first time and all, but you're already super duper good at it. Your beep beep beeps match up really nice with Kazupi's. Beep beep beeps? Are you trying to say we're on the same wavelength? Yeah, wavelengths! I guess it's probably because I do something similar with Seira pretty often. But back then, Taku was super scary. Oopie. Back then. This morning, in the classroom. Oh god, that reminds me. I think I had a really stupid delusion this morning. That's why Kazupi went, Fya! And then Kazupi just ended up talking to you all of a sudden. Is it bad that this is actually one of, like, the characters I've enjoyed more so far in this game? Because it's the only one Takumi has had a relatively normal conversation with? Is it just my absolute desperation for Takumi to have a conversation with somebody and not just be stuttering and stammering through it that this is, like, ending up being one of my, like, characters I've enjoyed more? I guess favorite's a strong word, but, like, I mean, Jesus. Like, I'm just so deprived of actual conversation and interaction in this game. Like, she shows up and I'm like, holy fuck. We can actually talk to somebody. Something might actually happen. Because I just couldn't stand Takumi constantly being like... So now we can actually talk. Though, to be on a nest, Kazupi decided that Kazupi should let as little people as possible know about Kazupi's power. Well, that's fair. Wait, you don't understand. Back then, I was just really desperate, and, well, at the end of the day, it was just a delusion, haha. Who am I kidding? You probably hate me. Sigh. Oh my god, you know she doesn't hate you because she's following you around and talking with you. Ooh. Kazupi's sure that if Takumi really did do that, Kazupi would have killed him right then and there. Huh? She said such a disturbing thing so innocently. The contrast between these two extremes sent a chill down my spine. Okay, but you think things like that all the time too, so stop being a hypocrite. Oh, she's crazy. Yeah. Remaining silent while still communicating in our heads, the two of us passed through Center Guy and came out on Inokashiri Dori. From an outsider's perspective, did the two of us look like a new couple, walking in silence without even looking at each other? Kazupi let out a crazy loud gasp next to me. Her eyes went wide and she looked up at me. A couple? No, it's just a random thought. A random thought. Kazupi was about to go fya all over againsies. I thought Takumi just made a very lovey-dovey confession to Kazupi. Sorry. I knew it. It really does suck trying to think when someone's listening to every thought you have. Whenever I was talking to Kazupi, it would probably be better for my overall health if I avoided any unnecessary delusions as much as possible. I mean, we're still in a delusion, technically. So Kazupi wants to ask Takumi something. It's about last week, when you were on TV. Yeah, what the fuck was that about? Who is Yuri? Why were we on TV? Who made us out to be a fucking Esper? What is going on? She's the real Esper. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. That's just an assumption. Upu. Kazupi was down below back when it happened. Down below? At Scramble Crossing. In front of Hachiko's ticket gates, Kazupi was just happening to pass by. Back then, Kazupi could hear it the whole time. Kazupi could hear Takumi's voice. The detectives talked about him. Yeah, but, I mean, we didn't, like, get any actual conversation with him. He was just something that was, like, mentioned in brief, like, passing. Like, why even fucking mention him? Like, why? It's just another, like, thing that's, like, added to the thought about the, to the pile that just didn't get elaborated on. Like, what the fuck? Also, in the entire crowd of Shibuya Crossing, she could hear Takumi's voice. Shit, that wasn't getting drowned out by other people's thoughts. Stuff like, I want to save Nanami, and I've got to save her. Kazupi heard it all. Did my inner voice really reach that far? It's a surprisingly long way from the roof of O-Front to the ticket gate at the station. Yeah, and that alone shows how strong Takumi's feelings were back then. Huh. I guess she understood. I didn't cause such an uproar because I was planning to show off my ESP. Mm-hmm. That's why Takumi doesn't not have worth. Huh? Doesn't not? But in the end, it was all pointless. I put my own life before Nanami's, and at the last second I escaped. Kazupi stopped before the entrance to Roft, and then while pointing at the entrance, she looked at me. This must have been where she wanted to take me. I didn't think there would be a place to rest inside Roft. It was a small, cramped spot, filled to the brim with customers. My legs were unconsciously shaking. The cheers and shouts I'd heard that night at Scramble Crossings resounded inside my head. I don't want to go to places with lots of people. Once I go inside there, there'll be nowhere to run. It'll all be okaysies. This looks like a disturbingly real picture. I feel like they must have actually just taken a photograph of this place. And then, like, drawn anime sketches over people that were actually, like, customers in this building. In spite of how afraid I was, Kazupi marched on ahead, ignoring me. I had no choice but to follow her as fast as my legs could take me, trying my best not to look at my surroundings. As we got on the escalator, Kazupi looked back at me, standing behind her. She was standing one step higher than me, putting us at about equal height. Nanami was saved, wasn't she? Well, that's all thanks to Takumi giving it everything he had. Was it, though? I don't think so. My power isn't what saved her. I might as well have done nothing at all. You were reaching out real far on the rooftop, right? Well, not far enough to grab your fucking sword. What were you reaching for? Were you trying to jump and fly away with a nyom? No, I was trying to get the sword. It was a delusional sword, and it blended right in with the scenery I saw from the rooftop. A D-sword? A D-sword. I was told that I could reach out and grab it, but I couldn't. Okay, Takumi, now would be a great time to be like, why the fuck does she know what D-sword is? Okay, there we go. How do you... I shouted that aloud without thinking. A couple passing by on the escalator gave me an irritated look, and I frantically slapped my hand over my mouth. Kazupi, how do you know what a D-sword is? The artist in this game's kind of talented. Except when it comes to eyes. The artist in this game can't draw eyes. I think the eyes are intentionally big and unnerving. Yeah, but gross. Because Kazupi has a D-sword. Man, Takumi, everyone has a D-sword but you. Get fucking stunted on. Oh my god. This little girl has one. And you don't. What a fucking loser. As soon as we got off the escalator on the 5th floor, Kazupi casually raised her right hand above her head. It was like she was trying to shade herself from the radiant glare of the sun using her hand. Oh my god. Oh my god, you are about to get flexed on. Absolutely flexed on. As if it were running along her hand, light suddenly appeared in the air. It wasn't light. It was closer to lines. If I were to describe it, it'd be similar to a wireframe. Countless rays of light intersected in the seemingly empty space, before eventually forming a shape akin to that of a snowboard. What? And then, several streaks of blue light, more fiercely brilliant than any of the wireframe lines, ran across the entirety of it. Kazubi then clasped her open hand. Oh my god. Get absolutely fucking flexed on, bro. She has a D-sword, and you still don't, though that is like the most impractical anime sword I've ever seen. What? How would you even use this? Because you'd have to, like, lean your arm against this part of the sword, right? Like, right here, you'd have to, like, lean your arm against this, but this bottom part is bladed. Like, the sword design would be okay if this part was gone. And, like, it just had, like, it just jetted out at the ends here. But, like, this prevents your, like, your forearm from going parallel with the blade. So, like, I don't get how you'd use it. Because, like, this would cut your elbow. Like, this part of the sword would cut your elbow when you, like, leaned your arm against it to, like, hold it. Right? Like, I know I'm overthinking an anime sword, but, like, and I shouldn't, but, like, the other, like, Fez, the other two D-swords we've seen so far are at least practically designed as, like, swords. They're over-the-top anime swords, sure, but, like, usable. It's not even a sword, it's just a slab of metal. Yeah, like, your arm would, it's like, the part of the sword would hit your elbow. Like, you'd grab the sword handle, and then that, like, bottom part would hit your elbow. And so it would, like, it wouldn't be, like, you know, parallel with your arm. Just D-sword things. Yeah, but the other ones are usable. You couldn't use this one. It's worse than the Keyblade. Like, if that part was gone, you'd be parallel with the blade, so you could swing it like this. But you'd have to swing it, like, on an angle. Like this. But then when you swung, the momentum of the blade would cut your arm. I don't know. I know I'm overthinking an anime sword. Like, who cares? It's an anime sword, right? You couldn't use Takume's either. It was multiple buildings big. Well, it would, like, shrink to his... When he grabbed it, it would shrink to his hand size, I'm sure. You know. Because that's how D-swords work, obviously. Door of Light, come on. Let's not get crazy. It would obviously shrink to his size. Okay, but anyway, yeah, I mean, even this girl has one, and Takumi still fucking doesn't. What a loser. Man still hasn't gotten his explanation yet. Yeah, I mean, I've given up. Immediately following this, what had originally been a wireframe appeared as though a texture had been applied to it. Transformed into a massive, solid, seemingly cool to the touch metal plank.
D-sword.
A D-sword! Damn, bro. Get, again, just absolutely flexed on. He's like, man, I can't summon a D-sword. And she's like, what? You don't have one of these? And just fucking brought it out. The shape was far too different than the ones the two mental cases possessed, and yet even so, the aura about its body was the same. It was too sinister to be called a board. It was too unaffected to be called a sword. It was too unaffected. What does that mean? Because I'm also pretty unaffected. It possessed a pure, unadulterated savagery, one which intermingled with its destructive nobility. It's not true. It's a big hunk of metal. It looks like it'd be a great sword if it wasn't for the weird grip. She held it in the air with incredible ease. Where in that tiny body was she hiding that kind of strength? Why is she, like, hugging up to the blade? Is it not actually that sharp? Is it one of those swords that just uses, like, pure weight to hit things, like a claymore? From the looks of it, that thing is to weigh at least 5 kilograms. Okay, but what is that in real weight? £11? Takume's like, oh man, that looks really heavy. It's at least 10 pounds. Fuck off, Jesus Christ. No, it doesn't. Yeah. What? My man looked at this and said, whoa, that's heavy. Probably at least 10 pounds. Bruh. Takumi sucks at math, or he's just that weak. Definitely more than 10 pounds. About 5 kilograms. Yeah, I mean, in real weight. And, you know. Honestly, can't believe Committee of Zero translated this to kilograms. SMH, not putting pounds. The proper weight. That's at least half the weight of an IBM. Kazupi, having literally read the question in my head, turned to me and smiled bashfully. Kazupi is an android that was created so she could protect seize Takumi. You know this is a delusion because she's finally calling him Takumi instead of by his last name. Also because it's all wavy. Also because this is a delusion within a delusion. Because we already picked a positive delusion earlier when she first started talking to us in her mind. But then we never went back to normal delusion or normal reality. So this is another delusion within a delusion. But we can tell this time that it's a delusion because it's going all wibbly wobbly. And because she's using wrong names.
Hi.
What? Had she just said she was an android? What kind of anime plotline was that? Ignoring my disbelief, Kazupi clenched her hand into an adorable fist. I'm confused, so is this her actual sword? I think so. Takumi, you can be relieved now. Because Kazupi is gonna bing bang bash all the baddies that are targeting you. And here's a super fun fact, Kazupi also has a maid function. That's why Kazupi wants to live together with Takumi. That way, Kazupi can take good care of him. Okay, but where's the maid CG? Does she see Takumi's delusion like she's watching a live stream? Are you still on the simulation theory? Yeah. My simulation theory started when the bright white like took over the like the air. That it was like a massive glitch in the Matrix, and we just aren't going to talk about it. I see. That would be convenient. I was willing to accept that Kazupi was an android on top of everything else. That is, if she fulfilled one non-negotiable condition. Would you happen to have a functionality that would allow you to perform sexual acts? For whatever reason, I said all of that very formally. Also, Jesus Christ, what'd I just ask her? Me, every time Takumi, like, opens his mouth after half the dialogue. Jesus Christ. While I waffled on whether or not to apologize to her, Kazupi's cheeks turned bright red, and her eyes shot downward. Not adding the blush to the sprite, honestly. What are you doing? Mm-hmm. Huh? Kazupi can do naughty things too. Kazupi will try her hardest to service you at nighty night time. Ah! Holy fuck! A maid with combat abilities and the ability to perform nightly services? What kind of rogue is this? She came enhanced with perhaps too many features. LOL. This is a delusion, right? Yeah, this is a delusion because it's going all wibbly wobbly. Japanese technology is the best in the world. That's a JoJo reference, except it's supposed to say German. While I was having that idiotic delusion, Kazupi waltzed around the store like she owned the place. Her footsteps light and bouncy. She just started fucking slicing people with her sword. She didn't even attempt to try and hide the sword from the people around her, acting as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Yeah, you see, Takumi? All normal people use a sword, or have a D-sword. Look at you, loser. Can't believe you don't fucking have one. Can't believe you can't keep pulling yours out. It's easy, bro. You just go vroom and pull it out in a store. Doofus. It'd be the same with the others. That she'd also been lugging around a giant sword in the middle of Shibuya with no regard to the people around her. Kazupi was way too calm. All these girls were really scary. And what I remembered was the smell. The smell of blood. I remember the scene of the DQNs lying down in a pool of blood. People who do horrible things like that deserve to die. Oh, nice. She sliced him up. So, they really were dead. No. Even those worthless cockroaches had no reason to live. They're still alive. Cockroaches? Cockroaches. Kazupi really did want to kill him. Alright, yeah, I like her. She's not my favorite character. I could feel pretty clearly where Kazupi's mind was when she said that. There was not a trace of malice within her. She just wanted to take revenge on the bad people who had wronged her. And I didn't think there was anything inherently wrong with that. Well, they didn't wrong her. They wronged you. Lately, Shibuya's been getting a lot more dangerous. Like yesterday, some cocky Roshis tried to get me. So Kazupi crash bang beat them up. This girl honestly seems pretty twisted, albeit in a different way from me. That's fine. The only likable character so far. We finally found a likable character in this story, boys. It only took us 50 hours, but there's one in here. Over here. Kazubi began to walk, her gigantic D-sword still in hand. She was pretty short, and her arms were really thin. She didn't look like she could even lift a feather, and yet, despite all these things, she didn't show any signs of her sword weighing her down. In fact, her steps were light and springy. But I mean, the sword probably doesn't really weigh anything if it's made off of like a wireframe thing. Half the people who play this game hate Kazupi. Tragic. I covered my eyes again and again, each time the tip of the sword nearly collided with passing customers or products on display. Miraculously, though, it didn't end up hitting anything. We then arrived at the staircase. It was dimly lit, and unlike the rest of the floor, there was no sign of anyone around. No one even approached the area. I remember when people said I was going to get explanations this stream. Instead, we just have anime girl running around with big sword. Honestly. At least we found a likable character, I guess. I didn't expect to find such a desolate spot inside Raft, a ridiculously popular store, especially since it was only a 5-minute walk from Shibuya. It's not just Raft, actually. The stairs at a lot of the stores barely ever have people near them ever. You only moved here a few weeks ago, and I've been living here for almost 2 years. How do you know about this, but I didn't? Because you don't fucking touch grass, Takumi. What does that mean? You don't go outside. You live in your little fucking shipping container. What do you mean? How do you know about stuff that's outside? Because she probably goes outside. Honestly, if she'd gone outside like 5 times in the weeks that she's been here, she would have gone outside more in the 2 years you've been in here. Touch grass. Kazupi's been walking around Shibuya every day since Kazupi came to Tokyo. That's how Kazupi found it. It's a real relaxing rest place. Kazupi, seemingly in a good mood, sat down on the steps. She then casually laid her D-sword down on the floor. Why doesn't she, like, withdraw it? I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. I had a pain in my side that was becoming unbearable, so I decided to take a break as well for the time being. So, whenever you look at the scenery or some other kind of pattern, do you ever see other stuff? Stuff like elephants, wabbits, little lions. Kazupi thinks the thing that made her go the most wah was when she saw a big salamander. This is like the most clumsy exposition dump that we're about to run into, like, ever. But she's gonna, like, demonstrate, or she's gonna talk about randomly the, like, being able to make delusions real thing. Whatever. If she explains stuff, she'll be my favorite character in the game. Let's go. I mean, she already is, but she will cement herself. What in the world are you talking about? Kazupi's talking about D-swords. Ooh. Like, when you look at a pattern or some scenery, it can look like there's a bunch of different shapes. Like, maybe little animals and stuff. Because another character, like, mentioned this, but then fucking did some fortune cookie nonsense talking about it. I forget which. But someone mentioned this, like, phenomenon earlier in the game. I forget who, though. Wabbit? It's a rabbit. Vibin'. I assume that's what you're asking about. It's just a cutesy way to say it. Oh, you mean that? Yeah, I've experienced that before. Because this is like the most abrupt, like random topic to bring up ever. But I feel like this is because we're actually going to get the explanation. But the writers at this point have been fucking edging you on getting an answer for something for so long, they don't know how to casually bring up like an explanation. So they're just like, and randomly, she's going to turn into the Exposition bot and start explaining shit. When I was looking for the perspective from the perspective of the O-front rooftop, I saw something. I saw a D-sword blending into the scenery. Yup, ding dong. The first time Kazupi saw Kazupi's sword was back when Ham Pom Pom died. Huh? A small hamster Kazupi took care of back in middle school. Aw. So, how it went is Kazupi went down to the river to make a grave for Ham Pom Pom. Aw. But when Kazupi got there, she realized Kazupi forgot her shovel, so she couldn't make a grave for Ham Pom Pom. So Kazupi started crying, what? Really hard. And then Kazupi saw the shape of his sword in the sky. After that, Kazupi started seeing it in all kinds of places. How'd you actually get your hands on it? By not being a little bitch, Takumi, try it sometime. In the end, I found my sword, but I couldn't take it. No matter how hard I tried to reach for it, I couldn't grab hold of it. God, this is such a clumsy, like, finally explaining something thing, but whatever. Fuck it, at least we're getting an explanation. But goddamn, did we not just, like, randomly trip into this? This is, like, so abrupt. Well, Kazupi just wished for it. You wished for it? Like, what, that you could have it? But if that's what you did, then I did the same thing. Stopping my thoughts in its tracks, Kazupi looked up at me and shook her head faintly. Nope. What Kazupi wished for was... Kazupi wants to kill. Huh? Her inner voice echoed clearly in my head. I hadn't misheard her. She said it very clearly. Based. Kazupi wished to kill. She'd been beaming as she said it. The stairs leading up from the 5th to the 6th floor were very quiet, with only the faintest background music leaking in from the restaurant. Neither of us said a word. The sound of someone breathing entered my ears. Was it hers? No, it was my own. A staircase where no one would ever approach. A blind spot in the heart of Shibuya, a pocket of air. I swallowed back my saliva in an attempt to wet my increasingly dry throat. When Kazupi wished that, Kazuki looked up at the sky, and then the sword was there again. But, until right then, Kazupi didn't think it was a sword. Kazupi just thought of it like something that went shing. And then, boom! Kazupi thought, can Kazupi kill with that? And then she reached out for it without even doing any thinking. And then Kazupi grabbed it. And then what happened? What'd you do after that? Kazupi tried to kill with it, but Kazupi couldn't. It took Kazupi trying with everything she had just to half kill them. This girl, it's like she's broken. Kazupi's not broken. Does Kazupi look broken? Kazupi's rock solid. She's got a sword right here. And you don't, you little bitch. The way she gazed lovingly at the sword resting beside her, I could tell that she had absolute faith in it. Something her heart told me as well. But I have to become this broken in order to get my hands on a D-sword? Bro, you are in way worse shape than her. What do you mean, become this broken? You are absolutely worse off in every single categorical way than she is. Like, there's absolutely nothing positive about you. What do you mean, become this broken in order to get your hands on a D-sword? You wish you could put, like, a couple things together to become on her level. Jesus. Was I still not broken to begin with? Nah, you fucked up. You passed broken a while ago. Oh, pranked. Not gonna fully explain. Oh, wait, never mind. Maybe we are going to explain stuff. This sword was so scary. That was what she thought before she had come to Tokyo. But now it was different. Now it had become something very important. Something entirely irreplaceable to her. This sword. If I have it, I won't be afraid. This sword will protect me. It's my heart. Another me. I am thou, and thou art I. It had been about 3 weeks ago when she had first begun to think so. Ever since she was a child, she had the ability to hear the inner voices present in other people's heads. As to when she had first become aware of it, she can no longer remember. I must be crazy. I must be really sick. These thoughts pervaded her mind as she sought to understand. Even though she was very young at the time, she knew that her power was something no one could know about. Thus, she concealed it from her parents. But how did she not, accidentally talk into people's heads, though? Because that seems like she's thinking her thoughts into people's heads. Her powers render her unable to make friends, forged a rift between her and her family, and made the people around her think she was merely a girl with ridiculous intuition, one that gave them the creeps. Even when she came to Shibuya, she had been afraid to go to school. She did not want to meet anyone new, nor talk to anyone. She thought that they would just be creeped out by her no matter what she did. I wish there was a rain sound effect playing, because there's the rain in the background. I wish we were just getting, ambient rain noises. That would be nice. Oh, we are. I just had the volume turned down. Lamau. I love the sound of rain. It's the best sound ever, bro. She did not go to school on the day she was first supposed to, nor the next day, or even the day after. Instead, choosing to wander about Shibuya during the morning. Bro can't hear. I actually do have not good hearing. I just didn't have the volume turned up enough. There was no doubt that her parents had been notified by the school, as the staff must have noticed that she had been absent without prior notice, and yet her parents had said nothing to her. It would be understandable for people to mistake her for a middle school student, but unlike the countryside where she used to reside, there was no one around to rebuke her as such when she walked the streets on weekday mornings. It had been several days since she had first begun wandering around Shibuya. In that time, she found a place to relax. The stairs within the local loft. It had become routine for her to sit there and stare off into space. This routine remained true on that day as well, and after spending nearly 4 hours there, evening broke, and she left Roth to return home. This is such a relaxing sound. God, I love this sound. Raindrops fell from the dark sky. Raindrops keep falling on my head, they keep falling. Da 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 da. I don't remember the lyrics, but it sounds something like that. She did not have an umbrella, and yet without looking up at the sky, nor once fretting about getting wet, she timidly stepped out into the rain. At that very moment, something entered her field of view. The world is ending. Okay. A sign. With that message was written upon it, soddened by the rain. The handwriting had blurred. The person holding the sign was a lone, lifeless, homeless man, sitting on the side of the road under the pouring rain. Oh, it's the dude from the CGs in the first half of the game that just randomly disappeared for a while. Isn't it? We actually haven't seen him in a CG in several chapters now, I feel like. But he was constantly in the background for a while. And then he just stopped appearing in CGs. Weird. Okay. His head hung downward so that none could see his face. Perhaps he was dead. That person. Seeing him as though it were a mirror image of herself sitting on the stairs, she ceased her stride. Oh, she has a cute little dress now. What? Where'd that come from? For just a moment, she hesitated. He was a stranger, a homeless man she had never seen before coming to Tokyo. Just the mere sight of him brought the feeling of revulsion. Why? If I talk to him, what if something terrible happens to me? Such anxieties pervaded her mind. But what was far stronger than that anxiety was her strong urge to kill the man. Based. It was an all too sudden impulse, one that struck her with the feeling that, if she went through with it, she would be killing herself as well. What? And so, after hesitating for one moment longer, she sent the man the voice of her heart. What? The world is ending? The man's shoulders twitched. He was not dead. Slowly, he raised his head. His cloudy eyes, peeking out from between sodden bangs, looked up at her. How did he, know exactly that she was talking to him, right from the jump? Takumi was confused about it for, a while. This person just pieces it together right away. Yes, it is. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise. So why does she want to talk to him if she's about to kill him? Not at the fact that he had just confirmed the world was ending, but that the man had replied at all. She had not been expecting a reply. The person to whom she would send her inner voice to would rarely respond well. Instead, they would face immense confusion, write it off as an auditory illusion, or shudder in terror before walking away with a hurried pace. Even if she did succeed in communicating with them, it was difficult for the other party to send a reply back in an orderly manner. People's thoughts were far too chaotic and disorderly. And yet, the man's expression did not change. He had simply answered her question with an incredibly short response. The heart she felt through the man's voice was laden with a deep sadness to her. It almost felt as if his heart was shedding tears. You possess a sword, don't you? How do you know that? I thought she didn't have it yet. Also, the random streaks of white really bug me. Because I have known other children like you. She raised her hands above her head and withdrew her sword where she stood. She thrust the end of the blade toward the man. Oh? Why does she look so yandere in this picture? She's just showing the guy the sword. I guess she does want to kill him. Can you see this sword? I cannot. Damn. What a loser. Okay. Then how'd you know? Because I am a bad man. Like Vegeta? He's got a bad man shirt on? My apologies. Why are you apologizing?
せいなんだ。
It's all my fault.
どうしておじさんのせいなの？
Why is it all your fault?
忠告しかできないから。
Because all I can do now is warn people.
動き出してしまった。
Because it's already begun.
もう
And there's nothing I can do to
止め
stop
る
it.
術がないから。
じゃあおじさんを殺せば
Okay, so if Kazupi kills
悪
you,
くなるの？
Kazupi will become not so bad? Why is Kazupi bad? Or is she just saying because he's bad, she'll be good for killing him?
その剣は君を殺す者にも守る者にもなる。
That sword can be used in a manner that will either kill you or protect you.
思い出してごらん。
Do you remember?
空を見れば雲が、
Gaze upon the sky as the clouds float by.
川を見れば流
Gaze
れ、
upon the river as it ebbs and flows.
そこにあったは
It
ず。
should be there.
それと同じこと。
It is just the same as this. I would kill this guy for speaking in his fortune cookie bullshit.
その剣はいつも
The sword
君
that
の
has
そば
always
に
been by your side.
自分自身の心を
Gaze
見
into
て
your heart. Tell me to gaze into one more thing, buddy, and you're gonna gaze into this sword through your fucking chest. Tell you that right now. Also, the sword kind of looks like a PNG that was like photoshopped over this picture. It's kind of weird.
そこにあるのが
And that
その
is
剣
where the
なんだ。
sword shall be. Okay, but she's already holding the sword. Why are you giving her instructions to see the sword? What?
でも殺したいって願ったらこれが手元にあったんだよ。
But when Kazupi decided she wanted to kill you, it was right there in Kazupi's hand.
この剣は
Isn't this sword supposed to kill Kazupi and everything around Kazupi?
あらゆるものを殺すためのものじゃないの？
負の感情は否定されるものじゃない。
Negative emotions are not something to be repudiated.
人が誰しも持つもの。
They're something we all possess.
特別じゃない
They're
んだ。
not particular to you, nor do they make you different.
どう向き合
It is
う
what you
か。
choose to do with them that counts.
目をそらしてはいけ
You
ない。
mustn't avert your eyes.
自分を否定し
You
てはい
mustn't
けない。
deny who you are. Okay, dude. What? There's a lot of words to say nothing.
世界は共造。
The world is a mirror image.
君の心の中にあ
What
る
is positive in your mind
同時にふと
can
なり得る
simultaneously
し、
be negative,
その逆も
and the reverse is
可
true.
能。
So what is he saying? Whenever we pick positive delusions, the negative delusion is what happened?
世界が終わるのか、
The only people who can choose whether this world shall end or whether it shall continue on
君たちだけ
is
な
all
ん
of
だ。
you. Okay, but you already said the world was ending, so it doesn't seem like there's much choice going on. In the end, she had not killed the man. The urge had, for some reason or another, ceased to be as the man spoke. Because she was just so flabbergasted by all the nonsense she was saying. She was like, whatever, moving on. She did not expressly understand the meaning of the man's words, but even still, she thought long and hard, before eventually arriving at a single conclusion. Fuck this bullshit. The sword is me. If I look at it and don't deny it, it'll save me. And for that reason, she fully cast her faith in her sword. I tilted my head, having just listened to her story. Who the hell was the man she kept talking about? The homeless guy carrying around a sign. Who cares? Honestly, that was a question that we had earlier on, and I've so long forgotten about caring. We didn't get an answer on that a while ago. I don't care anymore. There are so many other things that I'm like questioning. That question was like several chapters ago. It didn't get answered. Whatever. We're past it. Fuck it. Come to think of it, I felt like I'd seen him around a few times too. Was it the same guy? What I didn't get, though, was why some random bum knew so much about D-swords. Fuck it, who cares? Was I the odd one out? Maybe D-swords were actually huge in Japanese pop culture, and I'd just been living under a rock. I mean, likely. You neat? Fat chance. I glanced over at Kazupi. Her face was so calm and peaceful, it was hard to believe she ever blurted out psycho things like wanting to kill people. She gently glided her fingers over the surface of her D-sword. By the waysies, the homeless man told Kazupi a thing before he left. I mean, he told you lots of things. You are all special. Ooh. Aren't we just? Everyone's special. Hey guys in chat, I just want you guys to know you're special too. And the most special among you is the boy who birthed. Whose eyes are those eyes? Or something like that. Oh. Hey, it did the sound effect without flashing to another screen. That normally when that sound plays, there's like a bum thing to try and scare me. It didn't even do that. Except Takumi, who doesn't have a D-sword. I didn't know what to say. What the hell? Do you know what it means? Nope. Not really. Liesies. Your heart tells the truth even if you don't. Right now, you're thinking it's super important. God damn it. This is exactly what I was talking about. It sucks trying to think when she's listening to every thought I have. Your face has gotten kind of scary. Was whose eyes are those eyes? First thought up by you. I bit my lip, then stood up. My nosebleed had stopped, so I pulled out the tissue crammed into my nose. She tilted her head as she looked up at me. Where are you? I'm going home. Oh, good. Heaven forbid we have a conversation about that. Why not, right? Honestly, fuck it. Yeah, who cares? Don't have a conversation about it. Let's just keep saying whose eyes are those eyes for the rest of the game. But let's not explain it. God. It'd lose its meaning if someone explained it. Fuck it. Just ignore her. Honestly, who gives a shit? Fuck it. Add it to the bin of things that we just won't answer. Boop. Fuck it. Even though my signs were still killing me, I ignored the escalators and elevators and took the stairs down the first floor instead. It was much easier to dodge the crowds and make my way outside that way. Teary-eyed, Kazupi timidly followed behind me. Do you remember you said it? Said what? Said whose eyes are those eyes? Do you remember who said it? What? No, I don't remember. Who said whose eyes are those eyes originally? I think it was Takumi. When he was, like, thinking to himself or some shit. Who fucking cares, honestly. Umsies! Did Kazupi say something to make you mad? I disregarded Kazupi's question. I was too focused on trying to sort out the thoughts in my head. The homeless guy she'd met. Could he have been one of Shogun's comrades? And what the hell was up with him mentioning, whose eyes are those eyes? Who had he been talking about when he said the boy who birthed? Whose eyes are those eyes? Me? That couldn't be right. I wasn't special. Being a hero wasn't in my blood. I mean, I couldn't even get my hands on a D-sword. I was just an average Joe villager. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Being special? No thanks, man. I'd rather not have O-front breakdown in my lifetimes. Takumi made an essay about it in his childhood. Oh yeah, another thing that wasn't explained. His, like, random potential psychic powers when he was a child. Fuck it, though. We don't explain shit in Chaos Head. Why? That was another question that just got buried on the pile. Who, you know, maybe he could fucking control things with his mind. Who fucking knows? Fuck it. Who gives a shit? Another question for the pile. Buried way down there. I don't even... Who knows? I don't even remember. You can't, like, pile up these many questions and not answer any of them. Like, because then they just get forgotten about. So, like, even if the answer was now revealed at this point, I'd be like, oh. Okay. I guess we're paying that thing off from 8 chapters ago. So that begged the question, who was that boy? I considered the real culprit behind the new gen cases. Shogun. Honestly, it could be her. Fuck it, she likes to kill things. Maybe she's the new gen killer. No way Shogun was anything other than an old man, but his voice and body made him seem like a kid more than anything. Pretty much everything about him screamed how abnormal he was, how he was someone special. 2 of the 6 current new gen cases had "Whose eyes are those eyes?" appear at the scene of the crime in some capacity. I used that phrase quite a bit, but only ever in my own head. That barely even meant anything. So what the hell were they doing in all those places? Was there an actual reason hidden in there somewhere? One that would reveal why Shogun was so persistent in coming after me? Would lose his mind if he read Umineko? Maybe. I'm fine with there being, one or two, like, grand mystery reveals that are revealed at the end, that, like, the mysteries, like, dropped at the beginning of the game. Like, ooh, who's the bad guy, and then you know, don't find out till the end. Obviously, that's fine. But, like, at this point, there's just so many questions, like, I can't even keep track of them. And, like, none of them have been paid off. So it's like, I'm losing track. It's easier to keep track of things if something gets, like, dropped as, like, a line of mystery, and then, like, it gets answered. But since we've gotten absolutely zero payoff, I'm starting to lose track of things that, like, I would be wowed about their reveal at this point. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what I would be, like, I don't even know where to start anymore now, of, like, all the questions I've got. Was there an actual reason hidden in there somewhere? One that would reveal why Shogun was so persistent in coming after me? Maybe the homeless guy had some clues I could work with. I imagined he was still somewhere in the city, carrying around his cryptic sign. I should look for him. So I look for him. Then what? You need a mix of long-term and short-term mysteries. Exactly, yeah. You've got to, like, pay some of them off to keep the intrigue going. And I just don't feel like I haven't gotten any moments of satisfaction. Like, all of my theories, I haven't gotten vindication for any of them. Or at least, like, a hint? Anything. I'm just, like, I'm out here just hoping for, like, a glass of water somewhere. But I'm dying to thirst. And the game's like, what, you want a drink? Get that shit out of here, boy. You are gonna fucking just dissolve. I paused for a moment, then shook my head in denial of what I'd been thinking. Yeah, fuck it, don't look for the homeless guy. We don't want to answer that anyway. What good would it do to look for him? It was a whole lot more likely to just put me in harm's way. Yeah, fuck it, don't even look for him. Honestly, who cares? For all I knew, that guy was one of Shogun's minions, only there to lure me into some horrifying trap. Yeah, totally. So if I just cruised my way over to the guy, there was a strong chance it would just trigger another quest. I mean, you got Sword Girl with you, so fuck it, right? No, actually, just kidding. No, we don't want that. Don't approach him. Didn't know if I could handle that. I was already sick to death of all the pain and terror I'd been going through lately. My suspicions didn't end at the homeless guy. I was even suspicious of Kozupi. She didn't have any reason to, and yet she was speaking to me with her inner voice. Why? Had she been under orders by Shogun to approach me? Just like Yua? With her really unsettling stance on both attempted and actual murder, it was very possible she was an accomplice in New Gen. After all the mayhem at O Front, Remy had just upped and vanished, and I hadn't heard a word from her since. Honestly, fucking, why do you care about Remy still? Then Fez had been hospitalized after her attempted suicide. Nanami was fine, but the two people on my side had still completely disappeared. The line between real and delusion is blurred. That's fine. You can keep the line between real and delusion blurred, but you gotta feed me some answers. And you can, I think you could still, there are lots of questions that we could answer where reality and fiction could still be like, what is going on? But there are still some things we could answer. Like, I mean, I'm not saying they've got to give me the like, I don't need to know, like, okay, now I know the whole overarching plot and how to differentiate between delusions and reality by, like, chapter 5. But, like, you can give me some solid answers before then on, like, what's going on. Like, there are a lot of threads that we could have answered without, like, tipping their hand on the fiction and, like, reality thing. I feel like a lot of the answers would ruin some of the story. Would it, though? Like, just a couple things? Because, honestly, I mean, I'm not that interested anymore. I don't think they could do it from the way it's written. I don't know. Maybe you just gotta... Because, like, so what? Are all the questions, then, answered by one thing? The way you're saying that? Like, one thing answers everything? Like, every question I've got leads up to one answer? Because that almost makes it sound like the answer must be, like, it was all a dream, and then that was it, right? Like, there's no, like, smaller answers that lead up to a bigger cause. Because I just feel like there's a lot of small things that could have been answered already. I don't know. Was there any guarantee Remy would ever come back? Who cares? What about Yua? Who the fuck is she? For starters, was Remy really just taking time off from school? Granted, I only knew that because Kozupi had told me. Like, we haven't seen Yua in, like... We haven't seen Yua in, like, 5 chapters, dude. And he's still... Like, I don't know why he's still even fucking worried about her. We haven't seen this bitch in, like, 5 chapters, bro. And he's still bringing her up all the time. Like, what if Yua is there? Who? I've honestly almost forgot who that character is. But he's still like, what if we run into Yua? Bitch, who? Like, that hasn't been paid off. What's she doing? I don't know. I only knew that because Kozupi told me. And I had no way of knowing if she was lying or not. All my hair stood up on end, howling at me that something was off. In the end, me and my world were all too empty. Hollow. There was nothing left to believe in. Nothing that didn't seem like a lie. You're just being paranoids. The Noids. They're here. Your best friend has a D-sword, you'll be fine. Yeah, fuck it. You know what? The Noids! Kozupi was standing right behind me. Still just had her sword out. Her inner voice was as carefree as always. Her brutal-looking D-sword sat comfortably in both her hands as she carried it around. She cast an upward glance at me. I averted my eyes. Are you my ally? Or my enemy? I can be your devil, or I can be your angel. Does anyone know what meme that is? But that's what I thought of. No, it's I can be your angel or I can be your devil. Nozumi with it, or not Nozumi. Takumi with everyone he encounters. There we go. That sounds familiar. It's just a meme. Did you come here to kill me? For the viewers, here's a quick recap of whose eyes are those eyes. Whose eyes are those eyes? That's how I'm going to say it every time now. Just like when we had the nickname for Phone Wave in Steins Gate. Taco made the phrase as a kid because he always felt like he was being watched. No one else but Taco knows the phrase. One day Shogun messages him, predicts the stalking murder, says the phrase, freaking Taco out. For some reason, everyone knows the phrase now and it becomes a meme. Taco feels violated by that since no one should know it. Okay. But whose eyes are those eyes? Kozupi just what? Well, let her fucking talk, dude. Jesus. Kozupi suddenly yelped in excitement. Startled. My head jolted upward. Only to realize it wasn't me she was looking at, nor the person she was waving to. Found you! Wait a second. Tracing the end of Kozupi's gaze, sure enough. Oh my god, it's her. The grill. It was Owie, with a D-sword to her shoulder. As she walked towards us, her expression made it clear her mood was just as sour as ever. I mean, she looks like kind of chill with that expression. I reflexively tensed up. What's she doing here? Is it just another coincidence? Or is it a calculated trap? Honestly, who fucking knows? Because we don't know who this character is, really. Do these two know each other? If they did Kozupi call her here? Are the two of them here to kill me? Why would you even think that, Takumi? Because honestly, either one of them could have soloed the fuck out of you a while ago. So, like, why are you like, oh, they need to gang up to kill me? Bro, that paranoid thought doesn't even track. They could both solo you. Easy. No diff. Like, what? That's not... The paranoia doesn't even track here. It doesn't make sense. He's getting paranoid, like, oh my god, the two of them are here to kill me. No, either one of them could have individually, and the dozens of times they've interacted with you so far. Why are you even worried about it? Honestly. Like, you're more in line for a threesome at this point than either of them bothering to gang up on you. Not like you put up a fight. They probably could kill you without the swords, by themselves. Kazupi's telling you. You're just being paranoid. Yeah, but what's safe to believe in? Although it is true, no matter how many times I've run into the purple chick, she's never tried to attack me. No. No way. But that doesn't mean she's my ally. Besides, she's scary. She's not Skawi. Why would you think that? Hey. Kazupi, I could really go without the commentary. Uh-oh, Takumi, you better not really think about that embarrassing, like, foot fetish scene you had with her. What would Kazupi think of you after that? Scary? What's that supposed to mean? As I figured, she could hear Kazupi's inner voice, too. Nothing. Kazupi simply bathed in delight as I bumbled about. Facing the ground, she gently grasped the hem of her clothes and smiled bashfully. The two were such an amusing combination. I felt stupid for getting so nervous. What just happened? Did we just enter the positive delusion without even having to pick the positive delusion? They're just like sisters. One, the strong and firm older sister. The other, the younger, more timid sister who loves her sibling more than anything. On top of that, both of them have small breasts. So, mega freaking GJ there, nature? Wait, shit. Chill out. What if Kazupi reads my mind again? If I'm not careful, I could easily die. What is happening? Why are we deluding out here? Also, what is this dress? Uh-oh, she's pouting at us now. Oh no, they're just going through the range of expressions. Because this is a dress. I don't know what this is. This is like a gown? How are these two related? Are they classmates? Maybe not, since they're in different grades and all. What do you mean, are they classmates? Bro, you are her classmate. She is in your class, Takumi. What? Bro, she's in your class. This girl's in your class. She is not. Therefore, they're not classmates. You waste my time with this nonsense. At least just imagine them making out or something. What the fuck? Like, don't waste my time. Is there something connecting the sorts of people who have swords? Are the two of them Shogun's underlings? I've had enough about the Shogun's underlings thing. I've had it. I put myself in the cat stance, in case I had to escape at a moment's notice. What's a cat stance? What that specifically entailed was standing with my heels raised off the ground. That would allow me to speed away like a cat if the need arose. Maybe. I don't know. I'd seen it in a manga forever ago. You wouldn't want to stand like that if you wanted power to, like, move fast. But whatever. When Kazupi came to Tokyo, Owie was her first frenzy. Right, Cease? Rather than answering, Owie merely glared at me. I figured she was about to lunge at me with that sword of hers, but that never happened. Calling her scary hadn't seemed to have pissed her off to that extent, at least. Why are you with this guy? Honestly. If we hang out with him too much, he might get a sense of what the fuck's going on, and we really don't want that to happen. So, don't hang out with him. Takumi is Kazupi's classmate. Takumi's Shan? What is the Shan thing? I don't know what that means. Takumi can see Kazupi's sword, too. Well, she knows that. Owie knows that already, because we see her sword. I'm aware. This guy is a Giglomaniac. We're the Giglomaniac! All along! We've been the one in charge of the Noids! It was us! The Giglomaniac. Giggling over the Noids. What the heck is a Giglomaniac? They're not going to explain it. Don't worry about it, Devin. It's not going to... Just keep that question in the back of your mind. Giglo what now? A Giglomaniac. The Noider. That's someone who can see D-swords. Guys. One of our questions got answered. It only took us 47 hours, boys. 47 hours in. The question got answered. I think I'm gonna cry. It happened. The question, it just got answered. Oh my god. I just want to thank everyone who's been with me up to this point. There's been a lot of questions, but we got an answer, boys. We got one. It happened. It just came back and Cubi's crying. What happened? A question got answered, Volcrum. A question got answered. We're in it. We've reached the dangerous point of the story where more than one character has been within proximity of another for more than 30 seconds. So they have no choice but to answer something. It happened. Oh my god. I mean, I think this calls for a celebratory beer. Am I right? I think I'm right. I think I'm gonna get a beer to celebrate, guys. I'm gonna be right back. Let's just get a beer to celebrate. Cubi stalling attempts? What do you mean? What am I stalling? Are you calling my rants stalling? What does that mean? He needs to stall for his brain to take it in. Yeah. Cubi's doiding out. Cheers, everyone. To an answer. He's having a bunch of copium the last few streams? Honestly. Giglomaniac, the ultimate Noider, is someone who can see D-swords.
たくみちゃんもそうだよ。
You're one of those, Takumi. A Giglomaniac? What a dumb name, by the way. Who in the world decided to name it that? Given it has a name, then maybe these powers aren't all that uncommon. Oh, Kuzupi knows.
ガリくん買いに行くとこなんですね。
You're on your way to go buy a crunchy coon, aren't you, Owie?
それは
Well, first blush sprite in the game. Let's go. From the sound of it, Kuzupi had read her mind. Speaking of, I'd seen her eating crunchy coons in the past. Who calls a popsicle crunchy? I don't get it. 1024 times Megalomaniac. What's a Megalomaniac? That's the thing from Undertale, right? Who calls a drink Coke? Yeah. I think the writers thought Megalomaniac meant big brain or something. Yeah, I only noted. Also, by the way, Serval, welcome to the stream. But yeah, I only know it as the Undertale song. Never played Undertale though. With winter right around the corner, I wasn't sure why she'd be eating popsicles of all things. Guess she just really liked them. I also like that we immediately pivoted from answering any more questions. The writers really said, here's a fucking answer, you chump. And then kept going. Now listen to the cute girl talk about popsicles so she sounds kawaii.
ほいじゃ
Come on! Let's go, everyone! Announcing that with an inner voice, Kazubi clung to her and pulled her along.
たくみちゃんも早く
Hurry up, Takumi!
いや僕は
Sorry, but I tried to turn her down so I could get out of there already, but... Kazubi started tearing up almost immediately. Her teary eyes looked up at me as she silently pleaded with me. On top of that, Owie was glaring at me like she was ready to rip out my throat with her teeth at any moment. God, I wish that were me. Come along.
ついてこい
Talk to me about to get some answers, and this motherfucker is trying to run away.
お前にもおごってやる
I'll treat you too. It looked like Kazubi had scored a critical hit on her with her teary assault. Urging me to follow, I reluctantly trailed behind her, heading toward the convenience store right behind the police station. Megalomaniac is referring to a person who has an unnaturally strong wish for power. So basically Taco. Ah. After buying each of us a crunchy coon, we sat near the handrails in front of the police station, nibbling away at them. Oh my god, look at how Takumi made friends. Isn't that adorable? Why doesn't she have a sprite of her holding one? Why is she still holding her fucking sword, honestly? I don't get it. While Kazupi looked delighted as she could be, Awie's air of indifference remained the same. was stressing out. The police were right in the station in front of us. And yet, despite that, they paid no mind to the fact that the two people with me were in utter violation of the Swords and Firearms Control Law. The police were supposed to police people. Another question answered! Now we know what the police were supposed to do. The girls were right in front of their line of sight, but they didn't even try to arrest them. In fact, they didn't even care enough to slap us with a warning. Not gonna eat? Now that Kazubi pointed it out, I just went screw it. Started eating my crunchy coon. Though it was bothering me how people were staring. Who was staring? Though I suppose that it was only fair. They were cute as hell, and the very idea that two small-chested sisters like them were hanging out with an otaku freak like me, just cheating and eating crunchy coons together out in the cold, well, it was pretty absurd. Why does he keep saying that? Who would even know from, like, just looking at him that he was an otaku freak? Like, I don't understand. What? I thought only them being able to see the sword was the thing that was explained a long time ago. No. He's a celebrity. Oh yeah, that's right. Because of the O front thing, which I still don't know why. Maybe I was overthinking it. I couldn't block out the snickering in my ears. Was I just hearing things? Was it another auditory illusion? Or was it just Kazupi laughing? I didn't want to stand out. I didn't want to be looked at. I was afraid of people gazing at me. I should have worn a hat. Seriously, I really wanted to get out of here this second. I continued hurriedly eating my crunchy coon so I could leave already. And every bite left my body feeling even colder. How are these two not freezing? So, why are you with this guy? Takumi's name is Takumi, not this guy. A whole bunch of baddies were picking on Takumi, and he got pushed downsies. So Kazupi nursed him right back to tip-top shape. So she'd been the one who looked after me. Did you use your D-sword? Kazupi wanted to kill them all! Like bam, whack, boom! Kazupi was attempting to gesture wildly in an attempt to explain how things went down. But since her left hand was busy holding her colossal D-sword, she was just waving the other hand around all spastically. Cute. Which, of course, was the same hand that held her crunchy coon. Aww. That makes me sad. People dropping their ice cream makes me sad. She'd only taken a single bite of her crunchy coon before launching it into the air with a perfect arc. Popsicle soared through the sky before eventually landing smack dab in the middle of the road where it sputtered to pieces. Oh, Kazupi was on the verge of tears as she stared at what remained of her popsicle. I told you before not to be so careless. Kazupi, sorry. Now the wasted food boogeyman is gonna come out. I mean your D-sword, not your popsicle. She held out her half-eaten crunchy coon to Kazupi, seemingly giving up what she had left. Still a bit teary-eyed, Kazupi smiled as she accepted the popsicle with a bow of her head. Color me surprised. I guess she had her moments. But of course, Kazupi's got a punishment set up for all the baddies. Speaking of those assholes, who exactly turned them into mincemeat? Kazupi or me?
たくみちゃん、たくみさん。セナさんはね、すごく何でも知ってるんだよ。
She super really knows lots and lots. That's why she won't talk to me.
リソードっていう名前もセナさんに教え
She
てもら
taught
ったの。
Kazupi that these things are called D-swords.
あとあと
And then, about how to
あれれ
real flute? Brute?
だ
Buddha?
リアルブート
Real boot.
そうそう
Yeah. What the hell did that mean? I never heard of that before. That was just as cryptic as giggle whatever thing from earlier.
リアルブートしてない件は
Nobody else should have seen my sword because it wasn't real booted. But she totally saw it. What?
リソードが見える人に
She was
会
the
った
first person I ever met who could see my
だ
D-sword.
ったんだ
But if the sword has to be real booted to be seen, but then why does a Giglomaniac see it anyway? Whatever.
その時は
When that happened, Kazupi was all, no way! So Kazupi had to ask why she could see it.
ギガロマニアックス
That's when she told Kazupi it was because of being a Giglomaniac.
ギガロマニアックスって
What is a Giglomaniac?
さっき言ったの
Kazupi
ほら
told you.
剣が見える人
Someone who
だ
can
よ
see swords. A bit more detail. Like, how does that work?
ディラックの海に干渉できる力
One
を
with the
持つ
ability to interfere with the Dirac Sea. The what now? A concept in quantum mechanics defined by Paul Dirac, an unobservable primordial soup of all elementary particles that is said to be uniformly distributed throughout the world. What? Appears in the wave equation, Dirac equation, of the whole theory, which ties together both quantum theories and the theories of relativity. It's defines the vacuum as a state in which negatively charged elementary particles are so tightly packed together, no more can be created. Okay. So let's just say I didn't understand what that meant. You know, I mean, just a theoretical, of course. If anyone in the chat would like to explain that to other viewers who didn't understand what this meant, you know, just so we're all on the same page, that would be great. She explains it? Okay. I kind of thought the tip was supposed to explain it, because the tip just confused me.
それが
That is what a Giglomaniac is. Rather than Kazupi, it was Owie who'd answered what was on my mind.
ディラックの海
The Dirac Sea? She shot me a scornful glance as I tilted my head in puzzlement. What the hell was that look for? Sure, I may look like an idiot, but I'm pretty damn smart when it comes down to it, you know. I was pretty sure there was a concept relating to quantum mechanics.
負のエネルギーでいっぱい
It's
に
an
満たされた
unobservable
観測法の
interface,
境界面
totally filled with negative energy or something, right?
大雑把に言えば
A rough idea of it, but yes, what is negative energy? Why are we all talking about stuff that we just don't, what?
そしてそこに干
The
渉する
terminal
た
for
めの
interfering
端
with
末
this
が
interface is a D-sword. Think of it as a pipe whose end is stuck into the Dirac Sea. And it's like, what, sucking negative delusions out? Like, what?
ディラックの海とつながっているから
Considering how D-swords link directly to the Dirac Sea, they too are composed of
無
negative
限に
matter.
崩壊している存在
They are
だ
entities which infinitely collapse in upon themselves. Negative matter is matter whose weight is lighter than zero, impossible to observe. Each and every substance in the universe has its own minimum amount of energy it requires in order to exist and maintain stability. If the amount of energy falls below zero, however, it means that the matter will continue to collapse infinitely. Okay. Man, I really hope they start simplifying this soon.
だから
This is why there is something of a delusion, one that ordinary people are unable to perceive. So all swords are negative delusions. Okay. For these reasons, D-swords act as the shortcut to real looting. By expanding the channel between one D-sword and the Dirac C, pair production occurs as per the whole theory in the Dirac equation, producing particles and antiparticles. What? Okay. Elementary particle is the smallest unit of matter, but the definition of what constitutes an elementary particle is unclear. Certain elementary particles have a corresponding antiparticle with an opposite charge. Aren't those atoms? In the whole theory presented by Paul Dirac, he predicted that antiparticles, positrons, would be generated via pair production in the whole created at the vacuum interface. Yeah, explain it so Kazupi understands. Pair production. A phenomenon where both particles and antiparticles are generated upon the collision of a large amount of energy with a nucleus or something similar. In Dirac's whole theory, this is when the vacuum collapses. Conversely, the collision of a particle with an antiparticle results in the annihilation of both particles. That's the Hadron Collider, right? Okay, the Dirac equation discovered by Paul led to the baffling conclusion that electrons containing negative energy do in fact exist. In order to explain this, the whole theory was founded, a theory which served to reveal the existence of the Dirac sea. It's impossible to observe, as a space consisting of matter infinitely collapsing into itself is not visible to the human eye. However, when a high amount of energy is applied to the boundary of that space, the vacuum interface, the vacuum temporarily collapses, turning those negative electrons positive, and those electrons then pierce through the boundary. By observing that positive energy, one can prove the existence of the Dirac sea. Okay. While these particles are the delusions created by Giglomaniacs, to the world they're nothing but errors. For an error to become reality, one must produce and send these particles into another's dead spots. The particles are then promptly converted into electrical signals, and through mutual recognition by surrounding observers, they become established as reality. Conversely, if one wishes to erase them, antiparticles are able to be sent into the dead spots where particles were previously received, thus annihilating them both. And the dead spots are like the blind spots in our eye, right? So you're like sending signals to other people's eyes to create the D-sword? So when Takumi saw his D-sword, he was projecting the negative particles to everyone above Shibuya? Is that what was happening? So he was projecting the negative particles to everybody. So Giglomaniacs produce negative particles. And so that's probably what those backpacks do, is the backpacks that like Owie was cutting earlier create negative particles for people. Okay. I remembered her mentioning that before. The mechanism through which the world operates can be explained by three numbers, 0, 1, and -1. The D-sword is a shortcut to produce the last one of those. This is giving me a headache. Okay, yeah, it's funny that we're making jokes that this is really complicated. So let's stop making the writing jokes about it being complicated and just explain it simply. Like what? So surrounding observers mutually recognize delusions as reality. But what does that actually mean? Consider the crunchy coon in your hand. What does it look like to you? Blue popsicle, I guess. Can you prove that this blue popsicle is truly real? I mean, what else could it be? It was a crunchy coon. Anyone with eyes could see that. Anyone with a mouth could feel how cold it was. I would think that'd be a pretty obvious answer. Only once the brain comprehends what the eyes see does it acknowledge it as a blue popsicle. Well, no. I mean, 'cause you could still put your mouth on it and understand it was a popsicle. There's always the possibility of the brain subconsciously deceiving itself. Perhaps the brain produced a delusion and proceeded to convince itself of that. Then how can you prove what's real? If anyone outside of yourself observes what you're holding as a blue popsicle, mutual recognition will be obtained between you. Okay. It no longer remains as your solitary delusion. But why would it be a delusion if it's real? To grasp the concept of turning delusions into reality, it needs to be approached paradoxically. What? To break it down, a person's solitary delusion could become reality by forcibly showing it to someone. This could be done by using particles created by a D-sword to attain mutual recognition or something along those lines. What? So you project your negative energy, and then you show someone the negative energy. But if you can't do that to make everyone see the D-sword, that means that only your delusions could become reality to people who also could see delusions. So, what? Then did I have that power too? Kazuki doesn't get it at all. Anyway, Kazuki's sword is invisible to normal people. Well, right, but that... Because she's not forcibly showing anyone the delusion, so it's not real. Kazuki returned her the crunchy coon, then trotted back towards the road. In front of all the people walking around, for some inexplicable reason, she began whirling around her D-sword. Don't! I shielded my eyes. So those were her true colors. In the end, she was nothing more than a homicidal maniac. Any second now, the road would become a sea of blood. Anyone crossing past with that colossal blade would have their body torn into pieces. If the police station right in front of us, they'd catch her in the act. It'd be open shut case. Takumi, it's not like that, don't you see? Why was it so quiet? A whole crowd had just gotten mowed down with her sword in broad daylight. And yet there hadn't been a single scream. The cops hadn't even intervened. I uncovered my eyes. Nothing had happened. Kazuki, looking a tad embarrassed, was still brandishing her colossal sword. You think the sword would have struck anyone nearby, or maybe a railing or even the ground, but not a thing was damaged. If anything, the sword was passing right through everything, as if everything else was an illusion. But then how did she hurt the people we were with, or that were beating us up? How could she kill anyone with the D-sword then? I had it backward. It was the sword that lacked substance. The people walking around us weren't bothered in the slightest. They couldn't see the sword. D-swords are delusionary swords. Fez said something along those lines, that the swords could only be seized by those who possessed the power. Okay, but what does that being seen have anything to do with hitting stuff? What? Standing next to me, Owie let out an exhausted sigh before taking another bite of her crunchy coon. Right now, her D-sword is simply an error she created. It is yet to attain mutual recognition. But we both see it. So how... If Kazupi real booted it, then it would be visible to everyone. But why... But then how is the sword useful at all? And why'd you bother bringing it out if it doesn't do anything? Real booting. That would mean sending particles into the dead spots of the surrounding observers. Not that I knew what the hell a dead spot was. It lets Kazupi slishy slash and smashy crash. Can you explain with anything other than sound effects? Still, I think I got the picture. Slishy slash was for cutting, smashy crash was for hitting. What was this girl going around cutting and hitting? Did Kazupi seriously do such horrifying stuff like that? What about me? Did I have the power to do that? No, can we... Don't worry about you having the power. Let's just focus on trying to get what the fuck this means. I wasn't special. I wasn't a Giglomaniac. Bro, you can see the sword. Shut the fuck up about your self-deprecation. Just let me learn stuff. In the end, I couldn't get a D-sword. But you saw your sword, right? You'll get it soon. I know it. I don't... Just keep explaining. I still don't get it. I'm telling you, it's no good. Even back at O Front, it didn't work. Sure, I did see a sword there, but I had zero clue how to grab it. Okay, but... So why can she have the sword out, but then not hit people with it? What's the point of having the sword if only Giglomaniacs can see it? Why are you carrying it around, but it can't do anything? Like, why does she have it if it doesn't do anything right now? What's she doing with it? D-swords do the real booting. Normal people can't see it, so it's not mutual. If a Giglomaniac imagines something, they can force non-Giglomaniacs to see it through sci-fi magic. Once another perceives it, it becomes real. The sword is a straw that sucks stuff from the ether and brings it to our world in order for that stuff to be real. It has to be made real through booting into reality. So you can do that without real booting the sword, then? So to be able to make stuff, you have to call the sword. And then when you have the sword, you can make stuff. Okay, but how did Takumi make the flower bed without the sword? You need the sword to make delusions real. Because that doesn't make sense. Like that's a huge gap in the explanation. Remember when Owie appeared after? No. I guess I still don't really get it, but I think I get it enough where we can just move on and hopefully get more explanation. I'm telling you it's no good. Even back at O Front it didn't work. Sure, I did see a sword, but I had zero clue how to grab it. Well, I'm sure if Takumi asks how to get it. Kozubi peered at Owie as if to urge her to do something. She let out another sigh. As biorhythms climb, the neurons in the midbrain limbic system excessively secrete dopamine and one's D-sword appears. Was there another tip that popped or just neurons? No, I know what neurons are. Depending on the person, this could come from feeling threatened, excited, sad, hateful, or happy. The higher the amount of dopamine secreted, the easier it becomes to observe. There you go, Z's. It was absurd how wide her knowledge was. She might be an outright genius. I mean, she's just had someone explain it to her. That doesn't really make her a genius. With explanations this detailed, do you think she'd majored in Giglomaniacology if that was a thing? Are the explanations that detailed? Because I still don't get it. For starters, I couldn't imagine there being any other girl in all of Japan who could spout theories and jargon off the top of their head to this degree. Where in God's green earth had she studied literally any of that? What was with all the mysterious characters accumulating around me? So I'm still guessing they're not actually pulling anything out of fucking reality. I feel like the real boot thing confirms my simulation theory. Because, like, you would real boot like you would boot a computer. I was dying for an answer. Thinking about it just wore me out. It sucked ass, only half understanding what was going on. Indeed it does suck ass. I didn't have the strength to look into it myself, because none of these people were normal. Grappling with those feelings of bitterness, I took one last bite of my thawing popsicle. Oh. I won. It said win on what was a visible part of the stick. Kozubi came back and peered into my hand. Wowsies, Takumi! Lucky bastard. Oh, you're just jealous because you wanted to win these too. Who says I care? I doubted Kozubi could be so easily fooled here, given her ability to read everything on someone's mind. You always eat crunchy coons all super duper excited to see if you're a winner. And how many times have you won? I have a win rate of 13.7%. She really had this down to a science. Did she calculate all that every time she ate one? Finishing her crunchy coon as well, she gave the leftover stick a quick glare, only to let out a quiet snort. She must have lost, or at least her face made it look that way. If you want mine, here. I timidly held held out my winning stick.
他人に施しを受けるつもりはない。
I have no intention of accepting handouts. I mean, it's not really a handout since you bought it.
私は自分の可
I'm
能性を
merely,
試して
merely
いるだけだ。
experimenting with my own possibilities.
でも本心では欲しい。
But her heart says she really wants it, you know.
あげます
You
よ。
can have it.
僕アイスは
I
あん
don't
まり
need a whole lot of
食べない
popsicles.
し。
She pursed her lips and then nervously accepted the popsicle. Thanks.
ありがとう。
Okay, but like, we're kind of blowing past this explanation thing. I still kind of want more details. A Giglomaniac imagines a cube in their hand. Then they pull out the sword, suck anti-stuff or whatever from the ether, and that stuff goes into people's brains and makes them see the cube. So, why does pulling out the sword not count as being real booted? And why does that make the sword intangible? So say she calls out the sword, not rebooting, and there's a mutual... There's not... Why is that not mutual when other Giglomaniacs see it? But why? No one else can see it, but why? So the sword is also anti-stuff. It's the Gigolo's imagination. They real boot the sword the same way they real boot delusions. But if it's... Why would they need to real boot delusions then if Giglomaniacs could also see other delusions then, right? Got my back itches. Because, like, if you don't have a real booted sword, and you create a delusion that only other, like, Giglomaniacs could see, every single person has to see it to be considered mutual recognition. Real booting a delusion makes it physically manifest. It makes something exist. Or else no real boot. So what makes the sword special? Why can it be seen without being real booted? Gigolos can see the delusions of other gigolos. So you could make other delusions for other gigolos without real booting it? So you could specifically fuck with another gigolo by making stuff up? And so how do you force other people to see stuff? How do other people, like, consent to the real boot? Or whatever, to make it real? The mutual recognition. They don't. By using the D-sword and forcing it on them. But you don't need to real boot the sword to do that. You just make them see it. So why would Owie, like, create, like, her chain thing? Just to lure Takumi in earlier? But why? Okay. So, Giglomaniacs can see partial delusions, like the sword before real booted. Giglomaniacs need the sword to make delusions for other people to see. And then to make the sword real, they have to choose for it to be real. But other people who can make delusions can make the delusions stop. Is that everything? Did I summarize everything? Is there something I'm missing there? You understand what you need to know. You get more details, but that's everything we understand up till now. Alright, I guess we'll just go with that then. Any other question at this point? Oh yeah, I got a lot of questions, but... like related to gigolos. I still feel like I have a lot of questions about it, but I don't think I can articulate them properly. Because I still feel like I don't fully grasp it. It still feels like a lot of it doesn't make sense. Like, it kind of just feels like anime bullshit, I suppose. But that's fine. Is this more confusing than Steins Gate? Yeah, this is way more confusing than Steins Gate. I felt like... I don't know. It feels like there's a designated character in Steins Gate that's like the explanation character, right? Like, this game kind of lacks that. Like, there's been so much ambiguity. Like, at any point in Steins Gate where you kind of got those questions, like, Kurisu kind of sits you down and, like, explains it all. And then over-explains it to make sure that you got it. Right? Like, same with Maho and Steins Gate Zero. Like, when they're talking about stuff, they lay out the explanation, and then Maho goes, okay, but for real, just in case, and then really, like, breaks it down. But in this, we kind of just got, like, oh yeah, so the antimatter exists, also you can make a sword, the sword's like a magic wand to make stuff happen. And then, if you choose, you can make the magic wand a sword. For some reason. But, like, they're just kind of like, yeah, you know, whatever. It exists, it's a thing, that, and goodbye. But, yeah, so I guess my kind of explanation for it would be stand powers explained with quantum physics. Yeah, like, there was no simple explanation. So, I guess how I understand it so far, then, is Giglomaniacs are wizards, and the sword is their magic wand to create reality. And if they so choose, instead of a wand, they can have a sword because they can create reality. Yeah? Okay. That's what I'm gonna go with. I was lost for words, astonished that we just glossed over antimatter being an actual, factual thing in this world. Such a fantastical concept, we said it in a sentence, and we moved on to the popsicle scene. I, for one, couldn't believe it. I would never have imagined that I'd get to hear her thank me. Yeah, confirming antimatter is real, tsundere girls saying thanks to us. They're like right up there. They're the same thing. Likely unaware of my surprise, Owie glanced at me.
お前優しいな。
You're a nice guy. She muttered those words quietly, then immediately looked away. Was it me? Or had she been blushing a little bit right now? Okay, but antimatter exists, tsundere girl blushing. Well, she'd given me an honest thank you, which was enough to make me reevaluate her. I'd originally just thought she was scary and nothing else, but she actually had a cute side to her. Okay, so now these delusions, can he project them into making them real? Say he's got his D-sword magic wand, right? And he's like picturing her in his delusion, going, ooh, thank you, Takumi-chan. I love you. That means that she would be like that? Because that's how he can change reality? Unless she chooses to cancel out his reality of her being tsundere uwu girl? Guys, please, I can only understand things in terms of waifus. Okay. I originally just thought she was scary and nothing else, but she actually had a cute side to her. Ooh, her face just now. That's how we got Fez in her underwear? Right. And she didn't undo it because she liked us looking at her in her underwear. Right. Okay, it's making sense. I'm making the connections. What's up, Luke? Nuke. Okay, I got it now. Fez was into us. Nice. So that actually happened. Yeah. Kozupi spun around in place, peered happily at Awie's face, and then at mine. It looked like she was all lovey-dovey for Takumi. Whoa, what the hell are you? Your face went all blushy, crushy. Shut up! Did she have any idea what she just said? The mother of all tsunderes. Blue-Eyed Jun's signature catchphrase. I started to grin out of sheer glee. And her finger shot in front of my face. Don't you start grinning too? I had never seen her act so adorably agitated before. I was starting to feel a bit mischievous, so I decided to test her. Do you like crunchy coons? There's something wrong with that? Which part of them do you like? They taste good. That all? And he's cute. While she was still sullen, Owie then said something that was incomprehensible to me. Had she just gendered a popsicle? And also, how could popsicles be cute, or even uncute? I'm not talking about the popsicles themselves. I assume she's referring to the mascot. I mean Crunchy-kun himself. He's cute. She was talking about the mascot. Cute? His chestnut-shaped head. It's the best. It makes me want to hug him and nuzzle his cheeks. I want to see Crunchy-kun. The expression on her face as she spoke reminded me of a maiden in love. Well, different strokes for different folks, I guess. If I search Crunchy-kun, am I going to get spoiled on stuff? Can I see what the mascot looks like? Or can someone post a picture of the mascot in the Discord? That would actually work probably better, right? Is Crunchy-kun Shogun? One of Shogun's underlings? More importantly, you are... Takumi? Huh? What? No. Googling Crunchy-kun will ruin the next 4 games, bro. I don't fucking know. You don't need the Sean part. What's your full name? Dweeb-chan. I had a feeling I'd already told her my name before. She'd probably just forgotten it. Nishijo Takumi? Nishijo, then. Gari-gari-kun. What's Gari-gari-kun? You. That is not cute. That's horrifying. Don't create any more errors than you already have.
Huh?
But why not? The sword is your heart. It's not smart to deny your heart. Kozupi was saved thanks to this sword, remember? Saved? What happened in Kozupi's past? So did Owie just realize that we were, like, making a delusion? This question tied in with her wish, too, the one where she said she wanted to kill. The act of turning a delusion into reality has its risks. So does that mean every delusion that didn't end in like the TV noise going is real? Pair produced in tandem with particles are antiparticles, which stock up in the D-sword. Given mathematically speaking that antiparticles are that which approach the past. Oh, don't add time travel to this. What? That which approach the past? No, please, I was just getting a grip on things. Don't. The larger the amount stocked up, the larger a Giglomaniac's gap from their present state. If not corrected, those contradictions will eventually lead towards one's self-collapse as an existence. Remember when I said you're missing an important plot detail because you never tried messing around with delusions? This is actually what I was referring to. What? You're gonna have to explain that a bit more, Alpha. She then explains reading Steiner. I feel like reading Steiner is easier to understand, though, than this ability. Can I post a link for a game? Yeah, sure, in my Discord. I've actually got links turned off in the YouTube chat because of spam bots. They come and they post links to, like, sex websites or whatever. So, I turned links off because turning links off reduces the number of bots that post in the chat. Why didn't anyone react to a girl taking off her pants in public? You know, it's just a casual Japan moment. No, never mind. I mean, you can just tell me what the game is then. You don't need to post a link then. This is part of why I kept telling you to pick between them. So can someone explain that to me then? If this is, I was supposed to get that by this point? Because I don't get what would really be the difference between picking the different delusions. Because it's all just a delusion, right? Does it really matter if it's like a good vibe or bad vibe delusion? The presence of the static doesn't necessarily say whether something is real or not. They aren't necessarily triggering delusions. Really? In Japanese, please. Yes, referring to both chat and to Owie. So this means you too need to stop using your D-sword so often. If you want to live a normal life, you need to stop. I'm warning you for a reason. Maybe you should try red and neutral. Neutral might be the most important. But why? It's part of making the player question what is and isn't real. I mean, to be fair, I still question what is and isn't real even by just picking green every time. I still don't know what's real or not. I don't see why picking different colors would then make me question more. Because I already question. It's not like by going green only, I've suddenly been able to like parse exactly what's what. I still have no idea what the fuck is going on. I don't see how picking, like, red would have confused me more. I'm already quite confused, and I don't get which one is real or not. Here's what you're supposed to have grasped by now. They don't control the delusions, but Tako's mindset in that moment. It just so happens he usually has the delusion right after. I feel like that's more something you would notice on a second playthrough. By picking red or green on the same moment. Not necessarily switching between the two. That definitely feels like more something you would have grasped on a second playthrough. Picking neutral would also let you notice that? I really don't think so. I really feel like that's a second playthrough thing. You first noticed with the Yuu confrontation? Did I first notice? Because I don't remember. I don't know. When we're going for a different ending, I'll pick different colors and we'll see if that's something I pick up. I just feel like that's something that you guys noticed because you've done multiple playthroughs. If you want a normal life, you need to stop, I'm warning you. This is a matter of life and death. For you two. But why? Didn't look like she was joking. Then again, she wasn't the type to joke. Not to mention what you did. You real booted without a D-sword. Something that shouldn't be fundamentally possible. The only way to interfere with the D-Rack Sea is through a D-sword. You aren't normal. It wouldn't surprise me if they have their eyes on you. Who's they? Shogun's underlings? There are people out there trying to abuse the power of Giglomaniacs. Do you mean Shogun? I don't know. Who is that? Kozupi, did she just lie? Nope, sees. Who is Shogun? The sheer chill in her voice sent shivers down my spine. Naturally, I couldn't look her in the eye. As if you could ever look anyone in the eye ever anyway. Fucking nerd. She grabbed me by the chest, making it hard to breathe. How would you grab one by the chest? Don't you mean grab them like by the shirt? Like the front of your shirt? How would you grab someone by the chest? She'd like fucking grope him? Like what is that? Why'd she have to be so violent? What had I even done wrong? Are they a man around their 40s? Not at all. He's this tiny old guy. She immediately let go of me. Is he a Giglomaniac as well? I don't know. But he's the new gen culprit. The culprit? She placed her finger on her chin, and then began to ponder something while remaining completely still. The air felt volatile. I was hit with a strange feeling of anxiety. She knew something. Is it really that like a strange feeling of anxiety? Honestly, it feels like anxiety might be one of his default feelings. What the hell did she know? Who were these people that were trying to abuse the power of Giglomaniacs? Kozupi's got an idea! How about the three of us all go take a picture together? Look, over there! Suddenly, she pointed to something as she spoke enthusiastically. She was pointing it. The arcade next to the police station, when it came to taking commemorative photos. This is where it would happen. He looks so tired, with like the bags under his eyes. That's kind of funny. And use this as the next thumbnail? Maybe. I don't know. To do it, I'd have to Photoshop Takumi out of it and to put me in there, but I'm not really sure how I could do it. I might be able to. Come on, get right in the middle. No, wait, I'm... Looking away is a no-no. This is... It's Kozupi's first time doing this. Kozupi's heart is going ba-dum like crazy. Without once consulting us, Kozupi followed the instructions on the screen and pushed button after button. Before we could get ready, mentally and physically, a voice came from the screen. Okay, say cheese. Click. Giglomaniac trio. First timers. In the picture we had taken, neither of the D-swords were visible. Wow. Wait a minute. Then why could Bon see Owie's sword in that one video? Oh wait, no, he couldn't see the sword in the video, right? He just saw her taking the stance. Because it was real booted. Oh. Okay. The real boot thing is weird. Okay, Z's. Bye-bye now. See you tomorrow. With a small wave and a smile, Kozupi disappeared in the direction of the station ticket gates. We watched her go. I would have preferred not to be alone with Owie, but it seemed like she wasn't in a leaving Shibuya mood yet. Maybe she was planning to start wandering around the area like normal. I wanted to head back home as soon as possible, but there was one thing I had to ask the resident Giglomaniac Brainiac before I did. Even when I tried talking to her, the stern expression remained on her face. It was a lot better when Kozupi was here, but man, would it kill her to be a little more approachable? I assumed she heard me, so while my heart might have been beating on my chest, I asked my question anyway. Kozupi's inner voice thing is the Giglomaniac ability, right? I didn't expect her to answer me. I expected her just to hit me with a condescending heh and leave it at that. She glanced at me once, then shifted her eyes towards the Jumbotron resting above Scramble Crossing. Her inner voice is a delusion, so to speak, she replied. She's just sending it to someone else's dead spots. The mechanism behind it is exactly the same as what I just explained. Okay, but then why was she able to do it without her sword? But in this case, the particles are converted into sound rather than images, just like a phone. And then, as she sent the delusion of her inner voice to you, she and you established mutual recognition. But then, two things. Why was she able to do that without her sword? Then the other is, how was she able to hear everyone's thoughts? Because we're not sending out delusions of our thoughts. Nor would regular non-Giglomaniac people. It seems like you're talking telepathically, but in reality it's not like that at all.
だったら僕の心の声はどうし
If
て
that's
コズピ
true,
に届いたの
how did my inner voice reach Kazupi? I hadn't sent any delusions to Kazupi's dead spots. Okay, this might answer one of my questions. So if what she was saying was true, it should have only been a one-way conversation starring Kazupi. Yet despite that, we'd had a conversation with just our inner voices, several even. Giglomaniacs can make other people see their delusions. Her ability is particularly strong. You can think of it like this. Those subjected to a discharged delusion are practically forced to see it. What? So that forces them to expel their mind? See delusions? Was such a thing possible? I definitely couldn't do that, and if I couldn't, then I probably wasn't actually a Giglomaniac. Fuck me, Takumi. Like, I really don't need you self-doubting at this point. Let's fucking move on. Suddenly, she looked farther away from me, her inner gaze shifting to the Jumbotron, to the crowds of people walking through Scramble Crossing. All of those who have become Giglomaniacs broke at some point in their lives. Okay, but how did she do the thing without her sword? Also, that doesn't really explain how she's forcing us to make our thoughts delusions. Broke? What do you mean? Their minds. Before she came to Tokyo, she was hunted down by them, and her mind was shattered. And so, she began to tell me about what Kazupi had experienced before she transferred schools. She began by saying that she had seen it in an image, one that she'd witnessed back when she first met Kazupi. Ever since she was a little girl, Kazupi had possessed the peculiar ability to view the minds of others. Despite this affliction, she managed to live a somewhat peaceful life by approaching her power in her own way, hiding it from others. Her change had begun with the mirrors. Upon entering high school, she began to see her reflection in mirrors more and more frequently throughout her daily life. So we established that you need the sword to undo your delusions and then immediately violate the rule with Kazupi's mind thing. Good. At first, she believed it was only coincidence. It would only occur about twice a day. But as time went by, the frequency gradually increased. Kazupi would encounter people holding mirrors more than 10 times a day. None of these encounters were particularly suspect. Just people passing by on the street holding a mirror, or a classmate fixing her makeup in the bathroom. However, regardless of whether these occurrences were mere coincidence or indeed intentional, she would almost always see her own reflection in the mirrors. Eventually, all those who held the mirrors began to make noises akin to suppressed laughter. In their minds, they called out to her with the words, "Who are you?" In the classroom, on campus, en route to school, while shopping, everywhere she went, these people would appear. It was not a specific person perpetrating it. It was a different one each time. But in her eyes, the rule was broken before it was explained because Takumi made a flower bed without the sword. Yeah, but they were just kind of referring to him as special, even though Kazupi literally does it as well. The game is called Action... What is this? Looks like knockoff Bayonetta. Play as 3 gorgeous characters and 30 lovable support characters. Win their exclusive intimate visual novel stories. Alright, sure. I'll add it. It's free, so I'll add it to my library. Why not? Anyone who possessed a mirror began to look suspicious. Anyone who would suppress their laughter around her began to look suspicious. She just forced her delusions onto others? But what's the I thought forcing your delusions onto people was real booting. What's the difference? I thought people wouldn't see your delusions unless they were real booted. Before long, even those without mirrors began to look suspicious, and Kozupi began to face hallucinations in which they would call out to her with, "Who are you?" And I take it "Who are you" is her version of "Whose eyes are those eyes?" She became nearly neurotic, and the voice's presence in the back of her head refused to leave. One day, she mumbled something to herself in the mirror. "Who are you?" Upon saying those words, she felt an immense sense of fear, one that told her she truly did not know the answer. A girl with the same face as her addressed her from the other side of the mirror. "Who are you?" Ever since that day, she could no longer speak. She was unable to look at herself in the mirror. Even still, the question of "who are you" would continue to assault her. She did not even know whose voice it was inside her head anymore. Due to another facet of her peculiar ability, much akin to a broken fax machine, she would receive the voices of other people indiscriminately, regardless of whether she desired it or not. She herself had no say in the matter. And thus her mind was torn to shreds. One day, in her second year of high school, she was cleaning the classroom at the end of the day. As she tidied up, 3 female classmates of hers, all with mirrors in hand, were whispering something among themselves. Mirrors and suppressed laughter. Then came the question, "Who are you?" Had it truly been the inner voice of one of her classmates, or had it just been a hallucination on her part? It did not matter. The reflection in the mirror found its way to her eyes, both of which were trembling in fear. For a moment, her vision blurred. Had it been intentional or coincidence? It did not matter. That very moment, her mind, after facing an endless strain for well over a year, finally broke. The event accompanied by the sound of glass shattering. Upon realizing this, she shrieked. No, she screamed from the deepest depths of her lungs. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her D-sword and took hold of it for the first time. She then proceeded to attack her 3 classmates. The hands of the 3, each of which holding a mirror, were then severed by the real booted D-sword in less than an instant. Cool. Kind of abrupt end to the music there, huh? Oh, and that was it? She just had her mental break and we call it? She didn't go to jail or anything? According to the minimum attendance chart, I didn't have to go to school today, but despite that, I was headed there anyway for one reason and one only. To see Remy. Who gives a fuck about Remy? I had no doubt that the DQNs in class would make fun of me, just like they always did. Kazubi can have a little slaughter. I feel like this fucking Esper thing is his, mind break moment. Not "whose eyes are those eyes." And he's making it all up in his head. It would definitely suck, but if it meant I could see Remy, I could endure it. As I passed through the school gate, I thought about yesterday. When we parted, Owie made it a point to say something. If you continue down this path, whether you desire it or not, your consciousness must be strong enough to create positive from negative. If you don't, if you half-ass it, your delusions will devour you from within. Don't care, bruh. I didn't want to get involved in anything that sounded dangerous, so I opted not to ask anything else. Besides, I still didn't know how far I'd have to go to get my hands on a D-sword. I was no hero, just a useless piece of shit that couldn't even protect his own sister. How am I supposed to care about Takumi if he just keeps shit-talking himself all the time? I don't get when I'm supposed to get invested in this dude, and he's certainly not giving me reasons to. But it is possible Shogun could show up again. He seemed to be playing with me like it was some kind of game. After all, maybe he'd feel like sending me another quest soon. Just the thought terrified me. I tried to grasp my D-sword, but even then it was just to protect myself from him. Without the sword, how could I hope to escape his evil clutches? A gun. Buy a gun. Honestly. You don't need this fucking fictional sword if you had a gun. A real weapon. Maybe if Remy was by my side like she said she would be, but she'd been absent from school lately, which worried me. What if she'd been taken hostage, just like Nanami? Was there anyone out there who could help me? Never mind the two people I just spent time with all day yesterday who had swords and means to defend themselves and create delusions and were willing to kill people. You know, never mind those. Was there anyone out there who could help me? Yeah, it just... Never mind those two people we just met and spent the day with. Fuck it. They'd have to be someone with a D-sword. Fez couldn't because she was injured. Owie definitely wouldn't. And because Zupi was a bit... No, she was fairly weird. Bro, how is that... I would take weird over getting killed. Oh no, I have to hang out with someone who's kind of weird. If it was set in the US, it'd be called D-gun. You can't own guns in Japan. Man. Imagine not having freedom. Sorry, Japan. This is why you get harassed by delusion-creating internet men. Not my America. Not where I've got guns. Tastes like freedom. My reality warping swordswomen friends can't help me. True. It just doesn't make sense. Who could defend me? Oh wait, no, not if you're weird. Oh god. My head looking squarely at the floor, I entered the classroom. Before taking my seat, I took a quick look around. I looked towards Remy's seat. Empty. Was she taking today off too? Was it really that simple? Was she really just taking time off? I began to feel anxious. Why not just shoot her a text like, "Hey, bruh, you coming to school today?" No? Well, then I'm not either. I wanted to see her. I wanted to see her cheerful face. But why? Next, I looked over at Kazupi's desk. She was in her seat, face down and huddled up. I was reminded of what Owie had told me yesterday. It now made sense why Kazupi was always like that. Morning, Takumi. Morning, Kazupi. I didn't make eye contact, but I greeted her with my inner voice. Those female DQNs were watching me, smirking. Cunts. Okay, settle down, bro. It was no different than yesterday. They'd all already labeled me as that otaku freak who said he was psychic and made an ass of himself on TV. That label wasn't going away anytime soon. I just don't get how we got labeled the psychic. The male DQNs didn't seem to have arrived. It was pretty common for them to skip first period. That's fine by me. Instead of liking it, he hates it, yeah. I took my seat. But when I did, that voice called my name.
Taku, ohayo.
Good morning, Taku! I looked up in a panic. Oh wait, hang on, I skipped it. Shocked, I look up in panic, and there she stood, right in front of my eyes, Remy. With a hint of shyness, she gave me a short wave.
Hisashiburi.
Long time no see.
Rimi.
Remy! It wasn't an illusion. There was a definite presence. She was breathing. That's all I need to like women. Are they breathing? Yes? Sign me up. Thanks, Takumi. Her hair was rustling. She was blinking. She was right there. Oh my god. She was right here. I felt a twinge in the back of my nose. A tightness squeezed within my chest. I felt like I was going to cry. You haven't seen the Disney movie Ratatouille, but the main character's name is a rat named Remy. And I keep thinking of him when you see Remy. That's funny. I haven't seen Ratatouille, no, but I know what it is. I've seen, like, memes and stuff. I hadn't sat down. I'd just frozen with my head hanging down. What a weird thing to do. Like, you just didn't sit down and you're just like, hi, Remy. Hey. I was so happy I'd gotten to see her again.
ちょっとタク、どうしたの?
Hey, Taku, what's wrong?
もしかして
Are you crying?
泣いてるの?
I frantically shook my head. If my DQN classmates found I was crying, they'd start making fun of me all over again. I told myself I couldn't cry, but the tears kept flowing. Takumi cries just as much as Kazupi. Like, he's also constantly on the verge of tears. A whiny little bitch.
わかった.
I get it now.
私に再会
You're
できて
just that happy to see me again, aren't
そうで
you?
しょ.
Are those tears in your eyes, or are you just happy to see me?
なんてね.
Just
ちょっ
kidding.
と自意識過
That
剰だ
might
った
be
か
giving
な.
myself a bit too much credit. I wish Kazupi would, like, just kind of enter in our head and be like, fucking, what are you doing? Even as she joked around so cheerfully, all I could do was continue shaking my head. I couldn't even look at her. If I did, I knew I'd start bawling. Suddenly, someone clapped me on the back.
Oh, Taku.
What up, Taku? It was Nozumi, with an uncomfortable look on his face. Slap weaker than usual. He certainly had no issue ignoring me before. Why start paying attention to me now all of a sudden? I'm sure you'll regret talking to me. You'll become the DQN's next target just like me. Yeah, Rimi, Nozumi, even you. You'd both be better off not associating with an otaku freak like me. Why does anyone like me? I remained silent, but Nozumi forced a smile. Well, don't you look like shit? You're already this worn out this early in the morning? Well, I know you're that kind of guy. As harsh as his words were, I didn't get the feeling that he was joking or acting sarcastic. He really did think I looked like shit. After all, it was pretty common for him to say stuff like that. Okay, but who can blame him? Anyone would get worn out with someone as stupidly cheery as you are in the morning. What do you mean, stupid? You come to school for the first time in forever, and this is what I get? Alrighty. Then how about so cheery it seems fake? Hey, Taku, what do you think? Is she right or wrong? Yeah. I nodded ambiguously. The tears had stopped. The usual routine was happening right in front of me. The usual routine, bro, this has happened to you like twice. Both of them were completely oblivious to the fact that my standing in class had taken a steep nosedive. Oh yeah. Did you hear about Kishimoto? Apparently, she's still in the hospital. Her injuries weren't all that bad, but she's pretty messed up in the head. So, my guess is... Owie had mentioned in the conversation we just had briefly that when you've got the, like, delusion power or whatever, like there's people trying to take advantage of the Giglomaniacs or whatever, I'm guessing instead of actually being at the hospital, Fez is with the people trying to take advantage of the Giglomaniacs or whatever. Like, she's in their hands now, and they're just like, oh yeah, she's in the hospital, she's because of her suicide attempt, she's really fucked up, we just need to keep her here. Listen up, Taku. You want to know the fastest way to a woman's heart? Act like you care in her moment of weakness, bro. That's so scummy. So on that note, I'm seriously thinking about paying Kishimoto a visit. You're the worst, Daichi. Boo. That is actually pretty rough. You realize you're gonna get stabbed by your girlfriend for real this time, right? I'm just dropping by. Nothing's gonna happen that I'm gonna feel guilty about. That's not what you said a few seconds ago. Oh yeah. While we're at it, Taku. You know Kishimoto, right? You mind coming with me? This was the typical subject matter for Nozumi. I thought for sure he was going to ask me about my psychic powers, but when he didn't, it caught me off guard. Instead of noticing, Nozumi went right back to what he was saying. And then we fell into our usual routine. Nozumi talking, Remy occasionally butting in with a sharp jab, and me just giving vague responses. What a dynamic trio! And the fact that it was no different than usual made me happy. Who's this dude? Oh, this is the dude who's like, we always see the back of in those Nozumi meetings, huh? At the top floor of the Nozumi Group HQ within the presidential office, Norose Genichi stood near a window, lighting a cigarette. Nozumi Group. An enormous corporate group with an abundant subsidiaries, one that conducted business while being accompanied by licensed approval from the nation itself. A number of those subsidiaries then found success in a variety of business fields, from sales of clothing to groceries to managing sales and imports as a trading company. Naruse, who reigned above as the apex of the group, looked below at the grand view of his castle. His conscious mind, however, was not gazing upon the scenery before him. repeatedly tapping his foot against the floor in agitation, his lips curled in a sneer. But he's super cool because he's smoking.
まったく
God
老人
almighty.
たちの相手は面倒
Old
です
men are such a trifling inconvenience.
そう思いませんか
Not the G sound like generator, but like in go?
彼らは臆病すぎる
Wait, what?
だからこそ
Genshi? Genishi. Go. Genichi. Not gonna lie, wandering. That's a rough way to to explain how to pronounce that, but alright, I guess I got it.
仕上がってきた
God almighty, old men are such a trifling inconvenience, don't you agree?
とも言える
They're much too cowardly. Though one could say my rising thus far is attributed to their inadequacy.
利用するにも
As useful as they are, I am more than fed up with their every interruption, every single trivial thing, this or that.
現実は悲しい
Alas,
かな
the reality is that the Committee of 300's influence must not be underestimated.
侮ることはできませんただ
However, it won't be long. The system will collapse upon itself,
崩壊する
and the ruling structure of this world will be swiftly rearranged. Hey, Okabe says that. Steins Gate reference.
楽しみですか
Do you look forward to it? Ha, as do I.
私もですよここまで随分
Copious lengths of time have been spent to reach this point. More like we've been copium up to this point.
プロジェクトノア立ち上げからすでに5年余り
I'm so sick of them showing this dude. How you pronounce Kozupi? Well, then sound it out then for me. The conception of Project Noah is already in excess of 5 years ago. Norose approached his personal desk. The solid desk of natural oak contained few ornaments of any note, adorned only with items one might find in a typical office setting. At the table's edge, however, a single conspicuous object casually lay. You pronounce it right, but the accent for Kazupi is on KO. The accent. You just slur the two halves. You sound American? Yeah, I was gonna say, don't I just sound like a Midwestern dude? Isn't that just like me being Midwestern? I don't know. I can try and say it differently. But that just feels like that's the Midwestern in me. Kozupi. 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 It's supposed to be Kozupi. If you're familiar with the Spanish, I'm not familiar with Spanish. I have never spoken Spanish a day in my life. I didn't even take Spanish classes in high school. You have a very tiny pause between Kozupi. But why? Why would I pause between that? It's one word. I don't know. There's no hyphen or anything. Anyway, Nerose grasped the green, strangely designed character in his hand. Upon giving it a single disinterested glance, he promptly discarded it into his waistbin. That's just how it's said. I really want to watch the English dub of this after I play through this visual novel just to hear how the characters say people's names in the show. I'm very curious. Would I spoil anything for the game if I watched like episode 1? Just to like hear some of these things? Like, how different is the anime if I watched like an episode? The Chaos in anime is infamous for spoiling major stuff in the OP. I'm a big... This is probably controversial, but I'm a big skipping of the OP guy for anime because I feel like anime is always super big on just spoiling the fuck out of everything in the OP. I feel like it's like every show. And that shit drives me nuts, so I always skip the OP. Coldest take you've given? But I feel like, is it a cold take? Because I feel like people like are always like, you've got to watch the OP. You never skip the OP. I feel like that's a big thing. Maybe it is a cold take. But I feel like I always hear people are like, you can't just skip the OP. Honestly, I don't even think I could count the number of OPs I've watched for a show. I always skip them. Especially like if I'm ever playing a Japanese game, I also skip the opening. You know, like that opening cutscene that like plays before the game, like this game, skip that shit. I know it's about to fucking show me the end of the game or like someone's dramatic death or some shit. Because I think we went on like an hour, I think we went on like an hour or two rant about this, and maybe, was it Steins Gate or Steins Gate 0? Actually, I think it might have been Steins Gate 0. So Vibin and Wandering might remember, but I went on this like hour-long tangent about the difference between like Western storytelling and Japanese storytelling. Yeah, I kind of remember it. Yeah, basically the abridged version being like Americans are really big on the end, or like Western audiences are really big on the end of the story. Like it's super important to like Western audiences is the end. Like you can't spoil the end. People won't watch it if they know what the end is in Western like audiences. That's a very big deal. But in Japan, they'll like spoil the ending to get you to want to watch it, because the important part of the story for a Japanese audience is the journey to the end. Like, they'll be like, yeah, this is the end, but ooh, how do you get to the end? That's the story. That's the journey. But in Western audiences, it's like, who really cares what happens in the middle? Like, is the end a big bang finale? Like, you know, like, if you ruin the big bang finale for me, then I don't want to fucking, like, participate in the story. Because then the journey is ruined. But in Japan, like, in the trailers and stuff, they'll be like, ah, this is the end. But how do you get there? That's one of the things why I've said, like, Steins Gate Zero is probably, like, much bigger in Japan compared to, like, in the West. Because you already kind of knew how Zero was going to end. And that was one of the reasons why I think kind of at the end, when I was playing through Zero, I was kind of like, I think right at the end of Zero, I was kind of like, fuck, I really wish I didn't get the true end in Steins Gate before I did Zero. Like how Dragon Ball always spoils the new transformations. Oh my god, yeah. They do their next time on, and then they just spoil the fucking episode. It's like, bruh, I always, Wait, you didn't see the true end of Steins Gate first? No, I did. I saw the true end of Steins Gate before I played Steins Gate Zero. And I wish I didn't. Yeah, I always skip I don't watch the previews at the end of animes anymore. And I don't like how animes plural, I don't like how that word sounds. At the end of anime, I don't like to watch the preview for next episode. But yeah, I wish I didn't, I wish I didn't see the true end of Steins Gate before I did Zero. I wish I just... Is that a controversial opinion? That's probably a cold take as well, right? I wish I'd just seen the Mayuri end. I pretty much always regretted it. You kind of need to see Zero for it to make sense. Do you? Because I feel like Zero is a direct sequel to the Common Route end of Steins Gate. Like, it just picks right up from where you left off. Like, if you don't do the true end, it just continues. Right? I think that would have been a lot cooler. If you don't do the good ending, it feels like the story drags. Would it? I mean, maybe, because, I mean, I wouldn't know the experience. But I felt the entire time I was playing through Zero, I felt like I was unnecessarily biased against Okabe. Which I don't feel like I would have been had I not seen the true end. Because when knowing how it all worked out, I felt like I was constantly like, ugh, Okabe's being emo when he should just figure it out. You know? I felt like I was just really, like, annoyed with Okabe, but I felt like my perspective would have totally shifted. Had I not watched the true end, every time Suzuha or another character was trying to get Okabe to do the time travel thing, I would side with Okabe and be like, you guys don't understand. Because of convergence, it won't fucking work. Like, you guys need to get off Okabe's back. Like, I feel like my perspective would have totally shifted over Zero. Like, every time someone was like, let's do the time travel thing, I would be like, you guys are fucking idiots, it won't work. But having known the true ending, and knowing that we could make it work, I felt like I was siding with everyone else, and I was constantly with Okabe like, bruh, get over it. And then, like, when he was making mistakes, like, getting to the future without having fixed the past, I was like, ugh, what are you doing? Do you know what Steins Gate Zero was before going in? What do you mean? Like, before going into Steins Gate, I did not know what Zero was, no. Like, I played through all of Steins Gate, got the true end, and then people were like, play Zero. And I was like, well, what's Zero? And they were like, it's how Okabe gets to the true end. And I was like, oh, okay. A lot of people who go into Steins Gate Zero don't know it's how you get to the true end. That's kind of a spoiler. Really? It does feel like if you've seen the true end, it would be kind of obvious that's what the story of Zero is. Yeah? Maybe I'm misremembering things. But I feel like it's super obvious that that's what Zero is. If you have already seen the true end. If you haven't seen the true end, then yeah, I could see you not knowing what Zero was. You can make a theory, but it's not obvious. Fair enough, I guess. But it feels like if you got the bad end of Steins Gate, like Zero would totally be like, yeah, so we're gonna fix that, right? Like, we're gonna fix the we killed Kurosu thing. That feels like that's what the story of Zero would be about. Because, like, there's no way that would just be the end. Or you'd be like, oh, so this is the ending. Right? Like, I don't feel like there's anyone who would accept that as the ending without knowing that there's a sequel. Like, if Steins Gate was a one and done thing, and it just ended with, and Okabe was the one that killed Kurosu. The lesson is, you should never mess with time travel. Goodbye. Like, you would be like, what the fuck? You know? You'd be like, that's not a satisfying end. What the shit? You know? So I feel like them being like, oh, now there's a sequel, you'd be like, oh yeah. Problem is, why would they intend for people to stop midway through the true end and play a game that came out like 6 years later? I mean, I'm not saying that that's what they intended. I'm just saying, me personally, I think I would like that experience better. I'm not saying that that's what they would have intended or anything. I'm just saying I would have liked that. Because I think it would have been cool to get to the end of Zero and have him been like, so this is how we're fixing shit. And I would be like, whoa. Oh! You know? Like, I would be the Pog meme. Or I'd be like pointing behind me and I'd be like, oh! He's fixing it! They're doing it! You know? Pog Cubi emo win. But that's what I think. Trying to remember what happens after this scene. Well, you're gonna have to think long and hard, because that's the end of the stream. Good night, everyone. We'll figure out next time. Bye. No, I'm just kidding. Make a Cubi emote live on stream? I mean, I could. I don't feel like people would like that, though. It actually takes me a while to Photoshop some of these things. Like, for the emojis I make in Discord, like the, what are they? Like the Cubi cringe, the Cubi bruh. Actually take me a while. Art takes time. I don't know if I would call them art. But yeah, it would take a while. It would be definitely longer than some of the tangents I do. For sure. Or yeah, like the Cubi, like the circle thing. I still don't know what people use that for. That took me a really long time to make. You'd be surprised. Again, part of it is probably because I'm not super good at Photoshop. But it took me a while to make that. Because I had to cut my face out of my, of my head on an image. And then I had to, like, round the edges, but I had to, like, match the color of, like, my skin tone to, like, make it, like, a more natural, like, circle. It actually took me an embarrassing amount of time to make that. If I was more artistically inclined, it might not have taken me so long. Or if I understood how to do Photoshop better, it might not have taken me a while, but that... I think it took me, like, maybe an hour and a half to make that emoji. Like, maybe longer? I don't remember exactly. It's funny that I did that, like, before I had, like, my, like, facial hair. I think that emoji looks better without the mustache. I like having the mustache on my face, but that emoji I think looks better without the mustache. Because it's just more like skin tone. I mean, all the emojis took me a while to make, honestly. Well, I didn't make these. These emojis were made by people that used to come to my stream. So I didn't make those. Technically, I didn't make this one either. I just photoshopped that one into an emoji size thing. The ones I made were these. Even though they were mostly just me, I guess cleaning up like screenshots from games. Like the Byleth, Fuka, and Elizabeth ones were me photoshopping them like out of a game. The Ghastly one was me photoshopping that out of a Ghastly Pokemon card. And then obviously the face one I made. The Kasumi one that I made was actually me overlapping several different Kasumi sprites from Persona. Because she doesn't actually ever make that face in the game. But I meshed together several of her expressions for that. So I still kind of made it, but I didn't. I guess none of the assets were originally by me. All right, we can get back to it. Have you ever played 20? The World Ends With You. I have not. On Steam. Nice tangent. Thank you, thank you. The OG isn't on Steam, the sequel is. What the fuck's the point of that? Is it Neo, The World Ends With You? I mean, it looks cool. The OG was remade for Switch, but basically requires touchscreen controls. It's difficult to port. Well, I mean, they're kind of doing that now. Nintendo just announced they're porting a bunch of, like, DS games to the Switch. Like those, what are they? Edison Chronicles or whatever? The Persona Q games. They're getting ported to the Switch now. Man, I don't know why I ever bother looking at the new and trending games on fucking Steam. Jesus Christ. What's there? I opened up Steam to look at this The World Ends With You game, and now, trending right now is, the game is just titled, Please Fuck Me, My Sexy Neighbor. Okay. Link? No. Play it on stream? Yeah, I'll get right on that. YouTube totally wouldn't ban. It probably has a good plot. Yeah, let's see what the plot is. Let's take a look. Oh my god, wow, the Jesus. The trailer that auto plays on the page for this. Okay. You can turn off the NSFW porn recommendations and Steam settings. Well, I mean, I'm not going to do that. I want to see it. I just want to be disappointed. Okay. Why do you want to see it? Why do you think? Okay. Alright, Wandering was wondering about the good story, so let's see, what's the story? About this game. Please Fuck Me My Neighbor is an adult porn game. You don't say. As a player, you find yourself in a suburb inhabited only by rich women. These rich women are very horny. They love to have sex without strings attached, so they invite men to fuck them. You start the game on a street in the suburbs. Moving down the street, you have several houses where the horny rich women live. You can enter one of them and have fun with a horny woman. Along the street, there are also places for outdoor sex. What a compelling narrative. What a good story indeed. Okay, but doesn't have any noids. I think you're about to give the girls some noids. What you will find in this game. Number 1. A street with houses in the suburbs. And then a bunch more graphic stuff, but I just thought it was really funny that they were so desperate to like find features for this list that they were like, there's houses in the suburbs. One of the reviews is, this game should only be $10, not $20. What was the name of the game we played for the plot a little while back? What was that game called? Oh god, I bought that game. That's right. Fuck me. I have it installed still. Where is it? Oh, Mirror 2 Project X. You bought it? No, I didn't buy the Fuck Me My Sexy Neighbor game. But we're talking about the other, like, very plot-based game. That I bought. I should stream this game again. Oh man, it looks like a bunch of VTubers streamed this game already. How am I supposed to compete with VTubers, bro? I can't compete with sexy anime VTubers. Damn, bruh. That shit's crazy. Hogwarts Legacy? What about Hogwarts Legacy? If you're asking if I'm going to stream that, the answer is no. I'm not trying to get hate rated. People in the comments are already mean enough as is. The views, though? I don't even think I would get views. I think I would just get botted and harassed. Hey, welcome back, Jade. Playing the game would make you get less viewers and potential fans. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Why would people waste money on trashy hentai games when you can find hentai stuff for free? Because the primo stuff is the paid shit. How about a hentai game? I always think about streaming them, but then I just play them in my own time, personally. Now then. Fucking Gilgamesh, whatever his name is. He narrowed his eyes to the dim room's interior. The rear of the room, where the moonlight could not reach, housed the slightest hint of another person. Can you recommend some premium H games? I lied. I don't actually really often play hentai games. I only played the one on stream. I'm not a big hentai game guy. I'm pretty, the one? Yeah, that Mirror 2X2 or whatever. You stream one of it. Yeah. That's what I mean. I'm not really a big hentai guy. Chaos Head is my favorite hentai. I mean, if you're into gore, then this would totally be your favorite hentai. People were mad it wasn't a hentai game. That's true. So it was a half-ass hentai game. It wasn't like, yeah, there wasn't, like, porn. Or people fucking in it. Remember, I'm still pretty new to anime in general, so I haven't really caught on to the wonders of hentai games yet. Haven't really played any of those. I probably won't either. Because I hang out with a... IRL, I hang out with a very different crowd who doesn't consume this type of media. Like tomorrow I'm going to a Super Bowl party with all of my friends. Or not all of my friends, but a couple of my friends, right? So, very different crowd. I would be dead if Cubi ever streamed more hentai games. If it wouldn't get me banned from YouTube, I would. One line. That's not true. We said 2. I said Nalvin and his narrowed eyes turned to the dim room's interior. Get absolutely fucking destroyed, Wandering. Obliterated by facts and logic. Just decimated. Alright, anyway. Super Mario Sunshine is my favorite hentai game. I get too mad at Super Mario Sunshine. I could never get off to that. Oh, and I read this line too. So 3 lines. To think you were a Giglomaniac all along. We're all Giglomaniacs today, boys. It seems even God has aligned himself as my ally. What's wrong with Sunshine? I'm not good at it. You never played Sunshine? Well, guess what, Vegito? You don't have to play Sunshine. You can just check the playlist tab on my YouTube channel, Cubi Studios /playlists, and I have a full playthrough of Super Mario Sunshine that I've streamed on this channel, and you can watch instead of playing. Never play another game again. Super Mario Sunshine is back when I used to make videos instead of streams, so they're actually edited to be funny instead of my streams where I just talk for several hours. But the Super Mario Sunshine videos are actually edited. Because I only started streaming in like 2020, I think, is when I started pretty regularly streaming. No, earlier than that. But I did my YouTube channel for several years before I started streaming. And Super Mario Sunshine was one of the ones I made videos on. What do you think of Super Mario Galaxy? I actually really didn't like Super Mario Galaxy in comparison to Super Mario Sunshine. You gotta say that game is good. Oof. Oof. So, my problem with Super Mario Galaxy, last tangent before we finish the scene in Chaos Head, I promise. My problem with Super Mario Galaxy is the camera perspective on how you're like always rotating on the planets and stuff. It made me very motion sick. Like I just kind of got queasy while like we're upside down and shit. You know what I mean? Like when you're, you know, doing the galaxy gravity stuff and you're like running along the planets and sometimes you're upside down and you gotta jump and then you go down when you jump and it just, the camera angles and it messed with me. I got really queasy and sick while playing and so it made me really mad. But I also streamed the entirety of Super Mario Galaxy if you want to watch my full playthrough of that as well. Vibin'. If you wanted to watch that and make funny clips of all the times that I baby rage, you can do that. Because I think I beat Super Mario Galaxy in like 2 streams. But yeah, you could watch that and make clips of all the times I get really mad. Baby rage? It's just that just means you get mad. Baby rage is a Twitch emote that people spam in the chat when the streamer gets mad. I get to see Cubi baby rage for once. Dude, I have baby rage all the time. How about a max character mod for old games you play? I'm unsure what you're referring to, Nuke. You want me to mod an old game I play? Anyway. You will allow me to have your sample. Man, why is he about to jerk this dude off for a sample? Whatever is the matter? You have not a thing to fear. I was once a doctor, you see. One wouldn't dream of proceeding without first obtaining informed consent. In addition, the hardware for Noah 2 is already complete. All that remains now is the software. And to that end, I require many samples of you Giglomaniacs. More precisely, code samples relative to one's non-adrenic synapses. These behavioral samples taken from the region that manages brain function. There is individual variation between code samples. Giglomaniacs, as noted by their exceptional abilities, utilize an otherwise untapped activation of the NA synapses, which exert their influence over a broader region of the brain. The human brain utilizes 10% of its overall capacity, but this does not apply to Giglomaniacs. Oh, are they about to actually and unironically list the what if we used 100% of our brain? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't say it. Like that one stupid movie where they took the pill. Not Matrix. IRL, someone would have suggested a better name for Giglomaniac, yeah. What movie? Fuck, I don't remember what the movie was called. Movie 100% of our brain. Yeah, Lucy. Fucking for years, people believed that myth because of that fucking movie. This is probably the stupidest thing in the story. Hey, what's up, Chris? Limitless and Lucy, yeah. God, I fucking... Maybe it's because I got a degree in psychology, but that shit would always make me so fucking mad. Was this where the 10% thing came from? No, I think it came first from one of those movies. I don't think this game specifically. But this was probably pretty popular in the cultural zeitgeist around the time this game came out because of movies like, yeah, Limitless and... Oh, I meant the movie. Yeah. The movie is where the 10% thing came from. And people would just be like, unironically, what if we used our whole brain? It didn't come from the movie. It had some grounds at first until the peers came in and reviewed it. I mean, yeah, I guess it was probably someone actually studied that or something first, but fuck me. I always got really annoyed by that. Came from the late 1800s. Oh, your guess would be better than mine then. I think by the time I was in school, though, it kind of got replaced by everyone always referring to it as by, like, the movie, and then immediately debunking it in reference to the movie rather than, like, its original statement. How much brain power do we actually use? We use all of our brain. All the time. Unfortunately, you do not have some latent ability to be smarter. As much as we all wish it, there's no dormant brain power sitting there being unused. We're always ready to use our brain all the time. Use all your brain. As long as you're not a Hiragashi fan. I mean, if you want to get technical, when you fall asleep, you use a little bit less of your brain. we want to get real technical and be real smartasses. When you go to sleep, you're not using your whole brain because you are asleep. I gotta not sleep so I be smart. True. That's the real big brain play. I feel like... Remember the left brain, right brain thing? Oh my god, that's another thing that used to make me so mad. I'm just right brain oriented! That's why I do all of these fucking annoying things. Whoops. I never understood the left brain, right brain thing. I think it was just kind of like, I forget which one was which. Thanks, Chris. It was just kind of like a dumb thing, like the use 10% of your brain thing, where people were like, I don't remember which half was which, but I mean, it's not true anyway, so it doesn't matter. But like, they were like, all the artsy stuff was in the right half of your brain, and all the logic stuff was in the left half of your brain. So people that were like artsy and just would, left analytical, right art. Yeah. I think that was it. Why people thought that? Because people are dumb. I don't know. But yeah, it would cause people, like when I was in high school, it would make people like, well, I just don't do well in school because I'm just right brain oriented, and I fucking want to punch them in the mouth. They're like, no, it doesn't exist. I actually did watch Lucy. The moral of that movie is you take enough pills, you use 100% of your brain, you become God, and can make a USB with all info on it. Moral of the story, take your meds. But yeah, that was a thing for a while. I think people thought that because there was a common thought for a while, which is technically true. Like, if you lose portions of your brain, you can lose specific abilities. I'm trying to recall the story now. It's been so many years since I really... I couldn't really recall it from memory, but basically there was this person who was studied, the Bite of 87, yeah, that was it. This person who experienced like significant brain damage, he was able to visually he was able to describe something like visually, but was unable to draw it anymore when he got damaged on the right side of his brain, so he could, I'm butchering this, he could like describe to you what something looked like, but if you gave him a pencil, he literally couldn't draw it. Like, you just couldn't articulate it on paper because of the brain damage that he suffered. And so for a while, people extrapolated from this, like, oh, well, the right side of your brain must be where all the artsy stuff is, because now that he has damage on the right hemisphere of his brain, he can't draw. But realistically, it was just like he lost like motor control in his like arm to be able to like fucking draw stuff. God, I totally butchered that. It's something along those lines. I don't really totally remember the story. But that's the gist of it. Is like, guy has brain damage, isn't able to really draw anymore because of his brain damage. People thought because the right part of his brain was damaged, that meant the art stuff was in the right portion of his brain, but he just had like motor control damage. One misconception I hated was the thing where human blood is blue. But the veins are blue, Wandering. What do you mean the blood isn't blue? Don't worry what you're messing up, you're just right-brained. Sorry, right-brained. SMH people. I can't believe this is where they're going with the story. Giglomaniacs use 100% of their brain. Sorry for running over your dog. Can't help being a Gemini. Whoopsie! Sorry I was super rude to you, but Scorpios just, they gotta say what's on their mind. It's just what I do. Man, this guy's cigarette has really just been lit for a while now, am I right? Truly a lit cigarette. Get it lit? I have to sneeze. No, I don't. Why does smoking always look so cool? Fuck, bro. All the cool people in movies and TV shows smoke. Every time I see scenes like this, I'm like, man, I wish I fucking had a cigarette. Every time I streamed, I could just fucking just chill with my cigarette, looking cool on stream. Bulls don't hate the color red. Dogs don't see in black and white. Bees don't defy physics. And cracking your joints doesn't cause arthritis. Oh my god, that was such a big one. I remember my parents used to always tell me I would get arthritis because I'd crack my knuckles all the time. I will say I probably crack my knuckles too much. I'm sure like I'm causing some type of damage with the rate of how much I do it, but my parents used to get really mad when I would crack my knuckles. I remember that. One thing I've done, I've definitely messed up my wrist in some ways, because I can always crack my wrist. Actually, maybe I can't anymore. No, I can. When I spin my wrist around, this is what it sounds like now. I don't know if you can hear it in the mic. Like, it just happens anytime I make a circular motion with my wrist now. I don't know why. But it cracks all the time now, so... maybe cracking it does stuff sometimes. A popping that's a tendon? Oh, whoops. It just happens with my left wrist, though. That's the sound of tendon snapping over the bone. Wild. Hi, Kyler. 5 hours late. 5 hours late. It's just the way the tendon's situated over time. Oh, interesting. Weird. The body's weird. 5 hours late, but you've done like 3 scenes. That's not true! We've done a lot of scenes today. We learned about Giglomaniacs. We learned about... clearly you use your left arm more than your right arm for some reason. Not true, I'm right-handed. In all senses. He only did 2. I hate all of you. Look at, we've even maxed out how far you can go back in the backlog. Look, some of the scenes we've done are even lost in the backlog now. All of you are being reported for abusive chat. Every single one of you. Don't cry emoji at me wandering. Take it up with the YouTube admin. I don't know why I'm suddenly having to start sneeze a lot. I'm actually breaking down allergic to Kyler's arrival in the chat. Alright. Anyway. The human brain utilizes 10%. But what if we utilized 100% of our brain? What was the trailer? What if we used 100% of our brain?
Yes. Like, what would happen if, for some reason, we ignore somebody unlocked 100% of the cerebral capacity?
100%?
Yes?
100%? Full?
残りの10分の9の部位も使っていることが分か
It is understood that they utilize the remaining 90%.
ギガロマニアックスの頭の中という
The inner workings of a megalomaniac's mind are truly fascinating. An enigma.
そのサンプルが
Those samples will play the role of Noah's 2 CPU, so to speak.
サンプルが多ければ多いほどノア2の能力は本物のギガロマニアックスに近づき
With each and every additional sample, the abilities of Noah 2 will approach that of a true Giglomaniac, until eventually surpassing them. Just finished Chapter 8. No spoilers, Jade, no spoilers. Don't want to spoil the next 5 streams by telling us what happens in Chapter 8, okay? Thank you.
納得してもらえましたか
Do you offer your consent? Oh yeah, baby. I consent. Brilliant. He nodded in satisfaction, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he returned his view to the scenery beyond the window. He loves consent, we stand. Upon viewing it up close, the Shibuya nightscape was the essence of vulgarity itself, leaving him with feelings of discomfort. Hang on. All the sneezing has led to traumatic issues in my nose. Be right back. Ugh. Time leaping over and over to reread the line. Yeah, it requires a lot of time leaping to understand what the fuck is going on in this game. His persistent belief of this remote location, however, was that it was more than adequate. Nevertheless, it would not be long before this nightscape would be a sight never to be seen again. The final experiment of his Project Noah would make sure of that. The day is nigh, for the world to be born anew. And it starts with this frog. Wait a minute, that's the frog from Nanami's phone. Oh my god. We still haven't bothered to fucking try to contact our sister at all because Takumi sucks. So fucking obsessed with Remy. Can't even care about the sister he almost let die. Sorry, I had to eat some fruit snacks. It was lunch break. I usually skip lunch because I had no one to eat with, but I didn't want to eat alone in the classroom. Recently, Remy had started asking me to eat with her, but since I was me, I would always get embarrassed and refuse. God, he sucks. That meant my usual routine would be to leave the classroom and take refuge in a place I felt comfortable. Sometimes the library, sometimes the courtyard. But now that everyone in the school knew my face, there was no place I could go where I could relax. Was this a thing? Were you allowed to just eat your lunch wherever for you guys in school? For me, you had to eat your lunch in the cafeteria. Like, that was just no exception. You had to go to the cafeteria. You also weren't allowed to, like, leave the high school campus for lunch either. You could do wherever, and I'm American. Wild. I had to eat in the cafeteria too. I can only eat in the cafe at mine. Some high schools around me had open campus and could leave. Yeah, no, my school like tried to lock that shit down. Usually hate in a teacher's classroom. I was not close enough with any of my teachers to like eat in their classroom. I think most of my teachers kind of were annoyed by me. Because I would always get A's, but I would always fuck around in their class. They would really get annoyed by that. Sorry, I just had to stall for a bit so I could eat my fruit snacks. I was getting pretty hungry. I hadn't eaten in like 8 hours now. Well, I had 2 teachers who could fit that description. I don't know if I could name 2 teachers from high school. Okay, no, I could name a couple of them. Everyone in school knows Takumi now because of some reason. Mind break, yeah. Just like with Kazupi. Guy was on TV, yeah, but why? We still don't really know that, right? Like, how did he get set up as the Esper guy? That's what I mean. The merciless gazes that pierced through me. The abuse and ridicule that was hurled at me. Today, too, I walked around the school being exposed to all of it. Yeah, like, this is his equivalent of Kazupi's, like, mirror reflection thing that, like, broke her mind, right? Eventually, I knew I had no choice but to duck into a private bathroom. But right when I was about to... What would you do if you were infamous for something bad at school? I mean, I have no shame, as we've proven on this channel multiple times. I would absolutely buy into, or I would play into the whole being psychic thing. I would walk around the school, making, like, psychic hand motions and stuff. I would stand on the lunch tables and be like, "Attention, everyone!" You know, whatever, fuck it. Who cares? But I like causing a scene, and I also like being the center of attention. It's literally me or fuck this guy, never in between. Yeah, true. True. For me, it's like pretty much always fuck this guy. Me and Cubi are on totally different wavelengths. Yeah, man, I just like to be the center of attention. I would be eating this up. When people would like try to laugh at me, I would be like, "Next you'll say, I bet his Esper powers aren't even real." And I would like hold my hand to my temple while pointing at him. I would be like this. Oh. That's how I'd walk around the school all the time after that. That is a very right-brained moment for you. True. I'm just expressing my artistic view. I would try not to stand out as much as possible. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not like that. I'm the stand out a lot guy. Definitely the stand out a lot guy. I was also the guy that would like, I would try to like to get out of doing stuff in group projects. I would always be the one to volunteer to like present the project. And like most of the time the people in my group like would always be like so desperate to not have to do the presentation that most kids in my like group, both in high school and college, I would always get people who didn't want to like present. And then they would be like, "Oh my god, yeah. Fuck, yeah. Present, please." And I'd be like, "Okay, well, I'm not going to do anything else. Bye." That was like my bread and butter. I fucking love doing that. It's kind of interesting. I guess this game is always half-half because half the people are extrovert. Half are introvert, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure introverts could probably relate to him a lot more. I mean, I could be introverted sometimes, but I think it's a lot more rare. Anyway, speaking of that sister that we never acknowledged, I saw Nozumi walking down the corridor leading to the first-year building. It looked like she was walking alone toward the classrooms. Speaking of Nami, I hadn't spoken to her since the incident. I had been avoiding her for the entire week. And I've been doing it because I didn't know how to act once I saw her. I had put my own life before hers. I was the worst big brother ever. It was only a miracle that Nami had been released safe and sound. I had had nothing to do with it. Maybe Shogun had told her it was my fault she'd gotten kidnapped. I mean, why does he think that, though, when she tried to visit him in the hospital? Shouldn't that mean that she's not really that concerned over the whole ordeal? In the sense that, like, she doesn't blame Takumi? Because if I was like, man, fuck this dude, he got me kidnapped, and they were like, hey, did you know that dude's in the hospital? I'd be like, good, hope he fucking dies in there. These are reasonable things to think for someone with terminal anxiety. I mean, I guess, like, I get anxious too, but... like, I can get pretty anxious. But I feel like the fact that she still tried to see him would, like, relieve the anxiety, it feels like. I don't know. Like, I've definitely had moments where, like... I've been paralyzed by anxiety, but I don't know. Sometimes I feel like there are moments in this game where it's like, okay, but this thing happened. I'd be so terrified she'd hate me, I'd stay away for a bit. I suppose. I just feel like her wanting to be at, like, the hospital would make it seem like she was definitely trying to, connect with you. I think it's because you don't overthink social stuff. Maybe. I get nervous to talk to a professor with late homework assignments. So you can have her late. Yeah, I mean, I definitely get anxious. Like, I've definitely had to take, like, anxiety medication for some things before in my life. So I can relate to anxiety. Or, like, having a pretty intense amount of anxiety where I just can't do anything. Or, like, I end up having a panic attack. That was, like, a period of my life, like, last year where I was going through things like that. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I do, like, I have less anxiety towards social stuff. I don't need to relate to a character to understand them. Just have a cool personality or design. Taku is annoying. So yeah, I mean, I get it. But yeah, I think you might be right, Wandering. Where, it might just be the fact that social stuff never really makes me anxious. It's usually other things that make me, anxious. I definitely get, like, I get really anxious about phone calls. That's one thing that I just, like, can't fucking do. I just can't fucking, like, call people on the phone. I hate that. God, I hate that so much. Little Gen Z moment. Well, even stuff like in Discord. When people are like, hey, you want to hop on a Discord call with me? I'm like, no, I really don't. I really fucking don't. Like, I don't know. It's just like, that kind of thing will get to me. Even though I'm like normally a very social person, I can get like that. When people like call me, I get like really like anxious. Like, yeah, and not even just like phone calls, like the more Gen Z stuff of like, you know, talking on Discord or something. I'm like, ugh. I hate stuff like sending emails. Yeah, I get like that with texts too sometimes. I really procrastinate responding to like individual texts or like I typically don't ever respond to DMs like on Discord or anything like that. But it's weird because if it's like in a public Discord, like in my Discord server, right? Like I can respond to people right away. If they like just say something in general, or if they like at me in my general chat or something and are like, "Hey man," I can immediately be like, "Oh yeah, I'll respond to that." But like when people send me like a personal message or something, like a text or something, I'm like, I can't respond to this right now. I'm not emotionally in the right space to respond to this. But it's also kind of weird because I get like that with these specific scenarios, but like in real life, like I'm out and they were like, and someone was like, "Hey, go talk to this person." I'd be like, "Okay, sweet," and I'd just walk up and talk to him. It's weird that I like wouldn't have anxiety in like an in-person interaction, which is really bizarre, I guess. But like that stuff that's never bothered me in person. Maybe it's because it's easier to overthink things not in person. In person gives a lot more indicators into how exactly a person might react. Yeah, that's true. Because you can read their body language and stuff. That definitely helps. Yeah, and yeah, like yeah, that's kind of what I was saying too. Like you don't have to overthink it because you just respond. Like, but when you're like composing a text message, you gotta like really think about it and be like, oh, should I say this? Like, well, I could say all these different things, and like the choice is kind of overwhelming. But if someone talks to you in person, you're not like, okay, let me think of all the responses that I should make to this. You just kind of respond. You don't get paralyzed by the choice. You just talk to the person. Oh my god. He's playing Tower Unite. How clear does that come through? Like, can you guys like easily read what when it pops up like some of my friends are online? It's an early access game. We can see it, but it's tiny. By the way, you're almost done with Chapter 7. Oh, that's huge. Good time to end the stream. Just kidding. Maybe Shogun had told her it was my fault she got kidnapped. If he had, she would definitely be angry with me. Maybe she hated me. Maybe she didn't want to speak to me ever again. Ignore the distractions? That's actually impossible. I can't do that. Maybe she didn't want to speak to me again. Okay, but she literally came to the hospital to see you. So she wants to speak to you. Like, that's why I didn't have the courage to go talk to her. Okay, but she's tried to communicate with you. So, like, we know that's not true. Maybe she does hate you, but she definitely does want to speak with you again. If at the minimum to say, I fucking hate you, you bastard brother. You know, let's just be realistic in our thoughts here. You know what I mean? But now that I'd seen her, I was starting to worry about her once again. Even after everything. I wonder if I truly wronged her. I wonder if she'd been injured. I wondered if she had been hurt mentally. Oh. Did you guys just hear my neck fucking snap? Oh, it was beautiful. It felt really good. I wish you could have heard it. That was the first time we've gotten one of those moments in a while. For a moment, the memory of the hand resurfaced in my head. Actually, Chris, would you be able to confirm? Earlier, we had that sound effect play without an image pop up. Does that sound effect sometimes just play without the image, or was that a glitch that we experienced? I shook my head violently to ward off the picture of the hand. That severed hand. Along... Without it sometimes. Oh, okay. That severed hand. Along with the bangle it had been wearing, and the cell phone it had been holding. Takumi, don't you understand? They were delusions projected into your mind. It had all been a delusion. A real delusion. Because the hand had disappeared from the refrigerator, rather than thinking it somehow sprouted legs and walked away, it was far more reasonable to believe that it had never been there in the first place. Or that it got real booted in your refrigerator and then someone used the D-pixels to disable it. Or whatever the fuck that explanation was earlier. It got cancelled out by the fucking microwaves. D-pixel? Yeah, I'm just making shit up, Ivan. But you know what I mean. Like how the other Giglomaniacs can, like, dissipate delusions or whatever. It got real booted to us, and then after we were hospitalized, it got fake booted. I forget what the term was called for stuff to get deleted, but erased, whatever. The fact that a Nozumi was alive and well was proof of that. Before I knew it, I had broken into a run. I was chasing after Nozumi. Her figure got bigger and bigger as I approached. She hadn't noticed me yet. As she walked, she played with her hair with the fingertips of her right hand. I ran over to her and started to call out to her. On her right hand, the hand that was playing with her hair, the sleeve of her uniform ever so slightly slipped down. Suddenly, I was hit with a strange feeling, and I choked back to the sound I was about to make. Oh, was it a fake hand? I stopped dead in my tracks. I had seen it. It had been an extremely trivial, truly inconsequential feeling, and yet... White. It was white! Oh my god, we live in Japan. She shouldn't be white. As if it was trying to conceal something. A white bandage was wrapped around. I like the continued dramatic zooms into the same image. Her right wrist. Uh-oh. It said quick saved. That means a big decision is about to happen. Uh-oh. Chapter 8. Should we wrap up or keep going for a bit? I feel like we should keep going for a bit. Well, this might be a good ending spot. I feel like we should keep going just a little bit. I'm not streaming tomorrow, so I feel like we should go a bit longer today. Yeah. Took us an hour to get through like 5 minutes of the chapter. How dare you? Your choice, yeah. I feel like we should keep going. $7 hours? Yeah, we can go like 7 or 8 hours. I'm not feeling like a 10-hour stream today. But we can go for another couple hours, I think. Hang on, sorry. I was just checking something. Okay. Read, first of all. How dare you? Initiated by Mimose, a meeting was slated to be held at the Friesa Credit Bureau, a meeting to which Bond was now running nearly half an hour late for. Relatable. I'm definitely a guy that's late to things. Bond, you're awfully late. I'm not getting any younger, you know. What was... Jeez. I had a massive allergy attack when I started sneezing in the fucking one guy's room. And now I'm all stuffy. It's weird. I don't know what happened. Mimose's angry voice hurtled into him as he entered the office. In response to this, Bond gave only a minor shrug, then proceeded to walk up to the desk of Friesa's president with an amiable smile on his face. He had not brought any refreshments today, something he was beginning to believe may have been a lapse in judgment. My, where's Suwa? He's off working on another project for the day. Where is Suwa? I read it in Japanese, and it was my first Japanese visual novel, so probably 60, 70 hours. If I were to read it now, it would probably only take 30 hours. Man, why are you guys doing all the speedrun strats? I mean, obviously this game should take you 100 hours. If you want to truly enjoy the experience, real gamers take 100 hours. You sure do enjoy working your youngsters to the bone, Bond. Hey, I'm working hard too, Missy. I was up all night yesterday doing all kinds of research. Thanks to that, I've learned a thing or two about the culture surrounding high school girls these days. Man, out of context, that sounds really rough. I'm at a loss for words. Something you're very talented at causing. Man was doing research. Yeah. Definitely doing big research. You know, just studying the local high school girls. A casual thing everyone does. I couldn't even tell you where the nearest high school was to me. Just to clarify, that's not a thing I do. You don't study high school girls? What are you, woke? I'm pretty woke, man. MILFs only in this chat. I'll tell you what. I need an older woman who will step on me and call me stupid. That's something younger girls just can't get behind. Not base. Sorry. Younger girls always want to be all kawaii and get you to do things for them. No. Not what I want. Yeah, Nirvana Initiative. That's a pretty pog statement, Alpha. I've only played Somnium Files. I really need to play Nirvana Initiative, bruh. Goddamn. I keep procrastinating it. I kept thinking I was gonna do it as my final stream on the channel. Nirvana Initiative. But now I might just play it on my own. Let that be your next game. I don't know, man. AI Nirvana Initiative. Did you guys even watch my Somnium Files stream? Look at Iba. Tell her if you watched the stream. Did you? She like blurs with the fucking green screen. That's really funny. How dare you? I plan to. Good call, Alpha. Good call. I didn't figure. What kid? Anyway, since you called me over here, does that mean you got in touch with the kid? What kid?
今来てるわ
I'm not a huge AI fan. Wait, you didn't like Somnium Files? Is that what you're saying? Or are you referring to like AI as in like artificial intelligence in general? I'm going to be very sick if you say you didn't like AI Somnium Files. I'm going to choose to ignore that. She's here right now. Nice work, Momo. While we're on the topic, she a cutie? What's Bond's deal? What's happening here? I don't recall Bond being like this at all. Momose promptly smacked Bond over the head, stopping his opportunistic grin in its tracks. The sheer speed with which she had turned her wrist made the slap especially fierce.
いつまでもバカなこと言ってんじゃないわよエロ親父
That's enough stupidity out of your mouth for one day, you old lech. I don't get it. Yeah, I was kidding. Before arriving at the building, Bond had made a private request to Momose. It entailed setting up a meeting between him and a certain person connected to the New Gen case. Rather than anything work-related, it was merely to satiate a personal curiosity. He was not planning on talking about anything related to the New Gen investigations for the time being. Due to his position, Bond could not simply meet with the person on his own. Else he would risk drawing the ire of the detectives he was getting ahead of. Bond was getting ahead of people? I don't believe that. Momose urged Bond over to a corner of the office. It was a fairly cramped space, almost all of which was already taken up by shelves packed full of files. The location was used as a reception area of sorts, and a pair of love seats had been wedged into the only place they could fit. Bond entered the section after Momose, and his eyes landed upon a lone girl sitting in one of the love seats. The girl was wearing a Suemi Academy uniform. Are there any other fucking academies in this town? Jesus. Her head and shoulders were curved toward the ground, and she looked incredibly haggard.
ごめんねお待たせしちゃって
Sorry to make you wait, dear. Oh my god, it's this girl. Who hasn't shown up for like 5 chapters. The girl looked up in startlement upon hearing Momose. In the process, her glasses slipped down her nose a bit, leading to her to swiftly readjust them with her finger.
いえ平気
Oh, not at all. I don't mind. You still can't seeing it as the weed school now that you made that joke? It's a funny joke. When she saw Bond, her expression turned slightly fearful, before bowing her head in a greeting a moment later. Bond felt somewhat hurt by this. He had made every attempt to look as non-threatening as possible, and both bearing in appearance. But the girl's reaction made him realize that despite his best efforts, the ferocity and intimidation particular to detectives was seeping out all the same. Or just that you're an old man. Looks like I've still got more practicing to do, he thought with bitter amusement as he sat across from Yua. She really has been gone for like half the game. More than half the game. He's literally in his 30s. Old man. He's not even old. That's ancient in anime. Absolute decrepit old figure. Look at him. He's hunched. In his age, his spine can't even support his full like weight anymore. Yes. Yua is my name. The older twin sister of the late Mia. I got that right too? Yua slightly adjusted her posture, then returned a nod. The first New Gen incident, the group dive, among the 5 high schoolers that left to their deaths was a girl named Mia. Is this new info to us? I feel like this is new info to us. Well, no need to be nervous. I would always be nervous talking to a cop. And a cop saying, "Don't be nervous," wouldn't make me less nervous. Don't think of it as me interrogating you. Just think of it like we're having a nice old chat. Okay, good cop. Settle down. Hey, what's up, Matt? Welcome to the stream. Why are you sad face? But before we get to the topic at hand, mind if I ask you something? Yua, what's your opinion on your sister's passing? Yeah, bro. We're having a nice old chat. By the way, what do you think about your dead sister? You know, casual, nice conversation. Bon, what on earth are you? Whoops. Sorry about that. Comes with the territory. Sometimes forget to be considerate when I'm talking to people. Oh, you know, just a casual mention of someone's dead relatives. Hey, yo. Why your sibling dead? Well, Matt, I hope you become less sad-faced soon. Old buddy. But still, I am curious. I overheard people at HQ talking about it, and they said that Mia's family was quite strange. No, it's okay. Before Mimose could rise to her feet over Bon's insensitive comment, Yua stopped her. I also believe something's wrong with them. They fucked. The 5 that jumped off the roof in the group dive had no reason to commit suicide. Their friends and family all insisted that. I am glad we're getting in the emoji spam. I've always wanted that to happen. But Mia's family was different. Bon took out his fan from his belt and began cooling himself. You know, for how often Bon is mentioned having, like, fanning himself with the fan, I genuinely can't believe one of his, like, character sprites isn't him going, like, you know what I mean? Thank you, Matt. I, like, genuinely am shocked he doesn't have a sprite of him, like, just, even if it's not animated, just him with the fan. You know what I mean? It seems like just such a no-brainer.
何も主張しなかっ
He
た。
like only has just like this
あ
one.
っさり受け入れたって聞いてる。あまりに何も言わなさすぎて奇妙だ。
Honestly, I remember him having one, but when I reread it, I noticed he didn't. Yeah, you remember him having it because he mentions it so much. But like all of the anime girls get the like the D-sword sprite. Why doesn't he get a fan sprite? It only makes sense. Mages ran out of money. Mages when thinking about making Ban an extra sprite. Mages when thinking about anime girls and making them 24 sprites apiece. He should stop wearing a trench coat if he needs to carry around a fan. Also true. Or wear a tighter fitting jacket so it wouldn't be as warm. If his coat was appropriately sized, he wouldn't be as warm. I've been told that Mia's family were the only ones who weren't adamantly against the idea. That they'd accepted it like it was just that. In fact, they said so little it was almost bizarre.
なんでだい。
Why do you think that is?
お父さんもお母さんもミヤちゃんが
After
死ん
Mia
だから
died,
おかしく
both
なっ
Mom
ちゃ
and
ったん
Dad
です
snapped. Cool. Anguish seeped from Yua's voice.
最初はミヤちゃんの事件の知らせを受けた日はそれでも泣いていたんです
All the... Is tighter clothing colder? A little bit, yeah. There's not all the additional cloth. And there's not enough space to, like, keep your body heat in. All these members or all these emotes and more if you become a member. True. I think I need 3 more members for another emote or something. Oh, you jinxed it, Vibin. Oh no. On the day we heard about Mia, they cried and cried. Is that really a weird reaction?
お父さんもお母さんも
Mom and Dad seemed absolutely heartbroken. This feels like a normal reaction to the event of hearing about your dead daughter. Yeah, Mom and Dad were super weird about my sister's death. They, like, cried and were, like, upset and stuff. So weird. Keep reading, you goblin. I'm just saying.
でも次の日の
And
朝
yet the next morning,
なぜか
for
二
some
人は
reason I can't
楽しそうに
understand,
笑っていたんです
they were smiling.
ミヤちゃんが死ぬ前と
It was as if they'd gone right back to how they were before Mia died. They got noided.
たった一日で
It only took a single day.
私わけが分
I
から
was
な
at a
くて
complete loss.
二人はミ
I
ヤちゃ
thought
んのこと
maybe
忘れようとして
They
るん
were
じゃない
trying to
かって
forget
思っ
about
て
Mia. I'm gonna shoot all the emote. No. Become a member. Become a member and we can add more emotes. I think, yeah, 3 more for another emote. Become a member and get exclusive content from Cubi. Okay, well, don't promise anyone don't promise anyone exclusive content. All right, you can get emojis if you become a member. Let's not get carried away. Hey, what's up, guy? I could use a hand.
そうしたらお父さんが
But then,
笑いながら
with his big smile on his face, Dad said something to me. Noid.
お前に妹なんていないよ
He said, "You don't have a sister."
ミヤちゃんが残した
Even when I showed them her clothes, her shoes, anything Mia left behind, they completely disregarded it. And see Sam sneeze into the mic. Truly rare when I actually sneeze into the mic with unmuted. Those are just they said those are just a few extra clothes we bought for you just in case. They ignored the news and everything the police said. It was like they were completely trying to erase Mia from their memories.
つまり双子じゃなかったことに
What you mean to say is, they were trying to make themselves think they never had twins. And that's when they told the police that they only had one kid before turning them away. Mia and I were identical, so while our appearances were exactly alike, my parents, they didn't really like my sister. And yet, she always kept her feelings secret, and she always put me before herself. As Yua spoke, memories from when Mia had still been alive resurfaced to her mind. Remember when you asked why she had a picture of herself on her desk? Oh, that's true. Props to you for remembering that, Alpha, because I didn't even remember that. Honestly, I kind of put Yua out of my fucking mind. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I totally forgot about this character and almost everything involving her. First came a memory from when the two had still been in elementary school. One day, some relatives had brought the girls a single large teddy bear as a present. In contrast to the raw joy Yua displayed, Mia insisted she did not like stuffed animals, and proceeded to not even so much as look the plushie's way. Both her relatives and parents were upset with Mia for not acting as a child should. But I mean, it was just one teddy bear, so if they both acted like they like it, only one would... What? But despite Mia's protesting, Yua whispered to her that the two of them could share it, that it would be something they could both treasure. However, in response to her sister's kindness, Mia simply said she didn't want it, and that Yua could have it. I just noticed there are a lot of members watching the stream. Indeed. Very Chad. Mostly thanks to AK's donations. About a month later, when Yua had grown tired of the teddy bear, she woke up in the night and happened to witness a certain scene. And Joe had also donated a couple as well. Aw, that's cute. With an incredibly joyful look on her face, Mia was hugging and talking to the bear plushie. That was the first time Yua had ever seen her sister so happy. Very cute. Too bad about her being dead, though. I don't like seeing cute things of people who are dead. That just makes me sad when it should be cute. From this, she realized that her sister's insistence about disliking the stuffed animal had been a lie. Mia had been keeping her own feelings hidden for the sake of her older sister. The next day, Yua found a lovely drawing of the bear beneath Mia's pillow. Until her sister had grown tired of the teddy bear, Mia had been hugging and sleeping with the drawing in lieu of it. That's so sad! Things very similar to this happened again and again over all 18 years they spent together. For their birthday celebrations, Yua always blew out the candles on the cake. But when Mia was prompted to do it, she would say, "I refuse to do something so ridiculous," angering her parents. Wouldn't, even if you had twins or like two siblings that were born on the same day, wouldn't you get them separate cakes? So like they would. This all of this just feels like a fault of the parents. This is like so annoying to read. Joshu, what's up, man? Like, what the fuck? IRL, not really. Depends on the family and money status. Yeah, but like, you shouldn't, you know, treat the kids differently. Yeah, cut the cake in half, like put half the candles on each of the halves of the cake. Like if you can't afford 2 cakes, you know. This is sad. Yua advanced to the private high school Suemi Academy. Mia, meanwhile, had been misbehaving at school, deliberately scoring low on exams, and therefore moved on to a public high school. Due to the exorbitant fees, their parents would have only been able to afford to send one of them to private school. See, again, if you can only afford to send one of them, you don't. You just send them both to public school. Cubi is the best father. I certainly hope not, because I'm not aware of being a father. If that's the case. No matter how hard Yua tried to let her sister have something, Mia would always gain the upper hand and force Yua to be prioritized. To achieve this end, she even intentionally took a dislikable attitude. To the very end, I took advantage of Mia's kindness. Before now, I only ever thought of myself. After Mia passed away, I couldn't help but think there must have been something I could have done for her. And I felt so much regret. I wish I could have died in her place. And even after everything, to think our parents forgot she even existed. It's too much. It's too sad for me to take. Yua, having now reached her limit, could no longer squeeze out any more words. She took off her glasses, pressed her fingers against the corners of her eyes, and broke down in tears. Momose sat down beside her and gently rubbed her back. Well, it sounds like Yua has been investigating the incident on her own, and she's somehow gotten farther than every single detective that's actually on the case. Also, she can find out what happened to Mia. None of that's easy. Must be really hard on her. Yeah, Matt and Joe are definitely big catalysts for chaos. Remember when Joshu showed up for a second? OST goes hard. What do you mean I'm a boat lover? That is true. In the process, Mia... I called her Mia. Awkward. Yua was able to identify a certain individual. As Momose held Yua's shoulders, she turned her eyes towards Bon. Takumi. Ah, I see. Stroking the stubble on his chin, Bon leaned forward from the sofa. I have a short on the my shorts page that stars Matt. Need another Fortnite stream? Yeah, I don't think so. At some point or another, I did hear about the non-stop pursuit starring Takumi and a high school girl. A detective from another jurisdiction let me know. Wait, what? I did hear about the non-stop pursuit starring Takumi and a high school girl. Fez. Right. Yeah, okay. I remember now. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Might that have been you, Yua? Yua nodded apologetically. Interesting. Very interesting. Would you mind telling me more? Actually, I was gonna ask you to tell me more, but I gotta duck out of here for a minute. Is this phone call really more important than Yua explaining this? What? JoJo emote win? I mean, if there's a good... I don't really know what JoJo emote I could make, but I wouldn't be opposed to it. Have a good night, Jade. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. With a strange smile, Bond lightly bowed his head to Yua and Momose. His words had been interrupted by the cell phone in his suit pocket. How important is this fucking call, bro? Hang up. He swiftly took out the phone and checked the screen. Sua's name was displayed. Ah, dude, it's your fucking... He's your employee. Just hang up. Yeah? What you need, kid? Sir, the 7th's here. What? Sua's voice sounded strange. The 7th was the person who, like, ate their own hand, right? The sounds of investigators frantically scurrying about could be heard through the phone. Sua must have been at the investigation headquarters. The 7th New Gen incident happened. Bond's eyes opened wide, and his expression... That's the 6th. Oh, okay. Bond's eyes opened wide, and his expression turned bitter as his teeth sunk into his lip. Hey, Pog. Thank you very much again, AK. You're too kind, you're too kind. I appreciate another round of membership donations. Oh, yeah. I wonder how the algorithm determines that. Where do they go? Does the system even know what to do? Does it just freak out? Yeah, that was weird. Where did the other 4 go? Other 4 most likely didn't accept it. I mean, I've got 8,000 subscribers. It would have gone to somebody, I would assume. Chris was in the stream, and he didn't get a membership yet. I thought it only affected chat members. No, it'll affect any of my subscribers. Because I think last time, AK donated, some people that, like, never come to the stream got memberships. Last time it gifted to someone who I don't think is subscribed. No, you have to be subscribed to get the membership. Had Chris miss out? Yeah, I don't get it. What would happen there? I guess I can... There's usually a delay on memberships showing up in my feed, but tomorrow I can look up who got the memberships. No, he didn't unsub Kyler. Incident? People made it more dramatic than it was. So I banned someone from the Discord server that I didn't like. And people, like, blew it way out of proportion. They were annoying me. I didn't enjoy talking to them, so I banned them. And people were like, "You banned someone from your Discord?" And freaked out and left. That was the incident. And they're like, "Don't you?" People were like, "Well, we'll just talk with them on the other server." And I was like, "Yeah, do that. No one's stopping you." Can I look at the membership list? Yeah, that's so weird. Jade was the only one that got the membership. Did you get like a 5-month membership from that? That's truly what this this music, this horror music of questioning is about. It's about how did how'd only one person get the membership. That's so weird, because it would just go to a random sub. I wonder, Chris, do you not have like gifts enabled or something? Or maybe you do have to like manually accept it or something? They're not on by default. I don't know. Yeah, you might have to be on. You do have to be subscribed to get the memberships. But yeah, also yeah, not on by default either. I am subbed. Yeah, weird. I don't know. Maybe they're just in limbo now. I hope they don't like go to waste or something. Or would they be? Maybe whatever email you got for your thing, the gift toggle. I don't know. They're in my boat. The toggle that lets you accept them. Vibin had just recently turned it on. He might be able to explain. Because Vibin had too, so he might be able to tell you. But thank you again, AK. I appreciate it, buddy. Big supporter for a long time. So thank you, thank you. Bond's eyes opened wide, and his expression turned bitter as his teeth sunk into his lip. Sensing the seriousness of the situation from his behavior, Mimose and Yua watched the detective with unease. 3 Vicks. Apparently they were buddies. There's an imposter, yeah. All 3 were sliced in half at the torso. Yum. Their upper and lower halves were swapped around, then using synthetic fiber and a fishing line to be specific. The mismatched halves were sewn together. Gross. They also had wounds on their foreheads in the shape of the letters DQN. Some kind of message? No clue. Doesn't end there either. The autopsy found something pretty interesting. The severed parts of the Vic's torsos weren't split by a saw, knife, or any other kind of sharp object. And then how'd they end up in half? Apparently, they were torn apart by some strong force. Also, I feel like we are no longer seeing images of the victims anymore. Yeah? Like... we didn't see a picture of the chick that, like, ate her own arm or whatever. I kind of forgot how to turn the gift thing on. Didn't you do it less than a week ago, Ivan? Lamau. Torn apart. Bond repeated Sua's words back to him with a low groan. Then roughly scratched his head with the handle of his van. Like a monster did it. Or like one of those wizards that are real popular. Cancelled, Bond. You can't like wizards anymore. Yeah, sir. You being serious? Sorry. Doesn't matter how big of a movie buff I am. I just don't see myself agreeing with that opinion. I'm just making a comparison, you schmuck. Never mind. Just get back to investigating. After barking an order, Bond hung up the phone. It's time to browse 4chan again. My favorite part. I mean, at channel. Excuse me. Oof, totally different. Now that it was November, I had a feeling that the sun was already setting much earlier than before. Japan doesn't do, like, daylight savings time, right? That's just a US thing. By the time Remy and I started heading home together, a faint orange was already staining the sky. I don't know what suddenly made my nose so stuffy. Good lord. Good thing I only have to, like, read. I'm sorry. Despite being silent up until now, Remy abruptly apologized. Sorry, I want to erase you. And she killed us. It must have been really, really hard, Taku. It was the first time I'd gone home with Remy in a while. I was genuinely really happy she'd come back. She'd even been the one to initiate it, saying, hey, let's walk home together. Since we'd only gone home together no more than twice, I'd secretly been worried that it would never happen again. However, that turned out to not be the case. What states still do daylight savings? Do states not do daylight savings anymore? What? Is that real? Like 90% of all the states do it. Yeah. Wait, what? That's news to me that some states don't do daylight savings. California doesn't? Yeah, California is about to be its own fucking country anyway. Get out of here. Get out of the US. In real America, we make stupidly pointless clock change decisions that fucks everyone up for like a whole week of the year. Every year. Constantly messing up your fucking circadian rhythm. Just when you think you got used to the time period, wham! Fucking change. And then you go, man, I can't believe it's 6 o'clock already. And then you look at the clock and it's fucking 5 because of daylight savings time randomly. And then you also get robbed of an hour of sleep. It's bogus. Ohio doesn't do daylight savings. Does Ohio actually function as a state? Let's be real. They should have something called time acceleration. Do they? Oh, in Ohio? Made in Ohio. Genuinely, what is something made in Ohio? Ohio literally just had one of the worst environmental disasters in modern history. Now I should look this up before I make another joke, because I was just about ready to list off another Ohio joke, but now I gotta make sure, like, dozens of people didn't die, and I'm about to fucking make a fun of it. Okay, so we won't make a joke about that. Oh wait, did nobody die? No deaths or injuries have been reported since, and it happened like over a week ago. Oh, dude, that's fair game. Fucking only in Ohio. A fuck ton of fish and birds did. Birds aren't real. But the fish? Do fish count either? Vegetarians eat fish. Not that important. That was the final boss versus Florida Man. What started that meme? Birds aren't real. That feels like something Takumi would say. Wow, the first result is inside the Gen Z conspiracy theory. Really? It's specifically Gen Z. Also, is the guy Gen Z? He's not even that much younger than me. I don't know, whatever. Birds can't melt steel beams or whatever. All this because of daylight savings. This is why we just need to fucking make sure everyone constantly goes on daylight savings. In fact, every month we should go back another hour. Double down on the daylight savings. Anyway, Takumi's worried that his fucking minor acquaintance is not going to walk home with him. We should be walking home with Kazupi. The girl that's actually nice to us. Fuck this bitch.
一緒にいてあげられなくて。
I'm sorry, I wasn't by your side.
知り合いが例の地震で
In that earthquake, someone I know got hurt.
ずっと面倒見てたから。
And I've been taking care of them ever since. Yeah, taking care, quote, quote. It's Fez, and you're manipulating them. There became... Wait. What? Weren't you gifted a membership? I used my free highlighted message. Oh, okay, okay. I thought you had just renewed your membership. I just finished Judgment. Oh, it's already over then. Done. Played. I thought you just, like, bought yourself another membership when you already had one. That's why I meant you were gifted. A membership. Even though I hadn't asked, Remy was kind enough to explain herself to me. Okay. Oh my god. So she's like, someone I know got hurt, and I've been taking care of them. And instead of being like a normal person, and being like, are they okay now? Is everything alright? He just goes, okay. Reading this story from Takami's perspective is fucking painful, bro. Oh my god, is the person okay? Are they doing better now? Like, damn, bitch, did I ask? Like, what the fuck? To be frank, almost all of Remy's words were going in one ear and out the other. The bandage. The bandage I'd seen in Nanami's wrist at lunch break. It had been burned into my eyes and refused to go away. Heaven forbid we didn't just fucking talk to Nanami to get any answers. Glad we're still just not doing that. That's totally not frustrating. I'm really glad we're just totally not just being like, hey, did you get your hand cut off and surgically reattached, Nanami? No, Takami, that's fucking bizarre. That didn't happen to me. Oh. Well, okay then. Luckily, now I won't have to have paranoid, delusional thoughts about your wrist for the next 4 hours of my life. Because we had this simple communication. Alright. Are you mad? In the end, I'd failed to say anything to Nanami. I'd been too scared. Even though Nanami was my little sister. Even though I was her older brother. Something just felt unbelievably strange. I had no idea what it was. The nurse had said that Nanami had no injuries. The hand that Shogun had delivered to my base had disappeared from the fridge without a trace. It all had to have been a delusion. But if that were true, why had her right wrist been wrapped in a bandage? Oh my god, there's so many reasons. Though it was possible I was overthinking it, and that she'd just gotten burned or stung by something, or got some other stupid minor injury that didn't matter. That was it. This was the most logical answer. But even now, I was still too scared to check. Even after failing to save her, I was still just pacing around doing nothing, not even trying to talk to her. My very own sister. I really was the worst brother ever. True. Very true, very true, very true.
ねえタクおーいもしもし
Taku! Hello? Are you even listening?
怒ってるならそう言ってよ
If you're mad, then
無
just
視
say
されるの
so.
って結構
But
傷
being
ついちゃう
ignored like this hurts pretty bad. Bitch, I don't even remember the whole last year we talked. What do you mean? Eh? I looked over at Remy, who seemed weirdly disheartened.
あ、
Oh.
え、
Huh?
もしかして私の話
Have you not been
聞いてな
listening
かっ
this
た
whole time? After hesitating for a second, I nodded. And the moment I did, Remy jabbed my cheek with her forefinger.
いいし、てっきり
What
無
game
視
should
さ
I
れ
start
た
with
か
if
と
I
思
get
っ
into
たよ
Yakuza? Yeah, Yakuza 0. Pshee! And here I thought you were giving me the silent treatment.
紛らわしいことしない
Don't be so confusing. Communication is key. Communication absolutely is key. So luckily Takumi will be doing absolutely none of that. Absolutely zero communication from this fucking shut-in neat. Ah, you just jabbed your nail into my cheek.
あ、大丈夫
You okay? No, you just stabbed me. Remy finally stopped poking me, and out came those words I heard so often from her. Words of worry and concern. Words that I'd heard from Remy again and again.
お昼ぐらいから顔色良くないよ
Ever since lunchtime, you haven't been looking so good. And you seem pretty drained, too.
もしかして誰かにひ
Oh
どいこと言
no.
われた
Was someone mean to you? On the internet?
だったら私に教えて
If so,
怒ってきてあげ
then you
るから
better tell me. I'm ready to get mad right along with you. She was acting like an older sister, or a guardian even. Just a hopeless meddler. Oh, that had been obvious from the moment she'd given it an otaku freak like me the time of day. I was grateful to her for being worried about me. Before now, I'd either bottled up my worries deep inside, or posted them anonymously on @channel. Have Cubi play Yakuza and rate them. I rate 0, a good game. I rate Kiwami 1, a not good game. I rate Yakuza Like a Dragon an game that I did not bother to finish. And he's only finished 0. That still makes me qualified than most game journalists that review it. Thank you very much. Takumi confirmed sad poster. Very true. Very true. I was grateful to her for being worried about me. Before now, I either bottled up my worries deep inside, or posted them anonymously on @channel. What bad about the rest of the game? Just curious. For what, Kiwami? I'm trying to think. I just didn't really like Kiwami. It's playing that right after 0 felt like such an objective downgrade. But it was hard to get behind. I didn't finish Kiwami 1 or 7. I think part of 7's problem was I started playing it right after I had just marathoned like playing the entire Persona franchise, so I was kind of like at my limit mentally with turn-based games. So I was just kind of like over the experience. I remember liking the characters a lot that were there. I didn't really have a passion to keep going. I think I was just kind of burned out on turn-based games. And so after fizzing out on 2 Yakuza experiences in a row, I didn't bother playing like any more Yakuza games. Do you think you might stream it again if you got back into turn-based games? No. I recently streamed Fire Emblem games are turn-based, so I'm back into turn-based games. But I wanted to stream Fire Emblem really bad instead. Yeah, I was stuck in the Majima fight for like 2 hours. That was really annoying. Play Fire Emblem 4 and 5? No. I'm a based modern Fire Emblem casual mode, Chad. I've played Awakening, Fates, Three Houses, and Engage. I actually did just download Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, though. I was thinking about checking those out. Can't stand modern Fire Emblem? How dare you? Three Houses is legitimately, like, so good. I fucking love Three Houses, bro. All about it. The monastery ruined Three Houses for me. Bro, it's my best. That's my favorite fucking part of the game. I loved the monastery. You get to go around, talk to everybody, learn their opinions of stuff, strategically like train the different units and how you wanted them. See, Three Hopes was also like the great experience. I like Three Hopes more than Three Houses because I really like warriors, and I also liked the story of like Shez as a protagonist. You don't like warriors as much, so you got burned out after one round? Oh, really? I ate that game up, bro. God, I played so much Three Hopes. I think I have almost 200 hours in Three Hopes. Shez is my favorite Fire Emblem avatar. I fucking love Shez. You also get to fish 10 times before every map. Don't forget having 10 meals with your students, Chris, if you're truly optimizing your support routes. Honestly. Not even having 10 meals with your classmates every single day. What are you even doing, bro? How are you going to A rank all 30 of your students? I crave death. I hate the monastery. I crave having more meals with my students. 10 meals per day. Yeah, it's a mechanic in Three Houses for you to like maximize your support ranks with your students. I was only able to finish that game once. Yeah, I beat all 4 routes. Okay, how I did the monastery so much, it's really tedious, but I had fun eating meals and talking to everyone. Oh yeah, dude. All 4 routes, every time I talked to every single person in the monastery. I did the 10 meals every day. I got everyone's supports to A. A couple people to S, obviously. Oh yeah. Big Three Houses gamer. Same with Three Hopes. I played all 3 routes in Three Hopes. Guess monastery is the filter. I guess, yeah. I don't know. I liked it. You would, you'd probably enjoy Engage, though, Chris, if, that's the thing. I think Engage is so much fucking fun, man. I actually still can't stop playing it. I played about 5 chapters. Oh, of Engage? I need to restart on hard. Yeah, you do. I do kind of regret not restarting it on hard as well. Oh, it was way too easy. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Especially if you get the DLC. I don't know if you have the DLC or not, but the DLC definitely kind of makes the game a lot easier. I can't believe they give you infinite turn wheel. I actually never even used it. I typically played, in my playthrough, because I played on casual, I, like, let my units die. Like, if I made a mistake, I didn't use the turn wheel if my units died, because I played on casual, so I'm like, well, I'll get them back next chapter. So I'd use that as, like, a balance of challenge, where it's, like, casual so the units can come back, but I restrict myself to not use the turn wheel. That sounds OP from the name. It's a turn-based combat game, Fire Emblem Engages, and so there's an option to redo the turn. Undo deaths, yeah. But so if you fuck up and let a unit die, you can just redo it, yeah. So my restriction for the playthrough was like I would let a unit die, but not use the turn wheel. But I played on casual, so that means the unit didn't perma-die. So that was kind of like how I balanced the difficulty. Of like I didn't use the turn rewind. But I wouldn't let my units be permanently like gone. Isn't it luck chance too, so you can just redo luck and reroll? No, because you technically would have to do a different turn to like reroll the luck chance. So like if you do the turn wheel and then redo the same thing, it won't work like that. So like if you say attack unit A and you miss, and then you do the turn wheel, and then like when you redo the turn, you attack unit A again, the same thing will happen. But if you like redo it and go, okay, well I got a miss on a unit A and then attack unit B, then you'll get a different like luck roll. I felt Three Houses balanced it perfectly by limiting it. Three Houses is definitely balanced a bit better. But Engage is definitely more about like flashy combat that feels good. For Engage. Three Houses gave you way too many charges. What do you mean? Oh, I didn't use the charges in Three Houses really either. That would probably be why. Because I played on casual, so like when units died, I didn't feel like pressured to have to like redo my turn. I think if I played on like with permadeath mode, I would definitely probably have used Divine Pulse like way more often. God, you can actually get me to talk about Fire Emblem at this point for like several hours. But yeah, I plan on redoing Engage off stream on hard. So I play through on normal. And then I kind of want to play Radiant Dawn or something. I think Ike's Games or what I was going to check out. I'm not really playing for challenge, but also don't want infinite retries. Yeah, I just don't do the retry. Tellus? I don't think Tellus are Ike's Games. I'm just going to play Radiant Dawn. I don't know, Ike's Games have a Switch port? Because Nintendo's really weird about fucking porting their games, bro. Tellus is Ike's Games? Wait, then what did I download? I downloaded Radiant Dawn. Is that Tellus? Tellius? I have Tellus Games. That's just the name of the continent. Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? What? Okay, that makes sense. You really can't play half the Fire Emblem games wrapped in Smash officially. That's Nintendo for you, bro. It's morally correct to emulate Nintendo games. Let's just be real. If Nintendo wasn't so weird about fucking emulating their games, we wouldn't have this problem. Or weird about putting their games up for sale. Even to this day, we can't emulate 64 games. I don't think I've ever played a 64 game. I like a Nintendo 64 game. Except Super Mario 64, I think is the only 64 game I've ever played. And on that bombshell, I'm going to be right back. I have to use the restroom. But I just want you all to, like, consider that. I don't think I've ever played a Nintendo 64 game. I will be right back. Toilet flush sounds? Oh, could you actually hear that? Oh, whoops. Tried playing the 64 things on the Switch. 64. Only having one analog stick ruined the console for future iterations. Yeah, that fucking controller, bro, is like fucking Lego. Grew up with Smash and Kirby 64. Played Mario 64 through 3D All Stars. Yeah, I played it through like 3D All Stars or whatever, or it was like remastered. No, I played Super Mario 64, but like on its DS port or whatever. I don't think I heard of any other 64 game. DS port's better anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't play any other 64 game. I was an original Xbox kid. That's what I grew up playing. The original Xbox. And pretty much just obsessively played Halo 1 all the time. And then Halo 2. I miss my big fucking Xbox. Ever played Jet Set Radio Future? Have I ever played my second favorite game of all time over and over and over again, like 100% to completion? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I don't know if it's my second, but it's in my top 5 for sure, Jet Set Radio Future. Your boy fucking loves Jet Set Radio Future. And Blinks. Okay, I don't have as many good things to say about Blinks the Time Sweeper. I don't have as many things to say about Blinks the Time Sweeper. I can't give you that one. Why does Jet Set Radio Future sound familiar? I mean, Jet Set Radio probably just sounds familiar to you. Pretty much any time a game has like cel-shaded graphics nowadays, people compare it to Jet Set Radio. It's one of the like kind of OG games of that art style. And Jet Set Radio Future is the sequel. But like anytime a game's got like that cel-shaded graphics, you know, like that Hi-Fi Rush that came out recently I streamed. Yeah, Alpha Oblivion just talked about it. Like I streamed Hi-Fi Rush. And pretty much any time a game has that art style, they're like, oh my god, it's Jet Set Radio. Sega's just so weird about Jet Set Radio. Because it's like so obvious the market's like craving a Jet Set Radio release. Because all of these like Jet Set Radio inspired games like come out and pop off and sell and do really well and stuff. And Sega's like, we better make another fucking Sonic game. Like every time, bro. Every time. Or like that weird Yakuza franchise they keep making games in. Bizarre. But no Jet Set Radio. But yeah, that's tragic. They can't get Sonic right. Yeah, and then yeah, they don't port their franchises or do anything, or I don't know, man. Yakuza carrying Sega? Is that true? I actually can't really think of anything else Sega's got right now. I mean, I guess they've always got Sonic. A lot of their Sega games have come out recently that aren't ports or Sonic. I mean, I don't know. I don't pay much attention to Sonic or Sega. Let's see. Oh yeah, we were reading Chaos Head. Let's be real, we were not doing that, Alpha. You've never played a Sonic game before? I actually don't think I have either. Oh, dude, Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania came out, Kyler. Honestly, the ignorance. Made by the Yakuza devs? Was that actually? Um, 2 Point Campus. Oh, Warhammer 3 is made by Sega? That one is actually kind of not a meme. That's actually... Warhammer is a pretty big franchise. I don't play it, but I know it's really massive. Other than that, that's about it. Puyo Puyo Champions. Alright, anyway, back to Chaos Head. Fun little casual derailment conversation about some of my favorite games. You know, NBT. What's Chaos Head? Fucking... The Adventures of the Noid Saga. Anyway, I was grateful for Remy for being worried about me. But before now, I either bottled up my worries deep inside or posted them anonymously on that channel. Honestly, still can't get over the fact that Takumi literally just totally ignored Remy being like my family, or my like friend or family or whatever got hurt. And as Chris said, it was just like, bitch, did I ask? Should I tell her about what happened with Nanami? No, you should talk to her about the like things that she's been going through, like a normal human being, and have a sympathetic nerve in your entire body. But when I told her about the D-sword that one time, she hadn't believed me at all. 'Cause she sucks! To believe you? Kazupi. Then again, that would be the natural response from anyone sane. So if I were to tell her about Nanami, she'd probably either A, be speechless, or B, laugh in my face. And if that was true, there'd really be no point in telling her. All I needed was for her to stay by my side. It would be better to bring the topic up with Kazupi. Indeed, you're right. It's because his head's on Nanami. I get that. But, like, I don't know, man. I feel like I could still, like, even in passing, like, even if I wasn't paying much attention to the conversation, like, one of those conversations where you're just disinterested and you're like, uh-huh, yeah, wow. If someone was like, yeah, one of my, like, family members got hurt, like, I really don't know how they're doing. I feel like I could still kind of, like, nonchalantly been like, oh my god, are they okay? Or, like, are they doing better now? Like, I feel like I could still, like, even, like, not even attending, or, like, being present in the conversation, I could still, like, just be like, wow, are they better? This is Taco we're talking about? That's true enough, I guess. Ha, your room is just as messy as ever. Mere moments after stepping foot into my base, Remy muttered that in exasperation. I don't know how many times a girl has to imply to you to clean your fucking room, Takumi, before you do it, but okay, sure. And yet, paradoxically, she seemed to be smiling happily as well. Weird. This is something I would die of embarrassment of. Like if someone came over to my place and it was dirty. Oh my god. I think earlier this week I had, no, it was last week when I was late for a stream because I overslept. I had like a surprise apartment inspection from my like apartment complex people, and I remember being really embarrassed because like I didn't think my shower was clean enough, and I thought about it, and then I was probably like, man, this guy's probably seen some fucking shit going through apartments like by surprise. But I still just was like super embarrassed. You know? But this guy's just got like fucking empty food cartons and shit all over the floor. Oh my god, I would die inside if someone saw my place like that. Guess some things never change. It wouldn't really feel like your room if it wasn't messy. If you're gonna be like that, clean it. Be my guest. Bro. What? With a sigh, I turned on my PC. Hang on, what? Are you seriously getting on the computer the second after we got back? You got a friend over so you can at least show the teeniest bit of hospitality? Yeah, this is actually incredibly rude. He's been like so desperate to see Remy, now he's just totally ignoring her. Being like, clean my room and let me play games on my computer. Come on. Why don't we just talk for a bit? After hitting me with such an unreasonable demand, Remy sat down on the sofa. Oh my god. What do you mean an unreasonable demand? He's about to start replacing his sister in his mind with Remy. If I tried to have a one-on-one conversation with a 3D girl, it'd be over in seconds. Bruh. As much as I'd gotten used to talking with Remy, since I'd had a lot more chances to do so recently, I still doubted I'd last even 5 minutes. Moreover, my head was already fully occupied with the stuff about Nozumi, so I very much didn't feel like up for casual conversation. I genuinely don't know why I keep fucking sneezing so much. Holy shit. I wonder if I'm like allergic or something. To something. I genuinely don't know what happened. And so I resorted to just ignoring her. This hurts. So much of this just like hurts to read. I sat down in my chair, all while remaining painfully aware of my own worthlessness. Bruh. I sensed Remy moving behind me. The rustling of her clothes was growing closer. Hey, don't ignore me. What is that face, bruh? I think his eyes look too far apart. I think that's what's off. He's just like... Before I had the chance to turn around, I was embraced from behind. A gentle floral scent hit me. My back was struck by the soft sensation of Remy's breasts. That's never been like what I thought of. If someone's ever hugged me like that. Don't do that to me. It's lonely without you. I must have been running away from reality again, giving myself a delusion that was a lot easier to swallow than the real world. Upon thinking that, the sheer emptiness I felt overpowered any lust I may have had, and I was no longer able to enjoy the delusion. Sarah even has eyes on the back of her knees. Whose eyes are those eyes? Rather than taking her and pinning her down on the bed. What? I decided to throw out all the things I could have only voiced in a delusion such as this.
僕だって寂しかった。辛かったんだ。リミがこの1週間全
Oh
然
my god, is he talking to Sarah? I was lonely too. It was so hard, not being able to get a hold of you for that entire week. I could feel the movements of Remy's body directly against my back. Her chest faintly rose and fell with every breath. As obvious as the fact may have been, it reminded me that she was truly alive. I also didn't notice the little succubus tail she's got going on there. Very weird. What a weird character. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you. She tightened her embrace around me. I still had doubts deep inside me. I didn't know what to do. So I thought, maybe I should think it over for a little while. Huh? Doubts? Like what? What could she have been talking about? Maybe I'm stupid, but since you have intimate knowledge of the series, Chris, when did Takumi get unsuspended? See, that's another thing why I really wish we did have, the Steins Gate style, date calendar thing in the upper left, just to kind of remind us, where the fuck are we? What day is it? What time is it? What's going on? Hey, Joe, what's up, man? Just threw a brisket on the smoker. Sounds good. About whether it's really okay for me to stay by your side at all. About whether I should really let this relationship go on. What relationship? But I know. I know that if things keep up like this, everything will go wrong. And I won't be able to save anything. You two-timing harlot, I know you're trying to erase him. Just do it. Hey, Taku. In the beginning, I had only one wish. One single wish. Well, that might have been true once. Why do people? Why do I keep wishing without end? When I found that sky, I had no idea what the fuck Remy was talking about. Nor did I know how to respond to it. Silence enveloped us. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about either. I could hear her gentle breaths close to my ear. But no matter how long I waited for her to end it with some silly punchline, none ever came in the wafting silence. Was it possible this wasn't a delusion? The moment I considered that, a wave of anxiety ran through me. In reality, Remy was hugging me. She was pressing tightly against me. That realization alone nearly destroyed any sense of reason I had. I had a feeling that in a situation like this, It's just so hard to read this sometimes. Someone's gonna fucking make this very hard for my political career. I have a feeling that in a situation like this, if I pinned Remy to the bed, she'd let me have my way with her. With a gulp by. You got mail, you big dum-dum! What was that? Remy let go of me in surprise, and the tender sensation vanished along with her. Tender? You were thinking about pinning her to the bed and having your way with her. No one's ever described that as tender. I love this delusion because Takumi only lets his guard down when he thinks it's a delusion. But in the end, the idea of him doing it in reality causes his usual self to come back. Very true. A complicated mix of both relief and disappointment spread through my chest. Wait a second. Remy had just heard my Sarah notification tone. Oh god, how embarrassing. Is that really that embarrassing? Isn't that like a pretty popular show? When I opened my email software, I saw 3 messages from Grimm telling me to join the chat room. Oh shit, I forgot about Grimm. He's a character in this game. Anime was not mainstream in 2009. But like, isn't the Bloodtoon like a pretty popular show in this world? I know anime in general was not mainstream in 2009, but even Yua knew what Bloodtoon was. But it's still anime. Yeah, but Dragon Ball was super like mainstream in early 2000s in the US. Everyone knew what Dragon Ball was. He was a closeted Fujoshi, that's true. I'm gonna look at Sarah's outfit. It's not gonna hit with the public. Well, kinda, yeah. Bulma used to dress a bit more provocative in the early Dragon Ball days, right? Remember the stigma about anime in the 2000s in the US? I mean, for more niche series, but like people loved like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Dragon Ball. I mean, but yeah, you definitely wouldn't have like all of the anime that gets like watched or like accepted nowadays. I wouldn't say Bloodtoon is as popular as Pokemon or Dragon Ball. Well, we're just talking about, like, in this universe. Like, is Sarah not the equivalent of, like, Sailor Moon in, like, this game's world? You know what I mean? Like, Sailor Moon was pretty popular and accepted. Even in universe. This isn't, like, Sailor Moon. She isn't that popular. Oh, fair enough then, I guess. I guess I just kind of was projecting this to be like she just had a manga and her anime is airing. I suppose. Anyway, we're hearing from our old buddy Grimm for the first time in like I think like 2 chapters, 2 or 3 chapters now. She's not even the pro tag. Wait, what? Really? I thought the whole show was about her. Shows how much I've been paying attention to this, like, fucking Bloodtoon anime subplot. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't really chatted much with, Grimm recently. We used to talk a lot, pretty much every day. Generic Shonen guy. Wait, is there like real Bloodtoon like animated stuff? Because wild if true. Taku has a lot of thoughts about wanting to cuck him. Okay. But since I've been refraining from playing EOS, it's been around 10 days since we last talked. I frequently talk to everyone in my Discord server every day. Am I right, guys? Join the Discord channel. Haha, link below. Yeah, stretch. Ugh. I assume Grimm's gonna show us stuff about the new gen killer. Then we might wrap up about that, or a little after we see the new victims. I think that might be a good spot to end. Anyway, 10 days since we last talked. Hey yo yo, our boy Grimm. I forget you have to enter. You have to hit enter twice for Is that an eye tracker? Wait, what's an eye tracker? Did no one else see that? On his left eye, there was an eye symbol. Oh, for me, when I was getting up, my eye might have overlapped with, well, bad green screen. Yeah, I think, like, before this showed up, when, like, blues or greens reflect back on my face from my monitor, yeah, my green screen gets pretty distorted. So you might have seen me, I might have like merged with, I might be able to do it still, maybe. When I was getting up to stretch, I might have like merged with Sarah, like behind me. You might have seen my eye where her eye was. Because no, I don't have like an eye tracker set up or anything like that. I'm trying to see if I can do it again, or if we can get the right angle. Your eye I rewinded, your eye goes invisible. Yeah. Blues and greens in games like make my webcam get all distorted because obviously the light from the monitor like reflects onto me, and then that makes my webcam like freak out and not, it can't really like differentiate blue and green because I have an old webcam. Hey, Nineheart, I've been waiting for you, because there's been another nude gen. Why does Grimm want to talk with us about Ninehearts, or not Nineheart, about the new gen stuff so much? Because haven't we made it pretty clear we like don't want to talk about this shit? I mean, I guess he mentions it so the plot goes forward, right? Someone's got to tell us about it. Fun, are you considering the Japanese word for both blue and green? That's interesting, yeah. I mean, they are very similar colors. But yeah, my webcam can't really differentiate between the two, so anytime that there's like a big green, blue, or like white background in the video game, my webcam will get staticky. What are you even on about? Insert ACS or ASC2 art here. Is that supposed to be a StarCraft reference? What is that? A picture drawn on an online forum using only the characters and symbols included in the ASC character text. Text-based art. What? ASCII. Oh. Okay. Rafflecopters, yeah. Man, I've never called it that before. New gen, dude! What the fuck do you think I'm on about? How exactly did we go from new gen to nude gen? New generation. New gen. Nude gen. Nude gen. Come on, that shit's obvious. Use common sense for fuck's sake. More importantly, there's a 7th case.
どうしたの?
What is it? Likely having noticed my gasp, Remy stood up and walked over to me. How often do you guys gasp in real life? Is that something that happens to you? I feel like I don't gasp that often. This script is painful because there are literally 5 different versions of it with slight variations. Brutal. Because of the different delusions and the different routes, like, converging on this scene or something. She peeked over my shoulder at the monitor.
第7の事件.
The 7th case? It's happened again. Another new gen. How long was this damn thing gonna go on for? Was I next? Would I be the victim of the 8th case? The 9th?
タク、気にすることない
Taka,
よ.
you've got nothing to worry about.
何も
Remember that time she told Shogun that he was a big dum-dum meanie head? And then Shogun was like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. There's nothing to be afraid of.
タクは狙われた
No one's
り
coming
は
after
し
you.
ない
You're perfectly safe. Okay, didn't ask. You're being really weird about this, Remy.
全部タクの
You're
被害
just being a little bit paranoid, okay? Paranoid about what? I totally didn't say anything that it would imply I wasn't paranoid here. What you talking about? That was a completely baseless encouragement. You can't calm me down with such weak sauce. Anxiety aside, Graham was pretty much the new gen's news guy at this point. He'd been keeping me in the loop about basically everything. Okay, but really weird that she started to just be like, oh my god, no one's coming after you. You're perfectly fine. You're super safe. Very unprompted. Very weird. That whole conversation seemed sus to me. Even now, he was going out of his way to link a bunch of blog posts and news articles about it. Seemed like he really wanted me to take a look. Show us a CG! We haven't seen a CG murder in a pretty long time. Biting my lip, I reluctantly clicked the first link. Let's go. Show it. No. That's not it. 7th new gen case dubbed the DQN puzzle. Bruh. On November 4th at approximately 4:50 a.m., the dead bodies of 3 men were discovered hanging... Oh, the 3 men that we... Ooh, yeah, that's right. That we had, ruined... That mugged us. Hanging from an iron pole near a railroad in Shibuya, Tokyo. The deceased have been identified as a 19-year-old Fujita, unemployed 20-year-old Anzawa, a college student, 19-year-old Tageki, a construction worker. These are the 3 guys that jumped us, right? I don't really remember their names. According to the police, the bodies were severed in half at the waist, but the wounds do not indicate the use of any sharp weaponry. Furthermore, the bottom halves of each of the bodies were interchanged with one another, creating new combinations which were tightly sewn back together with thread, carved into their bodies with the letters DQN respectively. Police are investigating this as a message left behind by the culprit. On the popular anonymous message board @channel, images of the incident were leaked prior to official coverage of the event. It's already been accepted as the 7th case of the New Gen madness. It was christened the DQN puzzle due to the manner in which the top and bottom halves of the corpses were recombined, notably on At Channel. The term DQN means an individual lacking basic common sense. Regarding the serial new-gen cases, the mourning families of the victim have been taking legal action against some particularly offensive posts on At Channel, a move which has sparked fierce debate online. Yeah, that's right. You show them. You sue the hacker known as 4chan. I do feel bad for the families. Oh, what? Because their stuff got posted on 4chan? Or At Channel? Three bisected corpses. Nude Gen FTW. Wheat. Wait, it says DQN Lamau. Literally zero connection to the other cases. Police are dumb as fuck. Raffle. Man, fucking Raffle, man. I can't believe... Of all the acronyms to die, never expected Raffle to go. I always preferred Raffle to Lamau. If I were TBH with you. The kids are dead and getting made fun of and reduce it just a spectacle? Yeah, very true. I'm definitely getting tired. We're gonna wrap up once we see the picture of the case, I think. You trying to say it's one of us anti-DQNs? With their lower bodies swapped around and shit, it's like a puzzle, but with corpses. If only I could trade in my upper body for some alphas, Lamau. I feel like that's a post you could actually see, like, today. I feel like this is genuinely, that post is a response to, like, if this was posted today, someone would still say that. Our Esper boy Takumi will sniff out the perp for us anytime now, lol. Replace Alpha with Chad. Or with Sigma. Because we are on the Sigma grind. We never saw the picture of, we still haven't really seen anything with the chick that ate her own hand. We're very surprisingly casual about the whole, like, 6th case. I really felt like the 6th case was just kind of ignored, right? They were like, the 6th case, and then anyway, and we never talked about it again. At approximately 4:50 this morning, near a railroad in Shibuya, a passing newspaper salesman discovered the bodies of 3 male homicide victims suspended from an iron pole. The police investigation discovered that the victims were all residents of Shibuya. Hey Grim, got pics of the girl with the hand? That would literally be me. The police investigation discovered that the victims were all residents of Shibuya. I read that already. Each victim severed in half at the waist, upper and lower bodies sewn together. There were also mysterious wounds carved into their foreheads, and the police are investigating the possibility that they're a message left behind by the culprit. The authorities believe the case is part of a series of grotesque murders that have been occurring in Shibuya over the past 2 months. The investigation is currently ongoing. At the end of the news clip, photographs of the 3 victims were shown. Alright, boys, here we go. Why is he freaking out so much by going like, wah, 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 like Remy's here with him? I had seen those faces before. Whose faces were those faces? It's them. You know them? These are the guys who beat me up yesterday. Yeah, I'd given them my wallet, but they kicked my ass anyway. I then fallen unconscious, and I woke up. Kazupi was beside me. The 3 of them had collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. I dug my wallet out of my pocket and stared at it. When I came to, Kozuki had been carrying it, and she'd given it back to me soon after. Could the person who killed those three be... She did talk about how much she wanted to kill stuff, but I don't think so. No, definitely not. The last time I had seen them, they had been beaten to a pulp and covered in blood, but they hadn't been cut in half or anything. Which means they had been killed after Kozuki and I left. By Shogun, the person who originally hired them. This is the first script I translated. Oh, nice. Interesting scene to get as your first. It had to have been Shogun. That wrinkly asshole was trying to provoke me. Damn it. He really was committed to driving me insane. Just how far was he willing to go? I wanted to vomit. I clutched my stomach as it churned in pain. Was I next? Would I be the next to die? That was kind of abrupt. And that's enough. I had it reached out from behind me and pushed the power button on the monitor. The screen went pitch black. Take a deep breath. There's nothing to worry about. It's just a coincidence. It has to be. Okay? Didn't really tell you I was freaking out. I was just telling you I knew who they were. Why was Remy acting so ridiculously optimistic? This couldn't possibly be just a series of coincidences. More importantly, I'm starving. Hey, there's one place I go to all the time. You want to grab something to eat there? It's tasty and cheap. You've got my guarantee. Wow. A lot of the customers there are on the older side, so it's a little embarrassing for me to go on my own. Oh, and you have to go inside a train station to get to it. Shibuya Station, to be specific. If you take the inside route, you can get to the platform where it's at via the Yamanote line. Or you can go straight in from outside. Me, though, I definitely prefer the inside route. Food, huh? I really didn't have much of an appetite. I felt like Shogun was holding a knife straight to my throat. There we go. We've regressed back to where we were. We didn't talk about Shogun too much this stream. So, glad we're getting back to it. Like he was saying, I can kill you whenever I please. Please just let me go. What had I done to deserve this? I couldn't take it. Alright. I feel like now that we're back to Fez, this is a good spot to wrap up for the day. Old wheelchair kid dude be scary. Yeah, Fez's sword is so cool. But this is what I meant by like everyone else's sword being like pretty usable and like an actual sword. Okay, I hope you had more fun this stream. Yeah, I definitely had more fun this stream. Less frustrated. At least some things got answered. Not that many things got answered, but we got something. So progress was definitely made. I had fun. Definitely a lot more people chatting and being active in this stream today, though, compared to yesterday, which I think made it more fun, too. I don't know if you guys could notice, but I sometimes get antsy when the chat's quiet. Very subtle, though. I'm sure you guys hadn't noticed it before. Chris, what's your favorite of the sci adventure novels? I would have to imagine it's this one, right? Because you got to work on this one pretty extensively. Cubi not getting constantly angry was fun. Not wanting to see me get angry? That's an unusual subscriber remark, I feel like. QI getting angry is the best part. Yeah, see, that's like the more, that's definitely the more average response. Why is chat quiet and just staring at me? Yeah, I get uncomfortable. I get all... Kevin, how are you doing, man? I'm doing pretty good. You made it just in time for the wrap-up. But I'm doing quite good. Hope you're doing well. Roblox stream was peak. I don't even think I streamed... I didn't even stream for very long on Roblox. Damn, sorry I missed it. Don't worry, buddy. The VOD will still be here. And of course, I'll be back for more streams too. Or you can hang out in the Discord, Kevin. Talk with us. I'd always be down to say hi to you in the Discord. I'm just really tired. I think I'm crashing from all the caffeine. So I'm going to wrap up. No streams tomorrow because of the Super Bowl. And then no stream on Monday either. I'll be back Tuesday on stream. Normie ass. Lamau. Very normie. Well, as I said earlier in the stream, very closet anime fan. I'm going to... My friend is hosting a Super Bowl party that I'm going to. Because I am very normie. All my friends think I'm very normie. My friends don't think I play games like this. So shh, don't tell them. Don't tell them. Well, I know stream on Monday. I'm going to the Chicago Auto Show with a buddy of mine. I thought that would be fun. Because I used to live in Michigan a couple years ago. And I used to go to the Detroit Auto Show a lot, and that was always really fun. I haven't been to one in years, obviously, having not living in Michigan anymore. So, my buddy wanted to go to that. He goes outside on a regular basis. I know, wild, right? Detroit. Hey, now. I lived in Detroit for a couple years, or not a couple years, 2 years. It was alright. 3 days without Cubi. Will it be 3 days? I think it's just the 2. Because I'll probably stream on Tuesday. I mean, I guess I usually don't stream on Tuesday. But yeah, no Sunday or Monday video or stream. But we'll be back on Tuesday. Or maybe I won't be back on Tuesday. If you're in the Discord, you'll see. Or if you subscribe and hit the bell button for notifications on streams, you'll definitely know when I go live next. Probably. We have time to make memes. Yeah, please. I really need help making memes to help promote this stream. Really could use some help making memes. Oh, is it the first or the year anniversary in Master Duel, Kevin, soon? Maybe on Tuesday I'll do a Master Duel stream. It's been like a fucking year, it feels like, since I played Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Yeah. That would be cool. So yeah, no stream Monday, or Sunday, Monday. Maybe a stream Tuesday, for sure a stream Wednesday. I can guarantee you that. So subscribe and hit the bell button so you'll know for sure. Or join the Discord. I'll probably mention in the Discord, like, hey, yeah, I'm going to stream, you know, whatever. Thanks for watching and chatting, everyone. Especially thanks to everyone who helped explain some of the D-sword concepts to me today. I really appreciate that. Also, thanks to AK for donating some memberships that hopefully went somewhere. I'm going to have to figure that out. But thanks again for the donation, AK. Any memes ideas from today? No, I've got no ideas. God, I wish I were that hospital bed. Same. Why do we not see Fez laying down in this CG? Honestly, that's so weird. But no, I got no meme ideas from today. I'll need you guys to help be creative. What's so special about the hospital bed? Fez is laying on it. So Chris wants Fez to lay on him. Don't worry, I explained the joke. That's what makes it funny. Same. He's just like me, for real, for real. I don't know if Kevin heard my question about the Yu-Gi-Oh thing, but maybe I'll stream Yu-Gi-Oh on Tuesday if there's a big Master Duel event. I haven't streamed Yu-Gi-Oh in a long time, so maybe. But yeah, I think that's about it. I think we covered everything that needs to get covered, yeah? Yeah, subscribe, hit the bell button, so that way you don't miss out when I do return to the stream. I might, gotta make a Yu-Gi-Oh meme. True. But yeah, I might stream Yu-Gi-Oh on Tuesday or something. Just because I haven't seen Yu-Gi-Oh in so long. But you won't miss a stream if you subscribe and hit the bell button for sure. Or join the Discord, you'll still be talking about that stuff. Drop a like on the video too if you could. Likes help boost the video in the old YouTube algorithm, so if you could drop that like. Thank you. Yeah, thanks to people who helped explain stuff. Thanks to AK for donating memberships. Yeah, that's all I got. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. Fun as always chatting with you all. And yeah, I'll see you all next stream. Have a good night, everyone.